important announcements. If you have not yet completed your registration or collected your delegate badge and conference kit, please proceed to the registration desk on the ground floor. Should you require any assistance during the event, our volunteers, who can be identified by their volunteer badges, will be happy to assist you. You're also welcome to visit the information desk on the ground floor at any time. May I also request everyone to keep your mobile phone on silent or do not disturb mode throughout the program so that we may all enjoy an uninterrupted experience. Kindly note that food and beverages are not permitted inside Oman Hall. Tea and coffee will be served on both sides outside Oman Hall during the scheduled refreshment breaks. Lunch will be served at MFA 2 located outside towards your right. The marine exhibition stalls are located just outside the hall on both left and right sides. During tea and lunch breaks, we warmly encourage you to visit the exhibition and interact with our valued sponsors and exhibitors. Our sincere appreciation goes to our platinum sponsor, Aviva. Gold sponsors, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems. Silver sponsors, Catmatic and Chaugale Shipbuilding Division. Registration area sponsor, Aries Energy. Delegate kit sponsor, Samudra Shipyard. Delegate badge sponsor, Sea Delta Marine and Offshore. Our associate sponsors, NAPA, Class NK, Ocean Opt, ABB, Capital Register of Shipping, Navsys Marine, Wind Constructions, and Siemens Energy. Our supporting sponsors, Hindustan Shipyard Limited, Sea Marine, a division of Conceptia, Cochin Shipyard Limited, Admiral, Indian Register of Shipping, and Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited. And our event management partners, BIS Event Management and NT Wood Entertainment. We thank each and every one of them for their valuable support in making DIMS 2026 possible. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm, proceed to the nearest exit, and follow the instructions of our volunteers and venue staff. The designated assembly point is the parking area outside the venue. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to DIMS 2026, the 5th edition of the Dostas International Maritime Seminar. Honorable Chief Guest, respected guest of honor, esteemed dignitaries on and off dais, distinguished speakers, delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to welcome you all to this prestigious gathering. I am Mahima Antony, and it is both a privilege and pleasure to be your host for the next 2 days. DIMS is the flagship international conference of Dostas, the Department of Ship Technology Alumni Society, organized in association with the Department of Ship Technology, Cochin University of Science and Technology. Over the years, DIMS has grown into one of India's premier platforms for the marine, offshore, and oil and gas sectors, bringing together defense shipyards, commercial shipbuilders, naval architects, classification societies, technology leaders, academia, and policy makers under one roof. This year's theme, Vision to Action, Shaping the Future of the Shipbuilding Industry, reflects our shared commitment to transforming ideas into innovation, vision to tangible progress. Over the next 2 days, insightful panel discussion, technical paper presentations, and an emerging trends showcase will foster meaningful dialogue, encourage collaboration, and inspire the future of our industry. Before we commence today's proceedings, I would like to acknowledge and express a sincere appreciation to the organizations whose generous support has made DIMS 2026 possible. We are proud to acknowledge our platinum sponsor, Aviva, Our gold sponsors, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems, and our silver sponsors, Catmatic and Chaugle Shipbuilding Division. Thank you to all our sponsors for their invaluable partnership and continued support. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin the inaugural ceremony of DIMS 2026. May I kindly request everyone to ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or in silent or do not disturb mode as we begin. It is now my honor to invite our distinguished dignitaries to grace the dais for the inaugural ceremony of DIMS 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed dignitaries to the dais with a warm round of applause. May I respectfully invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of CUSAT, Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bushri, our chief guest, Sri Shyam Jagannathan IAS, Director General, Maritime Administration, Rear Admiral Rajneesh Sharma, Admiral Superintendent, Naval Ship Repair Yard, Kochi, Professor Dr. A. Madhyaragan, Head, Department of Ship Technology, CUSAT, Mr. Shanoy Janardhan, Vice President, Pre-Sales, Asia Pacific, Aviva, Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, President, Dostas, Captain K.J.H. Christie, Indian Navy retired, Chairman, INA Kochi Chapter, Mr. Sony TL, Convener, DIMS 2026, Mr. Arun K., Secretary, Dostas, to formally open our proceedings, I now invite Mr. Sony TL, Convener of DIMS 2026, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Mahima. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, academicians, sponsors, members of Dostas, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is with immense pride, gratitude, and excitement that I stand before you today to welcome you all to the 5th edition of Dostas International Maritime Seminar, DIMS 2026, organized by the Department of Ship Technology Alumni Society. Dostas was established with a vision to strengthen the bond between Department of Ship Technology, its alumni, industry, and academia. Over the years of Dostas has evolved into a vibrant professional platform that promotes knowledge sharing, collaboration, mentorship, and innovation within the maritime sector. One of the most significant initiative of Dostas is the Dostas International Maritime Seminar, popularly known as DIMS. What began as an effort to bring together maritime professionals and academics has today grown into a respected international forum where industry leaders, policymakers, researchers, entrepreneurs, and students came together to discuss the future of maritime sector. The maritime industry is presently undergoing a rapid change. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, sustainability, green shipping, alternative fuels, offshore renewable energy, autonomous technologies, and evolving regulatory frameworks are redefining the way ships are designed, built, and operated. In this rapidly changing environment, collaboration between industry and academia is more important than ever. It is in this context that DIMS 2026, with its theme, Vision to Action, Shaping the Future of Shipbuilding Industry, assumes great significance. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in meaningful discussions, exchange ideas, showcase innovations, and collectively explore practical pathways for strengthening the maritime and shipbuilding ecosystem of our nation and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege and pleasant duty to formally welcome the distinguished dignitaries who have graciously joined us for this inaugural ceremony. First, I warmly welcome Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bushri, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology, to this function. And I extend my heartfelt welcome to Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General, Maritime Administration, Government of India. Now I am delighted to welcome Rear Admiral Rajneesh Sharma, Admiral Superintendent, NSRY, Kochi. Now I warmly welcome Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, President of Dostas. I extend my sincere welcome to Professor Dr. A. Madhiyazhagan, Head of the Department of Ship Technology, KUSAT. I am pleased to welcome Mr. Shinoy Janardhanan, Vice President, Aviva, our platinum sponsor. I also extend a warm welcome to Captain Christie, Chairman, Institution of Naval Architects, Kochi Chapter. I also warmly welcome Mr. Arun K., Secretary of Dostas. Thank you. I also take this opportunity to extend my warmest welcome to all our keynote speakers, technical presenters, sponsors, supporting organizations, government officials, naval officers, shipyard representatives, classification societies, maritime entrepreneurs, faculty members, researchers, alumni, students, media representatives, and delegates who have traveled from different parts of India and abroad to be with us today. Thank you all. A special word of appreciation goes to our sponsors and partners whose support has been instrumental in making DIMS 2026 possible. We are grateful for your confidence in our vision and your commitment to advancing the maritime sector. To the members of Dostas, the Department of Ship Technology, KUSAT, our volunteers, and the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude for the dedication, teamwork, and countless hours of effort that have gone into organizing this event. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence today reflects our shared commitment towards building a stronger, more innovative, sustainable, and globally competitive maritime future. Once again, on behalf of Dostas and the organizing committee of DIMS 2026, I extend a very warm welcome to each of you and wish you a productive, insightful, and memorable seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, President of Dostas, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning to you all. Truly overwhelmed by the amount of response what we have received today. This is much beyond our imagination. So thank you once and all for this huge participation. When the Department of Ship Technology started 50 years back, without any infrastructure, without no faculty, no nothing, few could have imagined that one day our alumni would be leading shipyards, shaping global maritime policy, and gather here as maritime innovators. This gathering is not just an event, it's a celebration of our shared legacy, collective achievements, and our vision for the future of shipbuilding and maritime innovation in India. Today, as we inaugurate this 5th edition of DIMS 2026, we celebrate that extraordinary journey. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, faculty, esteemed alumni, my dear friends, on behalf of Dostas, it's my honor to welcome you all to this 5th edition of Dostas 2026. From our humble beginning in Cochin Shipyard and Science and Technology, our alumni has risen to occupy leadership positions across the globe. Two of our own, to make two examples, is Madhu Nair, who led Cochin Shipyard for 10 years as a CMD to greater heights, and currently Captain Jagmohan, who is a CMD of Mazagon Dock, are just two examples of and testimony to the strength of our academic foundation and the resilience of our alumni network. Today, Dostas stands as a global fraternity, uniting professionals who shape the future of maritime technology, sustainability, and industry leadership. Over the years, DIMS have evolved into a premier forum where academia, industry, and policymakers converge. This fifth edition continues that tradition with participation from leading voices in shipbuilding, classification society, regulatory bodies, and technology innovators. The maritime industry is at a very exciting stage now. The stage is all set for India to become a leading shipbuilding nation with a plethora of incentives and financial assistance from the Government of India as per the Amrit Kal 2045 vision, Amrit Kal Vision 2045. This is a very exciting period for the whole industry. As alumni, we carry both responsibility and opportunity to lead with innovation, to mentor next generation and ensure that the sustainability is embedded in every project we undertake. Dostas will continue to champion initiatives that bridge industry and academia, foster entrepreneurship, and strengthen India's role in the global maritime ecosystem. Let us use DIMS not only to discuss ideas, but to commit action. Together, we can build a maritime future that is resilient, sustainable, and globally respected. I thank each one of you for your presence, your support, and your contribution to this journey. May DIMS 2026 be remembered as a milestone wherein vision met collaboration and collaboration shaped the future of maritime excellence. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of CUSAT, Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bushri, to deliver the opening address.
A very warm good morning to one and all. Respectful Chief Guest of the day, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, DG Maritime Administration, respectful Admiral Rajiv Sharma ji, Professor Madhiragan, HOD Department of Ship Technology, respectful Shena Janardhanan, Vice President Aveva, respectable Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, President of Dostas, respectful Captain KJH Christie, respectful Mr. Soni, respectful Mr. Arun, dear delegates, dear dignitaries, dear alumni, dear faculties, dear students. I think as far as Cochin University of Science and Technology is concerned, we won't need any introduction. Cochin University of Science and Technology stands first in Kerala as the premier science and technology institution in Kerala. In India also, Cochin University of Science and Technology positions as sixth position as one of the best universities in India as per the NARF ranking. We know the legacy of the Department of Ship Technology, as mentioned by the President of Dostas, Mr. Mohanlal. This department is started in the year 1974. It's just as mentioned by the President, it is just a beginning. But now the department is one of the best academic departments in India and world. And as mentioned by the Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, and it produced two CMDs, one former CMD, Shri Madhus Nair, and Madhus Nair of Cochin Shipyard, and now currently Mr. Jagannathan, Captain Jagannathan, he is also holding the position of the CMD of the Mazagon Dock of Mumbai. So I just cited some of the few examples. You know that the Dostas Department of Ship Technology Alumni Association is one of the vibrant alumni associations in Cochin University of Science and Technology, which actively played key roles in different academic activities of the university. I would like to mention some of the important contributions from the alumni because last year Cochin University of Science and Technology received about 7 crores financial support from the Cochin Shipyard Limited. It's about 3.5 crores as a for making the Department of Ship Technology as a center of excellence of our university. And also we got a generous support under the CSR scheme from the Masagon Dock. It is about also 3.5 crores rupees for the as a CSR support initiative for the development of the Department of Ship Technology of the Cochin University of Science and Technology. This time we are in the Amrutkal of our independence. We have completed the 75 years of our independence and we are moving towards the Vikasit Bharat in 2047. And as far as our nation is concerned, and we have contributed nearly 400, we trained the Cochin University Department of Ship Technology trained nearly 400 people for the Indian Navy. So they are having different very prestigious positions. They are occupying, they have occupied and still occupying very prestigious positions in the our Indian Navy for protecting our nation. So recently we know that blue economy is one of the emerging areas of economy, and it is very important. We have to note that some of the countries in the Asia Pacific region, particularly Singapore and Taiwan, and they are in the South Korea and China and Japan, all these countries become developed only by exploiting their maritime sector because they have a vast areas having with the sea, and they even exploited the wealth of the sea, not even from the, they utilized for they identified the importance of the wealth of the sea, and they could have to develop on time with respect to their technology advancement in their areas. Particularly these countries, particularly the South Korea, China, and Japan, they are playing major role in the industry in the of the world with respect to the shipbuilding is concerned. Say for in the some of the European countries also, particularly the Norway and other countries in the Europe also. But India is still not exploited this area for the development of India. So as far as we have to develop some of the things, I think the Dostas, this meeting will definitely discuss and the deliberations will go in that directions. So what are our gap areas that we have to discuss? The first one is with respect to the gap area is our policy. So what we have to do and how much, because we could have to exploit our maritime sector, particularly for the transportation and for the cargo ship movement. All those aspects we could have to utilize our maritime sector. So what are the gap areas? That is the prime importance. Because this meeting is actually the meeting between the academia and industry, and also as mentioned by the Mohanlal and people from the policy makers also participating in this meeting. So all these people are sitting together and we could have to definitely give some input for the policy making with respect to our blue economy and the maritime sector. So anyway, the government of India identified one of the important areas is the shipbuilding sector. And this is a very interesting aspects. It is focused on the shipbuilding sector. Then what is the technology? We know that the technology what we have been using all over the world for the shipbuilding technology is advancing so fast. So that is the advancement in technology is become fast not only with respect to the ship navigation system, it's one side with that of the by utilizing the most modern technologies with respect to artificial intelligence and computer aided navigation systems and the development of advanced level of sensors. All those things are there with respect to the technological aspects are there in one side. And also we nowadays some of the shipping companies are using hydrogen as a fuel for their ship navigation. So that means, what you understand, that means the technology is entirely different what we have in our hand. And in that respect, we should have to contribute more time as far as particularly our nation is concerned. We should have to have an institute which more focused on the shipbuilding technology, latest modern technology in ship technology, and to develop more technologies with the advancement of technology for the shipbuilding technology. That is very important. So the knowledge what we have, we could have to generate in future from this research that could have to be directly implemented for the shipbuilding sector. So that is one gap area. So that means we know that some of the institutes, say for in our university also, we have even some limitations and for doing such an advanced type of research. Of course, we got some generous funding from the Cochin Shipyard Limited for the Center of Excellence. That will definitely help us to develop some of the things related to the ship navigation systems and artificial intelligence-based systems and computer-aided system that is related to the ship navigation. But the rest of the things are there. Shipbuilding is not a very simple task. You know, the ships are not say simple vessels. In modern days, ships are, mother ships are, you know, the size of, because all of you are from the field of the shipbuilding industry or the maritime sector, you know the better idea than me. So in that case, we should have to develop new materials, corrosion-resistant materials, light materials, and so on. Things also in that area is also need more advanced research is also required in that area for that aspects, and also the naval architecture. And all these things has to be addressed. So the government of India has to make a concrete policy which is focused on what we have to do in the next 10 years, or maybe with that vision, we should have to make a policy. That is, we have to do from the policy side. At the same time, we should have to train more manpower. That is, for the capacity building in that area is also very important. Trained people are very important, and skilled people are very important. All those things are very important, in particularly in the sector and shipbuilding is concerned. So all these, I just introduced some of the ideas from my side. Of course, all of you experts, because some of the leading industrial partners are also associating, particularly Aveva and shipbuilding companies in Kerala. And so in India, majority of these shipbuilding companies are in the public sector undertakings. Anyway, so many other private partnership may likely to enter in future in the shipbuilding industry. So the government of India can also take a policy towards the encouraging more private partners, or maybe the public-private partnership for the shipbuilding industries, because we could have to make use of all the coastal area for the all this purpose. And I hope all of you deliberate very positively, very pinpointed ideas. So what we could have to do in coming years, and very focused thing. That is always very essential as far as whatever the field we are working. And anyway, bright brains are here. So these bright brains will give luminary ideas for the development of ships and shipbuilding industry in India. So that will be beneficial for the all over the world. I take this opportunity to congratulate the members of the Department of Ship Technology Alumni Association for organizing this International Maritime Seminar. And I take this opportunity to welcome on behalf of the Cochin University all industrial partners and all academic partners and all people from the policy for this, and all students. So because students, you have to be thinking more, you could have to do much more than the older people. Anyway, I take this opportunity to congratulate everybody, and please make a positive interaction and deliberations. Definitely we could have to build a very good ship for future. All the best. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We now come to the highlight of this inaugural ceremony. It is my privilege to invite our chief guest, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General, Maritime Administration, to formally inaugurate DIMS 2026 and deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskar. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Junaid Bushriji, keynote speakers at Dostas, Rear Admiral Rajneesh Sharma ji, Professor Mariagan, Mr. Shanoy Janardhan, President of Dostas, Mohanlal Pillai, Chairman of the INA Kochi chapter, Captain Christie, Convener Mr. Soni, and Secretary Dostas Arunji, other luminaries and dignitaries, someone I respect a lot, having professionally interacted, Shri Madhu Nayarji, former CMD of CSL, bright leaders who are leading in the shipbuilding firmament in India, Shri Arjun Chogleji, my very eminent colleague and Chief Ship Surveyor, Shri Pradeep Sudhakaranji. Firstly, I am immensely thankful for this privilege, and I'll request you to please allow me to make a brief presentation, which essentially is to give you a ringside view on what the government essentially envisages in shipbuilding. Presently, we have extreme geopolitical challenges. What I have tried to portray out here are 5 specific blazing issues which we are still coming to terms with. As I speak, yesterday there was a mechanized sailing vessel which was hit with a projectile. There were 13 Indian seafarers on them. They are traditional Indian seafarers, and this is essentially a wooden boat. Thankfully, all of them were rescued and we did not have any casualties. But we have had, because of the Strait of Hormuz and multiple flashpoints, more than 15 seafarers making the ultimate sacrifice, 12 seafarers with grievous injuries. You have had the Russia-Ukraine conflict from 2023 onwards, resulting in again 3 deaths, 2 missing. You're seeing the Somalia piracy raise its heads again. You're looking at the entire Yemen and the threat of the Houthis with the Saudi interested vessels. In all, you're seeing also a complete rerouting of logistics. 2 major container liners have been discontinued since end of June. There is a shortage in terms of booking for containers, and this is the evolving geopolitical challenges one needs to contend. We in the administration are attempting simply to buffer and not let these geopolitical shocks hit the domestic economy. LPG prices, crude, energy security, these are major issues. And why I set the tone with this opening slide is, it's a difficult time ahead and we still need to lead, with India being a voice of sanity, of dependability and integrity. This is what the Honorable Vice Chancellor spoke about. India's Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. It is to position India in terms of shipbuilding in the top 10 and eventually by the end of the Amritkal Vision in the top 5 shipbuilding and repair nations. We'll reach the maximum in terms of seafaring population. I will be coming to that specifically. What is being attempted to be showcased is This is the Bible with which we are going ahead with resource commitment and also with proper timelines and key performance indicators. Earlier, I was incumbent as the Director General Shipping. We are now seeing a more holistic approach with the transition to Director General Maritime Administration. So earlier it was mercantile marine, now it involves ports, shipyards, ship recycling facilities, inland navigation, security, the entire paradigm for offshore coming under the umbrella of maritime administration. That means there is a structural reorganization in the administration to gear up to providing more facilitation, more trust-based rather than a compliance-based approach, and also more of a facilitation so that you have more of ease of doing business. I'll run through the slides because I wouldn't want to take too much of time. I have also requested the office bearers of Dostas. There is an extended presentation with deep documentation because I wanted that to reach each one of you so that you can look at which area appeals and where you can contribute in the national effort that we are all making together. 80 plus yards, 0.8 to 1 million GT with 8 major shipyards, 152 ship recycling yards, 115 Hong Kong compliant, ports, MSMEs, just a fledgling of 1% of the global tonnage, and the seafaring pool, which is something we need to talk about because India has crossed in sheer numbers China and is today the second largest contributor of seafarers globally. This, of course, is a graphical depiction of what has been said. Our entire coastline, which offers myriad opportunities to upscale as we go along. This is essentially our build infrastructure. So as you can see, I have mentioned a few of the prominent yards. Large and very large shipyards were classified as 20,000 DWT capacity greater, and down to boat yards which are less than 1,000 DWT capacity. Yet, please remember, Indian flag tonnage is still at around 1%. Now this is where we are globally. You will see that 70% of the gross tonnage is essentially with one particular nation, and we are just at around 1% in the build ecosystem. But we have several plans and the wheels are rolling. Now I'm coming to what essentially the government is doing. There are 4 key pillars, and this is essentially as a massive boost to shipbuilding. It's a dedicated close to $8 billion commitment, and I'll take some time out here. These 4 pillars incorporate the Shipbuilding Finance Assistance Scheme, which embeds ship recycling credit note, the Maritime Development Fund, the Shipbuilding Development Scheme, and the legal and policy reforms. Coming to the SBFAS. Now this assistance is directly for making up for the cost which is a differential and a disadvantage to Indian yards vis-a-vis foreign yards. So if you're looking at up to, for a small vessel, 15% of the actual value for a non-specialized vessel. For a specialized vessel, up to the first 11 million, assistance is up to 15% of the capital cost, and above 11 million goes up to 25%. Now this is to ask the yards that we are here putting the capital up front, get the orders, and basically aggressively go and engage as the world basically is capitalizing on what everyone is now calling as the shipbuilding super cycle. Now the ship recycling credit note is something unique. This is for the first time globally any nation is doing this. Effectively it means if you recycle a vessel in India, you get up to 5% capital input into a new vessel which you are going to build in India, and this is equal in monetary terms to 40% of the scrap value linked to the Baltic Index of the vessel that was recycled. We expect to basically further exponentially work on our ship recycling, and you all must be aware, India is now at the first position in ship recycling globally. There is of course the National Shipbuilding Mission. Forums such as Dostas are very important for these. And as I mentioned, the ship recycling credit note, 4,000 crore rupees has been allocated for that, and this is a work in progress. The Maritime Development Fund essentially is for making available bespoke capital, because the Indian financial ecosystem does not allow you access to capital for builders and for those who are basically ship owners. The interest incentivization fund is for essentially knocking off certain basis points so that you have cheaper cost of finance, and it is ultra focused. It doesn't dissipate its energy over everything. It is essentially Maritime Development Fund. The Shipbuilding Development Scheme is what is the real powerhouse. We are looking at greenfield clusters. This means large to very large shipyards starting from absolutely zero, clusterized for a focused effort, and brownfield capacity expansion. This has 2.2 billion dedicated. You can understand the components which have been mentioned out here. Now these are the clusters which are presently in the contending. Gujarat, Kuchhadi, Maharashtra, Digi, Andhra Pradesh, Dugirajapatnam, Odisha, Kendrapara, and Tamil Nadu, Thoothukudi. Thoothukudi, Hyundai is basically in the preliminary phases. The methodology is you have a special purpose vehicle, and thereafter there is close coordination between the central government, which is funding certain specific components, and the state government giving the regulatory facilitation there, and an anchor investor who has proven credentials with at least 0.5 million GT of a build already with a proven track record. The brownfield expansion is existing yards, and here I would really want most of the yards to look at their expansion plans as you're growing and augmenting your capacities. This can be funded up to 1,500 crores and 25% of the eligible project cost for existing Indian shipyards. I'll not spend much time here because too much is happening in the legal policy and process framework. As I said, DGS has become DGMA. That is one very small part of it. The entire Merchant Shipping Act has been completely revamped. You have the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. You have the Indian Ports Act taken away from the colonial old Indian Ports Act. You've got classifications now for mega ports coming in. You've got new statutory authorities such as the Bureau of Port Security being basically institutionalized. So many things happening together. There is a particular slide. And this essentially is, you're going to work at the whole spectrum. So you're not just augmenting capacities in yards, you're also creating basically the demand and need for augmenting that capacity. This is something which is phenomenally being done for the first time ever. Domestic demand aggregation. So you have oil majors pitching in. Most of these vessels, which are the bigger ones like the VLCCs, presently do not, India doesn't have the capacity inherently, but we work towards that, and this is embedded in the business plan for India's own state carrier, the Shipping Corporation of India, with the largest fleet acquisition since its inception is also happening there. It's a total of close to 440 vessels, and it's around 19 million GT to be built. And most tenders are in the pipeline. This includes dredgers, it includes tugs, it includes basically offshore support vessels and dedicated vessels. This again is something which is in the nature of indigenization of most components. So India has basically a container deficit. There's a Bharat container line that has been talked about. You're also looking at a dedicated scheme which is presently in its spaces for a container manufacturing promotion scheme. This architecture is essentially for CapEx assistance and for OpEx assistance. It is a work in progress, but I had to flag this. More details are there in the specific note. For coasting itself, if you examine the ecosystem, I had mentioned this at the last Dostas also. An Indian flag vessel operating in Indian territorial waters is commercially at a disadvantage vis-a-vis a foreign flag operating in Indian territorial waters. Now this is odd because you need to give right of first refusal, you need to provision cabotage, you need to protect your tonnage, otherwise where is essentially the way forward? So the government is committed to preserve, protect and also promote Indian tonnage, and this is where the Coastal Cargo Promotion Scheme comes in. It also has an onerous effort of the modal shift from road, rail to, of course, the very cost effective water-based transportation. Cochin Metro for passenger traffic is one major illustration which has been successful. Now I'll come to the generic things happening and I'll finish off quickly because there are other eminent speakers here, so please allow me to race through. This is the meteoric rise we have had with seafaring. We are at around 12.13%. We are looking at 2030 to be around 20%. It's only Philippines which has more people than us, but we have more technical ranks on board than us. Now this is about crewing, all welfare aspects, and it is of course with a huge sense of responsibility but also a sense of sadness that we are a nation which has lost the maximum number of lives in the recent shipping flashpoints that have happened. So seafarers being key workers and global Indian ambassadors need to be provisioned for, and that is what the Honorable Prime Minister has spoken about. That is what the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister also has spoken about. The respected Vice Chancellor flagged capacity building. There is the organization and association, of course the Center of Excellence at QSAT itself will have its own amplifications to that. This is for the entire maritime training system for seafaring. We are doing the training ecosystem digitally. We are doing the examination system end-to-end completely reformed. We are putting in well-being modules which are there as the STCW is getting revised, which essentially ensures a more balanced and a more effective and professional seafarer. We are putting in Sagar Mein Samman, which is gender inclusion. India incidentally now has close to 3% women seafarers. The global average is less than 1%. The Honorable Union Cabinet Minister will be inaugurating this phenomenal E-Samudra project on the 8th of this month. This implies that for all processes you do not need to visit physically the DG shipping anymore. Everything will be rendered online with proper citizens charter. This is the first ever globally that any country has given a 24/7 grievance redressal module for seafarers. Globally, you may be sailing anywhere, you may have any crisis. This system responds 24/7, tracks with a uniform, unique grievance redressal number, and is an effective maritime grievance redressal system. It has embedded a crisis response and seafarer tracking system also. Just as the legal system is changing, you also are having the digitalization on an exponential speed. You have the maritime single window happening for ease of doing business. You have the comprehensive shipbuilding portal, which is going to be the micro universe for everything that is available in shipbuilding. For safety in maritime, the Indian Global Maritime Safety Portal is in the processes. For Hong Kong compliance and ship recycling, the ship recycling portal. The long range identity tracker upgradation so that you have 360-degree spectrum view, because DG shipping would look at only mercantile vessels, 100 meters plus, 25 meters plus. Now, as DGMA, you look at all vessels which are seagoing. You have geospatial applications for the ISPS code implementation for the Navigational Safety and Port Committee. You also have the IMO Shadow Portal for engaging internationally. Safety first, Suraksha Sarva Pratham is one of the foundational pillars. I have mentioned ship recycling. I will not reiterate that again. The Hong Kong International Convention is India's ticket to the #1 position in ship recycling and retaining it there, allowing also EU SRR to basically happen and European Union certifying our own ship recycling yards. Greening, decarbonization, we have come out with basically a National Maritime Decarbonization Plan. These are the 8 pillars which are there for the National Maritime Decarbonization Plan. It is essentially to ensure a transition from energy dependency on hydrocarbons to alternate fuels and energy surplusness. As the Indian economy grows, we are talking about a 5 trillion GDP, etc. But if you are energy insecure, you head nowhere. If you are energy surplus and you export green, that is where then you are setting the economic pace, not just for yourself, but for the rest of the world too. I mentioned the Bureau of Port Security. This is going to be a statutory entity that will ensure heightened security measures at the ports, not trading off ease of doing business. These will be its goals. I'm sorry I'm running through the slides. There's so much happening. I can't distill it into only 10 minutes or the 15 minutes the organizers have given me the privilege of. Offshore is one segment where I will request all of you to engage. You see, it is rather odd that even today, our own citizens working on offshore platforms are certified by OPITO standards or by NEBOSH. These are UK standards. India doesn't have offshore training and certification standards. Presently, we are working with essentially the Oil India, the Petroleum Ministry and the OISD to work towards this. We will be revisiting Kerala again because we are looking at now all coasts as powerhouses. There are 6 pillars of engagement with each of the coastal states, that is on maritime safety, on shipbuilding, recycling, then also on maritime crewing, sustainability and coastal shipping. So each of the states now will convert itself into a maritime growth engine, just as we look at ports as engines of prosperity. Now, we are working on an India Maritime Compliance Code. This gives you for a port, for a yard, for a ship recycling center, for any establishment, the ready compliances, self-enrollment, thereafter a progressive audit in terms of interface with administration. I thank everybody for this opportunity. I would only humbly appeal to all of you, this is the right time. When we were in school, we were always taught, strike the iron when it is hot. I don't think it gets hotter than this. This is the big leap and opportunity. Please join us in the administration and we will give all the support that is necessary. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for formally inaugurating DIMS 2026. We shall now proceed with the release of the DIMS 2026 conference proceedings. May I now invite Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bushri, Honorable Vice Chancellor, CUSAT, to present the conference proceedings to our esteemed Chief Guest, Sri Shyam Jagannathan IAS, Director General, Maritime Administration, for the release. Thank you, sir. We now move to the next segment. It is now my privilege to invite Rear Admiral Rajni Sharma, Admiral Superintendent, Naval Ship Repair Yard, Kochi, to deliver the keynote address.
Director General Shipping, Mr. Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Honorable Vice Chancellor CUSAT, Professor M. Junaid Bushiri, HOD, Department of Ship Technology and Patron, Dr. Mathi Azagan, President Dostas, Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, Convener, Mr. Soni TL, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning to all of you. At the outset, I extend my sincere compliments to the Department of Ship Technology Alumni Association, Society rather, nicknamed as Dostas, for organizing another edition of this prestigious seminar. Since its inception in 2018, DIMS has evolved into a distinguished forum that brings together academia, industry, policymakers, and maritime professionals to exchange knowledge, share technology, and foster meaningful dialogue on issues that shape the future of our maritime industry. The theme of this year's seminar, Vision to Action, Shaping the Future of Shipbuilding Industry, aptly reflects India's maritime aspirations. Today, our vision is no longer limited to building ships. It is about building enduring national capability. It is about transforming innovative ideas into world-class designs, strengthening indigenous manufacturing, enhancing sustenance, and creating a resilient maritime ecosystem that supports our national security and economical growth. In this endeavor, the contribution of Department of Ship Technology CUSAT is noteworthy. Its long-time association with Indian Navy needs no special mention. The department has produced over 500 naval architects, officers for the Indian Navy since its inception. The institution has contributed immensely to Navy's indigenized warship and submarine design and shipbuilding efforts over 2 decades. The alumnus of the department has spearheaded designs for Project 17, 17 Alpha, 15, 15 Bravo, culminating with the landmark design of India's prestigious indigenized aircraft carrier. They have also had their footprints at key verticals across India's nuclear and conventional submarine programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean region is geographically, strategically, and economically central in the emerging world order. India has become a major stakeholder and has a big role in the region for maintaining a rule-based order. Hence, necessitating the need for a modern navy to protect its maritime interests, the Indian Navy has always led from the front. We have championed indigenous shipbuilding as a strategic pillar of Atmanirbharta. The successful induction of INS Vikrant, INS Vishakhapatnam, INS Aridhaman, and INS Vela exemplify this push towards self-reliance and demonstrate remarkable progress made through collective efforts of our shipyards, industry partners, and research institutions. However, our responsibility does not end with merely a launch of a vessel. Maritime capability is equally measured by our ability to maintain, modernize, and upgrade these platforms throughout their service life. Towards this, a significant growth of public and private sectors, and their participation has really been heartening. In closing, I must make a special mention of Cochin University of Science and Technology, an institution that has been influential in shaping the maritime backbone of our country. Over the decades, CUSAT has delivered exceptional engineers whose technical prowess drives the nation forward. This poetic alignment of institutional vision, individual brilliance, and national mission stands as a powerful testament to CUSAT's enduring influence on India's journey towards maritime self-reliance. Also, the initiative demonstrated by the organizers of Dostas is nothing short of exemplary. By nurturing this outstanding forum to debate and define the future of shipbuilding and naval designs, Dostas has provided an invaluable pillar of support. It has consistently coordinated involvement of galaxy of stars, including DGWDB, that is Warship Design Bureau, CQAO, former and present CMDs of shipyards, directors from various shipyards across the country, managing directors of industry partners who would, in the next 2 days session, deliberate which become an informative and a significant takeaways for all stakeholders. Today, as we stand at the threshold of a new era in maritime engineering, I extend my highest praise and best wishes to the organizers and Department of Ship Technology for this landmark seminar. May the ideas forged here inspire groundbreaking solutions and steer our maritime industry towards a brighter, self-reliant future. Shana Varuna, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. A. Madhyaragan, Head Department of Ship Technology, Cochin University of Science and Technology, to address the gathering.
Mr. Mohan Pillai, President Dostas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mr. Dr. Junaid Busri, sir, Sri Syam Jagannathan, IAS, DG Shipping, Rear Admiral Ranish Sharma, Indian Navy, Mr. Sanay Janardhan, Vice President, Aviva, Captain Christie, Secretary, Dostas, Mr. Sony TL, Convener, Dostas 2026, Commander Arun, Secretary, Dostas, esteemed guests, eminent speakers, and other distinguished Dostas members, faculty members, delegates, students, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be part of this Dostas organized by Dostas Alumni Network of Naval Architects, graduated from Department of Ship Technology, CUSAT. Standing on the shore of the Arabian Sea, CUSAT reflects Kerala proud maritime heritage. For centuries, these waters connected India to the world through trade, culture, and exchange of ideas. Today, the legacy continues in maritime innovation and development. Department of Ship Technology CUSAT has contributed immensely in the field of naval architecture and shipbuilding and various other allied industrial fields. Over the last 5 decades, the department has produced leaders who have created profound impact in maritime community. Dostas has also played a paramount role in developmental activities in department. I deeply indebted to Mr. Madhu S. Nair and Captain Jagmohan for providing CSR project to establish Center of Excellence in ship design and also skill development. Maritime industry is facing several challenges. Nothing but AI redefine the industries. Digitalization and the sustainability is reshaping the quantum areas, and computer application, re-energy, and also autonomous systems, robotics systems, cybersecurity, and other fields are also of notable worthy in the case of maritime development. We can address these issues by integrating academia, industry, and government. XXX model has been widely accepted world over. For example, if we take the Silicon Valley, Stanford University has played a key role. Similarly, the Luxembourg University in Horizon 24, Seoul National University in Brain, Korea, 21, Hiroshima University in Japan, SIP, Shanghai University in Made in China, Indian University in Make in India. So these are the areas where the XXX helix model has been adopted to innovate and produce technologies and transform the world. India has vast coastal line stretching over 7,500 kilometers in all the Kerala coastal area. And it is crucial for national prosperity. The government of India has embarked into plenty of projects and investments in shipbuilding, shipping, harbor, and inland waterways. It is a good sign of great opportunities for everyone who has interest in doing projects, particularly in maritime industries. India envisages to enter into top 10 by 2030, and by 2047, it has to reach top 5. In this case, all the industries, academia, and government have to come together to achieve the India Vision goal. So it is not possible only by the government alone. We need the industry to inspire the innovations, and the university to develop latest technologies, and teachers to inspire the curiosity among the students. CUSAT will continue to produce professionals who can be capable of addressing these challenges and make the vision possible. So with this, I would like to thank the organizers for having given this opportunity to speak in front of all the members present here, and I wish the conference a great success. Before concluding, let me say that the nature is there. We have to protect it by giving something back to the nature. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Shinoy Janardhan, Vice President, Pre-Sales Asia Pacific, Aviva, our platinum sponsor, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to everybody. I'd like to thank Dostas and my esteemed panelists to allow us to come and be a key. Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'd like to thank everyone for allowing us to be the keynote speaker out here. I'd like to thank our distinguished guests, respected leaders from the Maritime Institutes, government representatives, partners, customers, and dear friends. It's a privilege to be here at Dostas 2026 in Kochi, where we come together to discuss the future of one of the world's most strategic industries, which is the shipbuilding industry. India's defining moment plus government boosts, India stands at a defining moment in the maritime journey. With a strong manufacturing base, world-class engineering talent, expanding shipyards, infrastructure, and bold initiatives by the government help to drive a vision for this great nation. And with the government's continued push to strengthen domestic shipbuilding and the domestic universities, broader shipbuilding maritime ecosystem, but achieving this vision will require more than just expanding capacity. It will require a fundamental transformation in the way ships are designed. Please allow me to share a few slides to explain some of the changing dynamics and what you can do to navigate the digital tide and which is charting through the future for marine. The marine industry, the maritime transport, is the backbone of international trade and global economy. Over 90% of the volume of international trade in goods is carried through the sea, and the percentage is even higher for most developing countries. Primary transport mode for bulk commodities such as oil and gas, metals, minings, chemicals, food and bev, agriculture, and heavy equipment are the core business. It accounts for 3% of global carbon dioxide emissions, massively investing in decarbonization through digitization. The marine segments and market size, you're all familiar, which is the marine ecosystem. You've got 50+ design institutes, 300 shipyards, 113,000 operating ships. You've got all of those different types of merchant ships, naval ships, dredgings, construction, etc. 100+ OEM service partners, 4,000 port operators, and a lot of different types of ships like the bulk carriers, the passenger ships, the dry bulk, etc. Industry is already in the disruption, as been explained by my esteemed panelists before me. You have seen the IMO and the EU regulations, which are set to be set as standards to reduce international shipping emissions by 70% by 2040 and net zero by 2050. There are very few options in the short term. So as you can see, the efficiency improvements and digitalizations are the easiest of the options. Digital and more complex ships are the norm now, and global conflicts, as you can see from the Hormuz situation, etc., is stretching the supply chain resilience. The maritime outlook from 2026 to 2035 will focus on decarbonization compliance, operational volatility, port and terminal productivity, reliability and cost, cyber resilience, which is something which will become more and more important as you go into the digital worlds, and workforce constraints. You've got a changing situation from the experience that you have on the ground. Those who survive this storm will dominate the market. India's marine industry, I will run through these slides because a lot of it has been covered by my other panelists. Growth, infrastructure, and opportunities at it. India has more than 7,500 kilometers of coastline. 95% of our trade volume goes through these maritime routes. We've got 12 major ports and 200+ non-major ports supporting this trade and logistics. Maritime sector is a critical contributor to India's economic growth and global trade connectivity. The government's vision is to position India among the world's leading maritime economies by 2047. This means that these are the industry structures that we support, which is basically the major segments, which are the ports and terminals, shipping and logistics, shipbuilding, ship repair and maintenance, inland waterways, offshore energy and marine services, ship recycling. And what are the market drivers that is making this happening is because of the growth in manufacturing, increase in international trade, energy imports, coastal economic development, and government infrastructure investment. Port infrastructure growth, as you can see, is that India's major ports handled over 915 million tons of cargo in 2025 and 26. The average vessel turnaround time has improved significantly over the last decade. 9 ports now rank among the top 100 ports. Ongoing modernization and digitalization initiatives across the ports. The key ports that you're looking at on the screen are all that you're familiar with: Mundra, Deen Dayal Port, Visakhapatnam, JNPT, Chennai Port, Cochin Port. The Sagarmala and the Maritime Vision 2047 and the impact of it: 839 plus identified projects worth approximately 5.79 lakh crores. Port-led industrial strategy, coastal community development, improved multimodal logistics and connectivity, reduced logistic costs and faster cargo movement. The Vision 2047, as shared by my panelists earlier, it is for India to be among the top 5 shipbuilding nations. Expansion of port handling capacity, stronger blue economy, and sustainable maritime ecosystem. The current state of shipbuilding and ship repair opportunity exists. There are 61 shipyards across India. Government incentives for domestic shipbuilding, focus on self-reliance and indigenous vessel manufacturing. The growth areas are obviously things like commercial vessels, coastal vessels, defense and naval platforms, greener vessels, ship repair hubs. The strategic goal is to move India into the world's leading shipbuilding nation by 2047. Obviously, there is technology which will help to support these initiatives. And what are the emerging technologies in maritime? Smart ports, AI-driven logistic optimization, digital twins, predictive maintenance, maritime cybersecurity, and obviously sustainability is something that everyone's looking at. Green shipping, alternative fuels like hydrogen, electrification, emission reductions, etc. Opportunity for technology vendors, our cloud platforms, IoTs, analytics, cybersecurity, and autonomous operations. The industry challenges are obviously the volatility in the shipping, capacity constraints in ports, skill shortage, environmental compliance, dependence on foreign-built vessels, infrastructure bottlenecks in hinterland connectivity, and how do you mitigate these risks? It is through digitization, regulatory reforms, public-private partnerships, and supply chain resilience. The outlook and investment opportunities for all of us exist, and the growth opportunities, as you can see, are port modernization, smart logistics, inland waterways, shipbuilding clusters, marine technology solutions, and renewable offshore energy. The key takeaway is that the Indian marine sector is transitioning from a traditional infrastructure model to a digitally enabled, globally competitive maritime ecosystem driven by government investment, trade growth, and sustainability objectives. This is a slide which is important for you. As you can see that more than 97% of global shipbuilding is controlled or built by China and Korea and Japan, which drives the innovation. So this is a great opportunity for India to step up and move forward from the 1% that they are today. So what does this mean for all of us in India? We envision a next generation digital marine solution which focuses on design collaboration, change management across the life cycle, digital manufacturing automation and AI, digital twins, models, simulations, and the threads that bind them together. A key is that there's a lot of manual work. To avoid that, you need things like digital workflows, digital handover, and collaboration across the value chain. Design collaboration, when you work with different shipyards, different contractors, different design consultants, etc., you need a platform or a solution which can allow this collaboration. You need the capability to do change management across the life cycle, not just at the design phase, but all the way until production. Digital twin models and simulation. Over the years, we've seen so much of 3D models, etc., which are increasing in complexity and seeing the detail that we build. Digital manufacturing is no longer a Hollywood movie, and automation and AI is here. You will see robots cutting plates. You will see welding machines, which used to be done by humans, now is done by robots. Digital workflows, as I said, a lot of time's been spent in trying to do this manual workflows. With the influx of digital tools, you have the capability to do orchestration through digital mechanisms and workflows. And then there is collaboration across the value chain because it's not just one yard. You may need multiple yards to do this, so you would need collaboration across the value chain. Digital handover and operations integration is another part of what we do. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to come and give a keynote speech out here. We hope that you will have a very good 2 days of Dostas seminars. Please come down and visit all of the booths that is there. I think a lot of them have put effort to come and support this initiative. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dostas. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to invite Captain KJH Christie, Indian Navy, retired Chairman, INA Kochi Chapter, to address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you, and namaskaram in the local language. Chief guest, Mr. Jagannathan, dignitaries and friends. It's a great honor for me to be here, to be invited to this seminar, and thank you, Dostas. I am not an alumni of Cochin University, Dostas, but I'm a friend or a dost of the Dostas. That is the reason I am here, and thank you very much for including me. 5 minutes is quite a, 1 sec. Yeah. 5 minutes I have been given. It is not a very long time, but it is good enough to put you to sleep. So let me hurry up. Now, Mr. Jagannathan, I was listening to him very carefully, and he has rolled out the roadmap for India to achieve the maritime Amritkal objective. So there is nothing much to talk. It is crystal clear, and other speakers have spoken quite a lot about it. But I will focus myself onto a very small segment that how do we marshal all the resources, what is available in India to achieve these targets. I was in the DIMS seminar 2 years back, where I was the chairman of a panel of shipyard CEOs. And one of the topic for the was the collaboration. How do you collaborate among various shipyards to achieve certain objectives? Of course, they are competing now. Now, how do you make the people who are competing to collaborate? That's a big challenge. Now, 1 year back, there was an Institute of Marine Engineers conference. I think Mr. Jagannathan was also there, where a Korean expert said that, how did Korea become a big shipbuilding nation? They were not intellectually superior to Europe, or even they are not intellectually superior to us. Okay, and they didn't have huge infrastructure and capabilities, but they became. That was basically through collaboration. They collaborated within the organization, they collaborated outside the organization. I believe they have steel plants who can deliver the steel within 6 hours or within a day when the order is placed. That is the kind of collaboration they have. Now, I was thinking, how do we collaborate between people who are competing? Like you have a recently World Cup is over, we are just recovering from the fever. How do you ask Messi or Ronaldo or Yamal for that matter to collaborate and then win the World Cup? Not possible. But what they are doing is actually they are collaborating at a certain plane. Like, for example, the intense rivalry and between these players are lifting the quality of the game. It is drawing more crowd to the game. It is generating money for themselves and everybody around. So similarly, this intense competition within the shipyards can actually lift our standard, where the world would like to come and see, yes, there is a country which has got very high standards of shipbuilding and associated activities. Why don't we go and place the orders? So one has to think about how to convert this competing mindset into collaboration. I don't know how we do it. There are people sitting here, they are the chairman or the shipyard CEOs are here, the government is here. So how do we do that? I think we have to figure it out at some way. Now I wanted to say, like, for something about this L&T experience, like we built that floating dock. There was no design available at that time. We developed ourselves. There was risk taken. Okay. Now today we talk about when you want to build a new ship or a new thing, we say that, well, let's go and get this design from somewhere. Let us collaborate from somebody else. Yes, there is always a risk. Yeah, you may fail at some point in time. But if India has to become a self-sufficient shipbuilding nation in the world, you have to take those risks. Maybe few failures are there. Okay, so we can't play it very safe. Now, I want to tell some example of the Navy. Like, how did India develop an aircraft carrier? I was part of that. First of all, they sent people abroad. They learned few things. They came. It took a very long time, 50 years. You don't have that kind of time. But then it can happen because people are willing to trust us, the people who are a small group of people. Okay, you do the design. Okay, let's see how do you that. In case you have certain gaps, go there and then pick up those expertise. That is what we have to do. Okay, now my role here is as chairman of the Institution of Naval Archers Kochi chapter. Okay, that it's a small organization of the professionals, retired as well as serving. What do? We are actually trying to gather the skill sets. In fact, it was quite dormant some time back. Mr. Manu Korula, he's the president here, sitting here. I can say that there's a lot of work has been done. Now we have actually now trying to bring them so that we can make a difference. Okay, this is where we should be able to, contribute to this. Now, what I can say is we are also engaging some of these Gen Z people. Now, you know the power of Gen Z. I don't have to explain. But what we are doing is that, yes, there is like a powerful ship. So we are trying to put some radar on top so that with our experience, so they know, they can see beyond the horizon what is likely to happen. So these are the kind of small things we do. So I don't want to take much time. I wish the organizers of this seminar, especially Mr. Mohanlal, all the best, and then hope we will have a great deliberation and a lot of things to carry from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Mr. Manu Kurla, President, Institution of Naval Architects, and Mr. H.V. Ramesh, General Secretary, Institution of Naval Architects, to the dais to felicitate Sri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Maritime Administration. I request Mr. Rajneesh Verma, Treasurer, INA, to read the citation.
So, good morning, everybody. It is a matter of great privilege for the Institution of Naval Architecture It is a matter of great privilege for the Institution of Naval Architects to felicitate Sri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Maritime Administration, Government of India. During his tenure, he has led India's maritime governance with distinction, steering technology-driven reform in vessel regulation, seafarer certification, and maritime training, while strengthening India's voice at international forums such as the IMO. In these testing times, with Indian seafarers and vessels navigating grave risks amid the ongoing turmoil in the Middle East and Black Sea, his leadership has been steady and decisive, ensuring round-the-clock monitoring, timely advisories, and the safe return of our seafarers from conflict-hit waters. For the Institution of Naval Architects, his support to the naval architecture and shipbuilding fraternity has been invaluable, and his presence among us today is deeply appreciated. It is with immense respect and gratitude that we honor Sri Shyam Jagannathan for his outstanding service to the India's maritime sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our gratitude, I now request Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, President of Dostas, to present mementos to our distinguished guest. I shall now invite each of our distinguished guests to receive the memento as I announce their names. Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bushri, VC, CUSAT. Sri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, DG Maritime Administration. Rear Admiral Rajni Sharma, Admiral Superintendent, NSRY, Kochi. Professor Dr. A. Madhiyaragan, HOD, Department of Ship Technology, CUSAT. Mr. Shinoy Janardhan, VP, Pre-Sales Asia Pacific, Aviva. Captain KJH Christie, Indian Navy, retired, Chairman, INA Kochi Chapter. We now come to the concluding item of our inaugural ceremony. I invite the Secretary of Dostas, Mr. Arun K., to propose the vote of thanks.
Dignitaries on and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, bear with me for 5 more minutes. In April 2025, after taking over as the President of Dostas, Mohanlal sir shared his vision for DIMS 26. What began as an idea soon became a shared aspiration of the Dostas fraternity and the larger maritime community. Over the past months, that vision has been transformed into reality through meticulous planning, collaboration, and the dedicated efforts of numerous individuals and organizations. Today, as we conclude this inaugural session and prepare for 2 days of insightful discussions, technical exchanges, and networking, it's my privilege and honor to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who has contributed to making DIMS 26 possible. At the outset, I would like to place on record Our sincere appreciation to Mr. Mohanlal Pillai, President of Dostas, whose vision for DIMS 26 ignited this journey and inspired all of us to work towards making it a reality. First and foremost, I extend our sincere gratitude to our patrons and advisors whose encouragement, guidance, blessings, and unwavering support have been a constant source of strength throughout our journey. Our heartfelt thanks to our esteemed partners, Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, Department of Ship Technology, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Directorate General of Maritime Administration, and Institution of Naval Architects India for associating with DIMS 26 and supporting this initiative. A special word of thanks to our chief guest, Sri Shyam Nag Jagannathan IAS, Director General, Maritime Administration, for gracefully accepting our invitation and sharing his valuable insights with us. His inaugural address has set the perfect tone for the discussions and deliberation that lie ahead over the next 2 days. I also express my gratitude to the distinguished dignitaries on the dais for honoring us with their presence and for sharing their perspective with us. Our sincere appreciation to our sponsors, whose generous support has made DIMS 26 possible. Platinum sponsor Aveva, Gold sponsors Mesagan Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems, Silver sponsor Chaugule Shipyard and Cadmatic, Registration Area sponsor Aris Energy, Delegate Badge sponsor Sea Delta Marine and Offshore, Delegate Kit sponsor Samudra Shipyard Private Limited, and other associate and supporting sponsors. Your confidence in DIMS 26 and your commitment to the maritime sector are deeply appreciated. I would also like to thank our esteemed panel chairs and session moderators for taking on the responsibility of steering the panel discussions and ensuring meaningful and engaging exchanges. Our thanks are also due to all the panelists who have agreed to share their expertise and perspectives, enriching the program with their knowledge and experience. To our paper presenters, thank you for your contributions to the technical content of the seminar. Your work forms the intellectual backbone of this event. To our exhibitors, thank you for showcasing innovative technologies, products, and solutions that highlight the progress and capability of the maritime industry. To all our delegates from the Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, shipyards, classification societies, academia, industry, research organization, and the student community, thank you for being here. Your participation is what makes DIMS 26 a vibrant platform for learning, collaboration, and professional exchange. I would like to acknowledge Hotel Le Méridien for the excellent hospitality and logistic support extended to us in hosting this event. Our appreciation also goes to the members of the press for helping us take the message and objectives of DIMS 26 to a wider audience. And to our event management partners, Bessie Events and Inwood, led by Mr. Basil, who has accommodated all our requirements. A special thanks to our young, enthusiastic student volunteers from the Department of Ship Technology, whose dedication, energy, and willingness to serve have played a vital role in the smooth conduct of this event. Finally, I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, led by our convener, Mr. Soni TL, for their tireless efforts, teamwork, and commitment in bringing DIMS 26 from concept to reality. I also take this opportunity to thank the alumni of the Department of Ship Technology for keeping DIMS close to their hearts and extending their steadfast support throughout the journey. The fraternity of Royal Shippies continue to be one of our greatest strengths. I hope I have not left out anyone who has contributed for this event. If I have, please accept my sincere apologies and heartfelt thanks. With that, we conclude the inaugural session and look forward to 2 days of stimulating discussions, knowledge sharing, and meaningful interaction. Thank you all, and I wish every delegate a rewarding and memorable DIMS 26. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Before we proceed, I request all our dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the official group photograph. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries for your gracious presence. With that, we come to the close of our inaugural ceremony. We will now break for tea and networking. Since we are running short of time, I kindly request everyone to be back in their seats by 11:15 a.m. and a small reminder for the next panel members to be ready for the next event. Tea and coffee are being served at the Marine Exhibition area located just outside Oman Hall on both left and right side. Hello. Since we are running short of time, I request everyone to have tea, coffee, and be back here by 11:15 a.m.
Check, check. Check, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all enjoying conversation and networking, but I'm sorry to interrupt. As we are running a little behind schedule, I kindly request everyone to please proceed for tea and coffee, which are being served on the port and starboard side of Oman Hall. May I also request you to be back in the hall by 11:15 a.m. so that we can continue with the program on time. Thank you. I also encourage you to take this opportunity to visit the marine exhibition stalls, interact with our valued sponsors and exhibitors. We extend our sincere appreciation to our platinum sponsor, Aviva, our gold sponsors, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems, and our silver sponsor, Catmatic and Chowgle Shipbuilding Division, for their generous support in making DIMS 2026 possible. May I kindly request everyone to be back in your seats by 11:15 a.m. for our first panel discussion, Future of Indian Shipbuilding, Vision 2030 and Beyond. Thank you.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy. Aviva will take you there.
From food to trade and energy, vast and powerful seas have always been essential to our world's prosperity. But if we are to realize the full potential of the ocean economy, we need to rethink a more responsible and sustainable path. We need better, safer, greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry. Innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity. By enhancing the real world with the virtual world, Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience Platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will be resuming the program shortly. May I kindly request everyone to make their way back to the hall and be seated as we prepare to commence our first panel discussion, Future of Indian Shipbuilding Vision 2030 and Beyond. Thank you.
Greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry. Innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity. By enhancing the real world with the virtual world, Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience Platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy. Aviva will take you there.
From food to trade and energy, vast and powerful seas have always been essential to our world's prosperity. But if we are to realize the full potential of the ocean economy, we need to rethink a more responsible and sustainable path. We need better, safer, greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry, innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity, by enhancing the real world with the virtual world. Dassault Systèmes' 3D Experience platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
Modern warships and submarines are engineering marvels. Shaping them demands mastery of engineering and a vision that goes beyond the horizon. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, a Navratna DPSU, and India's only shipyard to have built destroyers, submarines, and frigates. Spread over 75 acres, our state-of-the-art infrastructure enables the concurrent construction of 10 warships and 11 submarines. It all began here, in the historic Mazagon Dry Dock. Indian craftsmen built ships of Malabar teak that sailed the oceans of the world. In 1960, Mazagon Docks became a public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Defense, charting a course that would make us shipbuilders to the nation. First of the blocks was Nilgiri, India's first indigenous capital warship. Since then, we have delivered over 808 vessels, including 33 men of war. From missile boats to 7,000-ton destroyers. Every platform begins its journey in our VR-enabled design center. Integrated construction at our dedicated module shop enhances efficiency, compressing timelines. Every build is validated through rigorous harbor and sea trials. Our flagship programs, the Project 15 Bravo destroyers, Project 75 submarines, and Project 17 Alpha stealth frigates, demonstrate our ability to integrate complex and diverse systems and reflect the skill, expertise, and commitment of our 6,000-strong workforce.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We will be resuming the program shortly. May I kindly request everyone to make their way back to the hall and be seated as we prepare to commence our first panel discussion. I also request members of panel discussion 1 to be seated in the front row.
Good day, everyone. I'm Sandeep Kumar from the 14th batch of Department of Ship Technology. the DIMS that is being conducted by the Department of Ship Technology alumni on the 5th and 6th of August. Look forward to seeing you all there and wishing the organizers and the entire Department of Ship Technology all the very best for today and for the future.
We'll look forward to meet you all during the program. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Ship Technology alumni for having this DIMS.
So I was a part of 2022 DIMS. So looking forward to see you all at DIMS and wishing you all the best.
I wish all of you all the very best for the forthcoming DIMS 2026.
All the very best to DIMS organizers, organized by the Department of Technology Alumni Network, Dostas.
I wish you a most inspiring and productive conference.
Wishing all the best for DIMS 2026 from Australia.
Okay, all the best to the DIMS 2026 and the organizers. All the best.
And I was the first convener for the DIMS, and I'm so happy that DIMS is continuing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move to our first panel discussion, Future of Indian Shipbuilding, Vision 2030 and Beyond, bringing together distinguished voices from across the industry. This session will explore India's shipbuilding ecosystem, including public shipyards, private players, policy, and global competitiveness. We now move to our first panel discussion. May I now invite our chair for this session, Mr. Madhu S. Nair, former chairman and managing director of Cochin Shipyard Limited, a distinguished naval architect who led the organization through a decade of remarkable growth and transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Madhu S. Nair. Welcome, sir. May I now invite Shri Biju George, Director Operations, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, who brings over 3 decades of experience in naval shipbuilding and has led several landmark warship programs for the Indian Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Biju George. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite Commander Shantanu Bose, IN retired Director Shipbuilding, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, a former Indian Navy officer with extensive expertise in naval architecture, ship construction, and indigenous defense shipbuilding. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commander Shantanu Bose. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite Captain Gandhi Venkateshwarlu, IN retired Director Shipbuilding, Hindustan Shipyard Limited, who has made significant contribution to indigenous shipbuilding and major naval programs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Captain Gandhi Venkateshwarlu. Welcome, sir. Next, may I invite Mr. Arjun Chowgule, Managing Director of Chowgule Group and President of the Shipyards Association of India, who has been instrumental in strengthening India's private shipbuilding industry and driving innovation in commercial shipbuilding. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Arjun Chowgule. Welcome, sir. Finally, may I invite Mr. Pankaj Chadda, Executive Vice President and Head Marine Business, Larsen & Toubro, who brings over 3 decades of leadership in naval and commercial shipbuilding, driving innovation and indigenous capability development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Pankaj Chadda. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving our distinguished chair and panelists another warm round of applause. I now have the pleasure of handing over the session to our chair, Mr. Madhu S. Nair. Sir, the stage is yours.
Good morning to one and all present here. Fellow panel members, distinguished audience, again, as a student of ship technology, it's homecoming for me a little bit. So thanks and happy to be amongst friends. We have a very distinguished panel here today. Senior leadership from practically the major shipyards in the country. We are probably like missing out Swan and Cochin Shipyard a little bit, which I could put in a little bit, even though I've moved on beyond Cochin Shipyard Limited. But this is the first session in this two-day conference. So I think given the senior leadership that's present here, and what we just heard at the inaugural session, I think the context under which this event, this fifth edition of DIMS is happening here, we are all pretty clear. The grand vision, as was briefly mentioned, it can't get hotter than this. So strike when it is hot. I learned something sometime back, strike only when it is hot. So both coming together. I think what we could probably, because we'll have a limitation of time, what we could probably try to do is the large picture, all this Government of India plans, what is happening across the four-pillar approach, the 70,000 crore policies, various other policy initiatives. I think most of the people in this audience are at a level where they already understand what we are talking. So probably to have the benefit of all of you here, maybe we could, if that's generally acceptable to the panel, we could start with each shipyard trying to explain something more specific, not getting into too much of detail, but it would be good to know what exactly you are trying to do. Under this ambience, each shipyard, what you will try to do concrete on two fronts. One is, let's call it infrastructure and capacities kind of a thing, the new things that will be created or strengthened. And along with it, the business part, if you're looking at collaborations, newer, impactful projects or certain things which you're doing, if you can briefly touch upon that in the initial phase, we could go in a particular manner. And then we could come back and discuss a little bit more details, because it's not just the investments or the infrastructure we are talking. There are subtle things which are the as they call the devil is in the details. So there are certain devils out there which we may have to overcome to go and achieve this so-called grand vision of 2047, trying to be in the top 10, top 5 kind of a thing. So while we'll try to be, because it's a start of a session here, we'll try to be bringing out the positives first, but if there are hardcore difficulties, I think we should touch upon those also. So if I may, as an initial round, we could go through touching upon core things which each of the companies is trying to do. And if I may, again, I could start off with Mazgon docks to start off with, and then we go to the two private yards. We'll see Larsen & Toubro and the Chowgleys, and then we'll come back to GRSE and HSL, so that we get a flavor of what exactly is happening. So today, Mr. Jagmohan has been urgently required to be in Delhi. So Mr. Biju George, director, who's been there, who has seen it all with Mazgon docks. So Biju, can you get started?
Yeah, thank you so much. And at the outset, let me
thank Dostas and DIMS for giving me this distinct honor and privilege to be part of this esteemed panel. Although as a substitute for my CMD, Captain Jagmohan, who is also the alumni of QSAT. So without any further introduction, let me straight away come to the subject that is in our hands. So the vision is there in the backdrop. It's a very grand vision, Maritime Vision 2047. When I look at the vision, it is basically a capacity vision because the target is in terms of tonnage and a rank. So what I feel is, along with that, if that vision has to be accomplished, there should be a capability vision also to be taken, so that the capacity and capabilities needs to be simultaneously engaged to that vision. So at Masagan Docks, what we are doing is, one is the capacity creation, and also simultaneously working at capability creation. So in terms of capacity, incidentally this month we will be commissioning a floating dry dock. Although our name was Masagan Dock, one of the severe constraints was dock itself. So we are almost in the verge of commissioning a 12,000 payload capacity floating dry dock that will be commissioned. We also have a large hard stands from which the floating dry dock can engage and engage in roll-on, roll-off operations. So the shipbuilding capacity is getting enhanced with that. In terms of capability, maybe in the subsequent rounds I can get into the details. In terms of capability, all kinds of skilling needs to be required. One is the area of design, that is for the white collars, and for the blue collars also skilling is very important.
Probably we'll come to that, as we said.
Yeah.
But then if you can also touch upon some core businesses or partnerships or collaborations, something like that is being discussed?
Yeah. So we have grown up with collaborations because particularly in the defense maritime space, we have collaboration. We had collaboration with Germany, then France, and then Italy. Again, we are going back to Germany. So these collaborations had its own weakness, inherent weakness, because in the name of transfer of technology, we have not got much. The know-how was probably given. The know-whys never came. So there is a need to develop in-house capabilities. So we are partnering with academic institutions for building that knowledge gap, so that we have indigenous design capability on some of the niche areas where we are working on.
We'll come back to Masagan Docks. Can I request Arjun to paint a picture of what's happening?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So you asked, the first part is the infrastructure and the capacity. So currently we have two major areas where we have shipyards. One in Goa, which is our traditional area where we've been building smaller vessels. And because Goa is a very urban area in itself, getting land availability becomes more and more difficult. So what we have been doing is expanding smaller, getting additional facilities for block building, and then that integrates into the shipyards and we can build up over there. We've also set up India's first dedicated aluminium construction facility. This is for the hovercrafts that we've started delivering for the Indian Coast Guard. So that's another facility that we feel that we're going to keep expanding into. In Mangalore, we've just completed phase 1 of the construction, and we've done the first delivery in May this year of a ship from there. And now it's on course, phase 1 is on course to deliver between 4 to 5 ships every year. But we have now started and we'll be submitting the DPR to the ministry as well for the brownfield expansion, where we'll be building a dry dock with approximately around 200 meters long and 40 meters wide. And plus then all the other ancillary facilities that you need to support a dry dock of that size. We've also given some expression of interest. We feel that we have a responsibility to play in the wider journey that the country is taking as a private company as well. So we have given expression of interest for greenfield development in Gujarat and in Maharashtra. So let's see how those develop over there. Okay. But that's on the infrastructure. Yep. You also asked on the business side what we are doing.
Yep.
So
because let me just touch upon this. Like from a business point of view, why I just want that feeler to come in. People are generally aware about what's happening on the defense space in India, that largest part. People are generally aware. But then, see, you guys are, for example, in the coastal vessels, the short sea vessels in Europe. Mazdocks is there, GRS is there, Cochin Shipyard is there. And not many people are aware that probably there are more than 80, 85 of such projects happening in India. We are probably second, third in the world in that segment. So I just wanted your take on that kind of a business potential which you are seeing, which is close by, not in the horizon.
Yeah, so on that, the single biggest risk to that segment, that business segment, is today the equipment ecosystem. The equipment ecosystem that we all traditionally buy from for those type of projects also comes from Europe. And there's I think the European manufacturing capability, what we use, is not the same as what it was 20 years ago, for various reasons. I find it difficult to see whether it's going to become stronger. At best, it will remain the same, or most likely it will become weaker. So what we've been doing is working with some European companies. We've done some work now with a Dutch company and a Turkish company to start manufacturing the gantry cranes for the hatch covers in India. So that facility has already been commissioned, and the first gantries have been tested as well. So that's already been.
So is there other business areas which you are sensing, which will?
There's a lot over there. So we thought that we would get into it and start manufacturing ourselves, but then what we also found, because we then set up a separate team only to look at equipments. And what they came out with and said, Arjun, there is a lot of very good manufacturers, maybe not supplying to this industry, but supplying to other industries like HVAC systems, for example. We don't need to go and do it ourselves anymore. Why don't we talk to them and see how they can manufacture for the shipbuilding industry? So that's another program that is going on. I feel that will probably be 50% of the deliverables will come from that aspect, and another 50% will come from us doing either through technology transfer, joint ventures, or even in some cases, acquisitions in that space.
Would there be any specific other areas like, say, specialized ships or a segment of the merchant vessels which you are looking into? Is there something like that? I'm just prompting.
Yeah, I mean, the last order that we have is for hydrogen fuel cell vessels. Those are not, with the hydrogen fuel cell system installed, not being ready for it. So that's a project that is going on. In terms of specialized vessels, I think for India, the big opportunity will be dredgers. I know Goa Shipyard has taken on quite a good contract with a Belgian company for that, but I think that's going to be a big opportunity, considering that China is going to has already started closing itself off and putting a lot of regulations on where those dredgers built in China can operate. So I see that another opportunity.
So again, just before I move on, you look at the next 5 years, let's say 2030 kind of a thing. Are you feeling confident from a business point of view enough to grab? Is that good?
Yeah, I mean, I think 2030, yes. The issue becomes after 2030, because then all the new capacities start coming up, and it's relatively easier to build a shipyard. It's not easy to build a shipyard, but it's relatively easy to build a shipyard. It's supremely difficult to actually get a culture of performance and people into it.
That's what Biju was also talking about. I think we'll have to come back to that then. Can I request Sri Pankaj Chadda to paint what the big guys are trying to do, Larsen and Toubro?
Thank you, Madhu sir, and thank you, Dostas team, for giving this privilege to come on this panel and speak about what L&T is planning to do. So, to tell you that what we are going to do, I'll just take you back maybe 1 decade. We started with a major investment in commercial shipbuilding at Hajira, and we really kind of burnt ourselves. And therefore, we took a pivot away and we said we will not get into commercial shipbuilding and we will do only defense. And that's why when you look at Kattupalli, we have been doing only defense, and until now I would say the focus was on that side, and that focus would continue. But with whatever is happening in the environment on commercial shipbuilding getting opened up for the private sector, or I'll say for all the shipyard in India, so it's like we have burnt. Now we want to move very, very carefully, because finally the goal is to create shareholder value, when we invest. And last 15 years somehow, because of the company's financial strength, we have been sustaining shipbuilding business. So now when we are looking at it from the business perspective, yes, we have made a decision that we would get into commercial shipbuilding. We participated in the latest PSV business, that bid which had come from ONGC. And there are a lot of companies with whom we are talking, or they are talking to us. I mean, they are some of the big name in the world, either from Europe, from Japan, from America. What we are looking at now is if we get into something, we get into a series of ships where the learning cycle comes in, and finally it becomes a sustainable. If we are having a construction of ship which is the series is small, maybe 3 or 4, it will be very difficult to create profitability over there. So it could be chemical tankers, which could be made in numbers. It could be even container carriers, which our shipyard as of now could take. So we have a restriction of size at the moment because of our ship lift. Or we are also now, since we are talking about 2030, because of our corporate heft, I would say that we are also looking at if we could get a very large size business opportunity, like maybe FPSO, something like that, then we can think of investing into brownfield expansion. And that means creating, actually there are 2 dry docks and the whole infrastructure. So we have a large piece of land in Kattupalli. We have just exploited 25–30% of that. And of course now there are other businesses which have come in over there, but we still have a very large piece where the shipyard expansion, our phase 2 is planned. So when I'm looking at 2030, one is the defense, second is the focus on repair on the business side, and the third is now getting the right segment as far as commercial shipbuilding is concerned, or something which is large where the engineering strength of L&T comes into being. So we are a large EPC company. We have been running very large projects, and that is the strength which we want to bring to the force. So this is the kind of thought process.
I think that's very interesting part, but I just want to have a little bit more on that. But before that, maybe I think Biju can, because we have heard a bit of Mazagon Dock trying to do maybe potentially something more greenfield kind of a thing, or I know for sure that you're also like doing the ONGC projects, you're doing commercial projects. Would that be, because MDL is hardcore submarine and defense, but would this also be part of your business thinking? Paint it till 2030 and maybe till 2035? Can you just have a view on that?
Primarily our color has been gray with all warships and submarines, but we have realized that we have to foray into other business verticals. So right now for ONGC we are executing 8,000 crores worth of platform orders, which once we were pioneers in that. So that project is going on, and in fact that is also contributing to the blue economy in a very special way, because that's also a strategic sector for catering to the oil needs. So huge potential is there, and interestingly the marine spread that is required for installation of that platforms actually will be a spin-off benefit into the maritime shipbuilding sector. In fact, I think L&T is owning a large marine spread. So large companies should take up, and we are also thinking on those lines to own those kind of marine spread like the heavy lift vessels, etc., so that a sustaining business can be there in the future.
Okay. So that is something which the company is strongly looking at.
We are looking at it, but it is at a preliminary stage. We'll have to nothing is crystallized so far because it is a high capex, high opex proposition. Secondly, we also believe in, see, if you want to contribute to this vision, acquisition is also an important dimension. Yep. So we have already gone and acquired controlling stakes in Colombo Dockyard. So they are working in a niche segment. For example, the cable links vessels, they have a market leadership. So that can happen in parallel because of the stakes, there is a plowback to us also. The profit also comes back, and it also contributes to the blue economy. Thirdly is the green segment. So we have been ordered the first platform supply vessel, which is the methanol fuel vessel. So we recently signed the contract, and we have not yet started the work. In the sense, the construction has not commenced. So that also is going to be an immense potential as far as business is concerned.
Okay. Can we have the views from GRSC? Because GRSC has already changed color a little bit from pure play defense to the lot of projects. So again, we hear from the press about potential newer things being done. But if you can paint the picture about capacity and infra plus business 20, 30, 35 kind of a thing.
Right, sir. First of all, I think me and you are only two alumni of the Royal Shippies from Siberia, so it's always a pleasure to be back here. So to take on your things and also to take lead on to what Mr. Arjun and Mr. Pankaj Chadha brought out is about return on investment is a very important consideration for capex, big capex. So we have taken a dual step. We've just completed almost a brownfield expansion in one of our existing yards called Rajabagan. And in and around our yard, we have taken on 3 smaller areas where we will be 2 smaller and 1 large area where we have already commenced construction for brownfield expansion. And these are mainly focused about, the Rajabagan yard is mainly focused about building 8 of our 8+4 MPVs, which Sir is aware, and the forum is also aware, which we are building for our German client. And we are also building 4 research vessels. And apart from that, we've recently secured the order, what was flashed by Mr. Jananan on for ONGC PSVs, 4 of them, and some tugs for the port, Calcutta port, which is the first orders of the block as part of the grain things. I'm just talking about the non-military segment. Having said that, the need is to be aware of the return of investments and accordingly do the capex part of it. We are also looking at a new greenfield project in Gujarat, which would have shades of ship recycling, which will be not only Hong Kong compliant, but also to Euro standards. Because while there is talk of 115 yards in India which are HKC compliant, but the Europeans have a separate norm. While this is on the capacity part, on the capability, on the manpower is one key issue, and we have taken steps. Amongst the most of the new...
I think we will have to really come in and discuss those aspects.
Okay, sir.
So if you can just, at the outset, like from a business point of view, how do you feel the organization is looking towards 2030, 35?
So 2030 and 2035, we would be focusing, defense will remain our main area of focus. in terms of the percentage value, which is, but we are looking at other things, which I said about PSVs and things like that. Going forward, 2035, the orders which we have taken for the, us and MDL and of course Cochin has also, that is giving us an understanding of how the commercial shipbuilding dictates are. And I feel that in 2035 onwards, 2030 to 2035 onwards, we would become a major player in the commercial shipbuilding for the Indian builds.
Okay. Can we have views from HSL?
First, thanks, sir, for this, making me part of this August gathering. I almost felt like a fish out of water because the industry who's who about shipbuilding are here. So I think that disclaimer is good enough for me to make any other statements. To begin with, sir, business expansion, HSL has, we can say, over the last 85-year-old shipyard, how it looks future-ready shipyard into an 85-year-old. But whoever has, we have been blessed to have the design in such a way, it's a unidirectional workflow. And here everybody must be aware, a plate comes in and a ship comes out, we need not take any U-turns or any turn. That is a kind of layout we are blessed with. And we are trying to capitalize and reinvigorate ourselves to become a new HSL. Over the last 5-6 years, all our parameters can be there in the open domain, have crossed, all records. That is just one part of the story. As far as the expansion is concerned, we are trying to look at brownfield expansion of almost 500 crores, which we have already staked claim of some subsidy otherwise also. And we are blessed to have 5 dry docks next to each other. 2 building, 1 covered dock, one of the largest in the country, 1 slipway, which we have augmented to fit any size of ship, including naval equivalent of an LPD, and 2 more slipways and 1 more dock, open dock. So this is a facility we are again reviving, invested quite a bit of money in this, so that our capacities with respect to hard infrastructure is coming up and catching up some good standards all over available. Similarly, with our curved module fabrication base, etc., we are all doubling. Presently, we have a steel conversion. I'm sure we are quite okay in the country itself of peaking up to 1,500 tons a month of fabrication and erection. And we have done in the last year itself around 650 kilometers of DMR welding. So our strength is core welding, steel conversion factor, which we are trying to leverage. And if you see historically, HSL has been, along with of course CSL leading the way, commercial shipbuilding. Out of the couple of hundred of ships which we have delivered so far, majority have been the commercial ships of every possible genre or a type. And defense is in fact, I must say we are novices in defense. And of course, that is our mainstay of as of today. But we are slowly watching, taking a leaf out of our other shipyards and treading cautiously into commercial shipbuilding because of the past not so good experiences and of course not to repeat the same mistakes. So definitely we will be a big, we will come up from 2030 onwards into a major player into the commercial shipbuilding, which was our core strength historically. And towards that, we are working out many partnerships with many design houses and others where we can leverage all the industry-specific expertise available. Another important idea for this shipbuilding, sir, which in the next round maybe I'll amplify, converting this aggregated demand of being projected, a bit unconventional idea, which maybe I don't say it is my own idea or our own idea, but we have written to the ministry also that to convert this aggregated demand into an aggregated output is something which we have presented a paper to the ministry. Not very sure how much it has got absorbed at various levels. We have pitched in at the highest levels, the Honorable Minister as well as the Secretary, MOPSW, of how whatever we are doing now, this aggregated demand, implementing into an execution methodology is the conventional method. So that is one idea we have, and maybe if time permits, I can amplify it on a bit later, sir. Okay.
So I think, see, we're getting a feel that every shipyard is doing something on the infra part. The word caution, return on investment, which is all very important, is coming up continuously. And from a larger take, since Cochin Shipyard is not present here, but then we are largely aware that Cochin has also completed a large capex cycle, a new dry dock has come up. There is this Vadinar ship repair facility which will come up. And from a SWAN perspective, SWAN has got a large facility which they are trying to get it up and running. Now when we look at this large picture, see the government of India's aspirations 2030, 2047, number-wise, getting into top 10. Top 10, I think, is more of is just a number. If we are 17, 18 today, getting to top 10, maybe all of this, what we are discussing, will probably take us there. But getting into top 5, and it's not in the rank, it's actually getting things done. I get the feeling that because Biju was also trying to sound this, Arjun was trying to bring out, he used the word building a shipyard is practically maybe a bit more easier, but running it or getting the juice out of it, you are talking about aggregating output from HSL side. So I think, see, we are hearing about Hyundai coming to Tuticorin. Fairly large investments are being talked about. They may come in with their ecosystem, but then the present Indian shipyards, so what would it take? I can see that nobody is shying away. Everybody wants to be there, but then it looks like a confused lot. The defense side looks to be much more with clarity, and the general feel is that you bank on it. To my understanding, there's about 1,50,000 crores of defense shipbuilding happening right now, and it will continue to happen with the new orders coming in. But as we move forward, how do we take this break? We typically say 93% of global shipbuilding is in 3 countries. The slide presented by Aveva showed it's 97% or 96%. Forget the percentages. But at the end of the day, when will shipbuilding in India be, let's say, a sizable industry? Let's say a $10, $12 billion industry at least. When will it be? And what could be the most difficult part over here? And what are we trying to do? So, to put it bluntly, some of these are listed companies. In a listed company, people say execution. Execution has not come up. And I also feel I've been running Cochin Shipyard for long, but the challenge I see in Cochin Shipyard or in any shipyard is execution. So I think there are execution challenges. What are these execution challenges? If we can briefly touch upon what you feel are the largest execution challenges, what could be done and what are you trying to do? Again, can we start with Biju? Because why I'm asking this question is, see, let us be very clear. I've been a marketing man for long in Cochin Shipyard. If you can execute well, you have a price on the table, you have a reasonably good time, the orders will come. It's as simple as that. There's no rocket science behind it. So we are not getting this equation correct. How do we get this equation? Because I can see, and I want to applaud what Chowgles have done. They stayed invested in a particular segment. They're actually showing execution prowess. Cochin Shipyard's own subsidiary company, Udupi Cochin Shipyard, is showing strong execution strengths in a very niche segment. Cochin Shipyard in a particular track has shown execution prowess. I can see GRSE is showing execution prowess, but it's all coming in a little bit of fits and fury, as we say. How do we get this consistent and better?
I think you have touched the heart of the issue. In the shipyard, when we get into execution, I'm in the center of a triangle, which is having three vertices: time, cost, and quality. Quality cannot be compromised. In terms of time and cost overruns, the biggest impediment is the supply chain itself. So, especially in a public sector like us, like Cochin Shipyard and my sister DPSUs, certain clauses or certain compliances which we have to do can come and hit us heavily. Without getting into the specific of the clause, for example, when I comply that particular clause, I have to pay extra, and that will result in
so supply chain,
supply chain.
Okay, yeah.
Second is the acute lack of skilled manpower in the country. So there is a shipbuilding boom. There have been capacities, and the fairly good order book position is there across the country. So to cater to this segment,
so let's put it skilling and manpower.
Skilling and manpower is the second area. So then the
can we when Biju is talking, why don't the others also chip in? Because if there's a point, just take the mic, and because I think otherwise,
skilling is. I mean, both points are very valid. I don't think anybody on this dais will have any difference of opinion on these things. Supply chain, as Mr. Arjun has brought out, it's really shattered in Europe. We are suffering quite a bit on that. And skilling, what I feel is maybe we have to relook into the conceptually, I've not seen anywhere, maybe I missed it. The minimum wages for a shipbuilding industry standards, although we end up paying more, the skill levels will come up. It's just a wild concept, sir. That minimum wages concept cannot be for a HSK, SK, that kind of a concept. Because with the gig workers and the kind of lucrative, less hazardous jobs, pull away all the talented guys.
Does Arjun also subscribe to this view on skilling? Yeah, because you have executed generally well, or is it a perception? Are you in difficulty and we feel that you are executing well?
No, we are always in difficulty. In September, we're going to be delivering our 50th export vessel to Europe. If you see in our facility in Goa, 60% of the people who work in the shipyard, and I'm not talking about the blue collar workers, I'm talking about the white collar, the production people. 60% of them have grown up in a 40, 50 square kilometer radius from the shipyard. It's not necessary that 40, 50 have the best and brightest people, the most talented people, but they've come into a system, they worked in a particular type of culture. I cannot take credit for that. I've inherited that culture. So, but that system is working, and within that system, they're able to execute. We're not talking about, all of we have wonderful people. Are they the smartest and most intelligent people and the most talented?
But
that is not necessary.
You're getting your act generally okay.
Yeah. But see, the only difference I am over here is that apart from HSL, I am privately owned. HSL still is owned in a sense by the public. So some of the ways that they have to approach problems, I don't have that same problem. So I still have to return, but and I want to be maybe a little bit more philosophical on this, but because I put this across to a lot of people who are entering into this industry. To get execution right, you have to factor in the aspect of time. Execution doesn't come right on day one. Execution takes a lot of time to happen, and that time relates to three aspects. One, ownership. If you take a private equity mindset in this industry, you're going to fail.
You won't get it.
You're going to fail. You have to be here for a long amount of time. Now, you've seen this in Cochin Shipyard as well. You made a big investment plan in the Northeast. That really, the value of that investment is being shown today. That value didn't show up in the next 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. So aspects like the regular return on investments that the finance guys will talk about doesn't happen.
So this is exactly the point which I want to address. And you're talking about skilling. But then let me, before coming to GRSE, again, where I felt GRSE in Bengal, where people thought things won't work, they're trying to get the execution better. But if Pankaj Chadha could come in and, because you are part of a larger group, which is again EPC, strong EPC background. Are you seeing the same problems in those segments also? And if you have seen that, how have you overcome it, or have you overcome it? So that skilling part and getting enough people, as Arjun said, long-term people, happy people who will contribute, who will work for both sides, for themselves and for the organization. So is this?
So I would put it like this. In the other EPC businesses, like in India, we are the largest infrastructure company, and the next competitor is 1/10 of our size. That means we have kind of got it right. See, right now in shipbuilding, the focus is on defense. And when we come to defense, so whether the equipment procurement, any inventory procurement, is from the limited set of people in India because of the indigenization efforts. So it has a double whammy. But on the other side, because we can buy from anywhere in the world, so we have that flexibility. But the challenges on the skill set stays. So if we are executing a mega project, we require some 15.
You're talking about the supply chain part, which Biju was alluding.
Since you asked me EPC
Correct,
on the other
correct,
side,
correct.
I will say that is there, but skill set issues are there. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to bring technology in a big way to manage those skill set part. So earlier it was, machine facilitating a man. Today we have pivoted away to man facilitating a machine to do the work. So that is the shift which we have done across all our businesses. So therefore, I think we are in a much better situation there.
And this again, as HSL was pointing out, Arjun was pointing out, does it take time to build this up?
I would say yes, segment-wise segment it depends, because when, for example, we are moving to offshore wind or something, if it is a great departure from our earlier businesses, it takes time. But if it is the departure is not much, then we could build on those capabilities, we could build the processes. It is possible.
Okay. And GRSE, again, how have you, at least last few years?
Yeah, I agree with the other points which are on skill set and things like that. I have taking a little bit away. I feel one of the ways to address the supply chain challenges is to go in for standardization. Now, even if there is one maker of an equipment, if he has visibility that he is going to make 100 engines or say 200 pumps or 10,000 valves, there is going to be an investment and which will lead to reliability in the supply chain. That is one of the ways to do. And in this aggregated demand, if we also look at, and there is one of the steps which is there, that how to look at standardized products, with indigenous standardized products, that will look at that. Coming to the execution part, yes, we were in a very difficult industrial environment, but I call shipbuilding 3 Ds, which was something it is dirty, dangerous, and difficult. Now, that is a given. If you are in shipbuilding, like Arjun said, it is something he inherited, and it is the three of us are it's a kind of a nation building industry. So we have to be in it for a long run. It cannot be a short-term goal. There is a boom now. There might not be a boom after 15, 20 years. But that should not be, has to be a sustained effort with a larger perspective in the vision. That is what will enable us to be there and look beyond short-term returns or say 30% quarter-on-quarter growth, things like that.
That patriotic fervor is fully understood. But at the end of the day, we need to deliver quarter on quarter or forget. I always say shipbuilding, I tell investors, don't look at quarter on quarter, but people will look at year on year at least. So there will have to be year on year and there will have to be ROI, because without that, you are not moving forward. We will be in this confused lot. So
Could I make
long term.
Could I make one?
Yeah,
point?
yeah.
Sorry, I'm just take from Shantanu sir. Sir, you said dirty, dangerous, difficult. I think we all need to change our mindset. Otherwise, it will not
Very
attract Gen Z. So then we will have infrastructure, but will not have manpower to execute.
Because to the audience also, you know, like last time I was in Korea, a very senior guy came up to me and said, "You must somehow make this a bit more interesting and bit more exciting for people to come and join this industry." And he said, salaries may have to be so as you said, but is it just salary? As you said, it's not just salary, you know, it's the pride in doing something. A welder probably no longer wants to just sit and weld 12 hours or 10 hours. He may want to operate a welding equipment. That may be correct. See, I can see there's a supply chain challenge also here. Supply chain challenge may remain for some more time till this cycle fully starts rotating and people believe in India. For example, look at a company like LG Compressors. I'm just taking just one random name. They've been here for long. Today, if it's an LG compressor, people generally feel it's a good product and people can go and pick it. But it took a lot of time for LG to come here. So supply chain maybe can, as was pointed out by Captain Christie, is a scope for collaborations. Will we, for example, if somebody develops a good valve in India, there are people. I understand recently there's been Cochin Shipyard and DG Shipping took initiative, and in Coimbatore, there was a grouping of people who could potentially make valves. But if they make valves, will our strong, I'm talking from the government point of view, will it come and block us from buying those valves? I think no, we can actually go and buy those valves. It is possible, but will we do it and can we do it? At least a few things. Why are we talking about all these things? But at least a core part of shipbuilding, if we can push electrical cables. Why can't we buy electrical cables from 3 or 4 Indian suppliers? For the defense we are buying, but for, I'm saying in the commercial or for the run-of-the-mill type of things.
I want to add something here. For DPSUs, we have joined together and taken an initiative. Ministry is also involved. That is for what we call it as category C and B, maybe tier 3 and 4 equipments like valves, all and sundry quartz items. We are entering into rate contracts, which is long term, with a kind of business volume which is projected, so that these vendors can invest because the horizon is large, and all shipyards will purchase.
So I think supply chain there could be a way forward for at least for certain things.
Yeah.
No, but
yes.
see,
So this is not for engine and all that.
No, not for those.
Yeah.
When we started exporting vessels in 2008, 75% of the entire value of the vessel was imported. Today, a much more complicated vessel, the number is down for us to around 37%. So, you take steel as out, because you have to take steel out. Steel contributed around 20% of that decrease.
And steel may take a much more larger governmental take, but I am a strong believer steel can actually happen in India. But it may take, the shipyards alone will not be able to do it. But lot of stuff can be bought in India, isn't it?
Already it's happening. And we're seeing some very strong European companies that are
sorry, but if we can handle supply chain in a decent manner, will it again come back to skill sets and people?
Point here, execution challenges, as he rightly put, to stay invested in the people. Like when I'm telling about my numbers about steel conversion, we actually invested in this entire ecosystem of hull fabrication and steel. Today we are harnessing around 500 types of highly qualified welders, business up and down notwithstanding, including submarine pressure hull ecosystem, and majority are MSMEs. And we ensured that their skills are live. We have been giving them continuous jobs in off-season also. And now that is actually, we have got it right there. We are trying to do the same for the piping and electrical and other multidisciplinary things. But steel, yes, the entire hull fabrication, we have really, I can say today with some responsibility that we have got it pretty right as far as the execution challenge, and more importantly, the surge capacity when actually require it to increase. That is.
So he's actually raised a very important point, which is on continuity. Workers want continuity. They, they don't want. So if you're, that's why you see. I mean, we've all had that experience. We've started new shipyards, much bigger than what we have elsewhere, or new facilities, but you don't get the workers coming in because they don't know if you're going to be giving continuous jobs. If you give continuity, I think that's a very good way to ensure that there is reliability of service.
So the large take that's coming in is supply chain gaps do exist, needs to be addressed. Skilling people, continuity, and technology.
One more point. Most of now the large yards are going to come off in far off places.
Yeah.
The civic infrastructure.
Okay.
I think that would be the most important if people have to come, stay, schools, hospitals, cinema halls. Otherwise, we will not attract talent anywhere, neither the workmen nor the managers. So we are facing a big challenge in Kattupalli.
So these, again, before we just move on to one more topic, will the yards do this discrete, or would the government of India, is there a larger platform under which, for example, skilling? Just now the Vice Chancellor, Cochin University was talking about this. I understand there's something called PM Setu and hub and spoke models being talked about in various cities. So will all the yards be part of this?
So we go to the government, but you look at Pipavav. Gujarat is such a progressive state, but they're facing a tremendous challenge. Same issue we are also facing for now more than a decade.
Okay.
The right kind of roads, foreigners don't want to come. Unless we get this right, I think even the other issues
may come back and bite.
And these are related to geographical location also. We are representing 6 states here.
Yep, yep.
And for example, we are in the heart of Mumbai. For subcontractor labor, we are depending mainly on migrant labors. So as Mr. Arjun was pointing out, unless you give them continuous work in that expensive city, there is no reason for them to stay. So this becomes the challenge. And another thing is when they get a good opportunity, they will just switch. So that's why I said if we only concentrate on capacities, as we go ahead, we will see that large capacities are idling without any capability. So that is why the capability gap becomes very critical for moving ahead towards fulfillment of the vision.
Shantanu.
Yeah, I was talking about that you touched upon skilling training. I mean, not at the university level. What we are doing along with SEMS and IRS is that for the taking on what Arjun was saying, we are skill training the people of our locality. So it's going to take time. It's not going to happen. So this is something which will lead to an ecosystem of workers who are local in and around that shipyard area and who are skill trained. So it's not just welders, plumbers, electricians, electronics, and those kind of things. And we've gone through one batch. Now the second batch is going on. And during the period of training, the first year, I'm just sharing some things, we didn't give them a stipend. Then we realized there were high dropout rates because they were coming from economically challenged backgrounds. So now we are paying them in the skill training period also and facilitating their engagement, not directly, but at least through our subcontractors. Okay. So that is a step we are taking.
No, I think there is a very valid discussion. I want to move on to design and engineering, R&D, and industry and academia kind of an interaction. Before that, I just want to, since we talked supply chain and people part, I just wanted to share something interesting in Cochin Shipyard, which I felt has got the meat to go to a next level. So there's something called the ASAP program in the state of Kerala, Additional Skill Acquisition Program by the government of Kerala. And this is in the ITIs in the 14 districts. So I think CSL has picked up 200 people. The people are being picked up by ASAP and the government. They go through that initial part of the ITIs, and then they come to the shipyard, and the shipyard does a program integrated with the National Skill Development Mission. So they get an ASAP certificate, they get a Cochin Shipyard certificate, they get a National Skill Development Mission certificate. It is actually a 6-month program, but CSL has extended it up to 1 year. So 1 year, they get these 3 certificates. They get all the support ecosystem, and they get a contract job for another 1 year, potentially 2 years. This is what CSL has given. I get a feeling that it's a very, very novel method. We didn't start it. CSL didn't start it. ASAP was started by the government of Kerala. But we connected with this. So this about 200 youngsters, very young. 3 years they be with the shipyard, they learn all the skill sets. They either walk off or they get further employment either with the contractors or with the shipyard extended contracting, or they get recruited into the Middle East. This is what is happening. I just want to add on a point here for the shipyards, and which I've suggested to Cochin Shipyard. I have not had the time to do it. But can't we change some of these guys to entrepreneurs? Which, if you really look at Cochin Shipyard's present contractors, when I joined the shipyard, many of them were trainees and they got converted to entrepreneurs. Then what Arjun said, they are locals, they stay there, you need to assure them at least a 3-year assured contracting. You can get your own banks, you can get your legal advisors, you can get your chartered accountants to support them a little bit. So if 5 of them or 10 of them can get together, I'm just leaving a thought on that skilling side here. But can we go back to design and engineering, which for me I feel is key. Because without design and engineering, without that core knowledge, and that knowledge homegrown, were our universities, our institutions happy to see India Ship Technology Center coming up, and a concept emerging? What's your take? Because practically all the shipyards except Chowglaze have invested heavily into design and engineering. So let me start with Chowglaze. Can you continue the way you have done in the past? Would you continue that way, or would you change track? Will you hold design and engineering dear to you?
No. The scale at which we were operating, say 5 years ago, and the output that we're generating today, it would be very risky for us as a business to not have a degree of design under our control. So we are making those efforts to doing that. I'll just tell you qualitatively one thing that we have found in terms of designers. Unless a designer has shipbuilding experience, they usually don't give the best output. That's just what we found over here, which is why traditionally we've also used a lot of the European ship designers, because they have people from shipbuilding, and in India, the designers that we actually speak to, they don't actually have shipbuilding experience. So qualitatively, it makes a huge difference, and I don't mind paying the premium to Europe and getting against the lower price that I would get in India.
Can I just again, you're making a very important point. And let me talk on behalf of the ship design companies in India, because again, I feel rough call, there are at least 1,500 individuals, designers in the system. When we say they don't have the shipbuilding experience, will we give them the shipbuilding experience? Will we be partners with them? Again, long term, is it possible, or will it all be project to project tendering and getting people and moving forward? Again, just
I don't think any shipyard would have a problem with that. I think most shipyards would welcome that if it enhances productivity and, at the end of the day, delivery. See, design is in terms of a process.
Again, let me again interrupt a little bit so that we can have this meaningful discussion. See, when I work very closely with Akar Yards, the present ward. See, ward has got a very strong design organization, but there are 4 other companies, all design companies, external design companies, who are sort of integrated into ward. I engage with Samsung, and Samsung has got a particular company, in fact, which looks like a private company, but that company is when the model testing is done in Samsung's towing tanks. So that kind of interaction, that kind of bonding, from a country perspective, it benefits the design organization, benefits the shipbuilding organization. Is this possible? Can we take this in that direction?
Yeah, but see, when we work with any designer, we are working with them in that regard also, in that manner in itself. So if today I'm working with Groot or Cornership, I know now Cochin Shipyard has a stake in Cornership. Now, we work with them in the same manner. It's as integrated. They are part of the shipbuilding company.
You can do that, isn't it? Can the DPSUs do it in a similar manner?
Sir, there are two things. One is what Arjun said, that a ship designer without shipbuilding experience doesn't produce the best one. Now we, as you brought out, we have invested heavily into design, but at the same time, we have also engaged with multiple design houses on different projects to get that. Now we find that at the first go, they will not be that good, and we will have to handhold, and we do that. But having said that, the next step and the next project he takes on with the growth, there is improvement. And regarding whether we will be able to interact with the model testing agency, or they are going to Kharagpur and doing designs with us and sitting in our premises working on our licensed software and working, that is actually happening. So this kind of industry interaction and interface with design houses, with the model testing agencies and the academia is a live happening.
After some time, the overall, if you look at the sum total of the design organization with the shipyards, the design organization available outside, the strength in our academia, the IITs, Cochin University, Andhra University and all, will we, ISTC coming into play, will we give it another 5 years? Would be in much stronger position from a design engineering point of view?
Yes, I'm definite about it.
Biju?
No, I feel it has to be seen in two parts. One is the concept design. I think all these design houses which are in the country, I think they can develop that capability, and already capability is there. When it comes to production design, is what I agree with Mr. Arjun, that unless there is shipbuilding experience, it would create a problem. For example, the scanlings of the hull can be designed by the design house, but the shell expansion drawing and the butts and seams have to be drawn by the shipyard, so that it is production friendly and it actually meets the production requirements, so that the people who are reading the drawing will be able to make sense out of it. So at the same time, these design houses also need to interact with the shipyard. We have done that in the past, where interaction happens for fine-tuning even the preliminary design. So this will go through an iterative process, because the gap is sometimes shipyards do not have the capability of doing concept design. Those who are doing concept design doesn't have the capability of doing detailed design. As far as the naval projects are concerned, the design was given to us as concept design from
because the WDB is also playing a very major role.
Yeah. So the fact that a country can grow up in design, the defense space is a good practical.
This is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. See, WDB didn't happen overnight.
50 years.
50 years. So 50 years of hardcore belief, perseverance, tenacity. They've been there.
Yeah. So why it cannot be replicated in here?
But then nobody talked ROI at that point of time.
Yeah.
But that was a national resolve. Yeah. WDB, SDG. Is an outcome of the ISE is an outcome of the national resolve. The nuclear submarine is an outcome of the national resolve.
No, that's what I'm saying. So those national resolves can work for national projects, but national resolves cannot work for commercial projects.
Yes,
so this is because we are discussing how to take India to the next level, the national resolve will definitely work for the national project. Can Pankajada come?
Yeah, so I would say...
And again, why I'm asking L&T is, that is working for commercial projects in a larger group.
Yeah.
So can you bring out that experience?
Yeah. So for us, design and engineering and getting a hold of it is extremely, extremely important. And we go, I would say, large distance. To give you an idea, one is that as far as shipbuilding is concerned, we want to have a core team which is within. And whatever is the surge capacity which is required, that is where the tie-up with the other design houses comes in. But as we are going forward, the market is shifting. That means the new designs will be coming in. We need to gain mastery. Then there is a AI, which is going to be a game changer. Now, how do we take advantage of that AI in our scheme of things? Then who owns the data, right? If you have to create a digital twin, which is going to be a reality, how do we do that if we don't have those kind of ownerships? So as a L&T, we believe that we need to have a very good control over the design, starting from the concept designs. And that's where we are building our base. The other thing is, we are creating a separate cadre growth structure for the designers. They don't have to become businessmen and this thing. So, and they are given I would say, special incentives to stay with the design. So this is how we are looking at the design.
Just like the tech guys have done the CTO kind of that track, not the business.
Not the business track.
Okay. So I think there's been I think we need to leave some time for the audience to have an interaction, but largely I could see positivity, but caution. I could hear the words ROI, the business part coming in. Supply chain, but the feel is that potentially supply chain can be overcome. Skilling people is a real challenge. Technology could help. Design and engineering, scope for collaborative work and, please.
I agree with all my co-panelists. In HSL, as Mr. Pankaj Chadda said, as Biju sir said, the core concept design, hull form adaptation, etc., we have really turned the curve and we can do it quite well. And thanks to the core design team and of course QSAT alumni, my head of design is Shivram Krishnan, who's done a tremendous job where I can say that a ship like a DSV is getting excess speed. Even with a moon pool door open, I'm getting full speed, design speed. And we are quite proud of that, including our earlier ship Dhruv. And we are pretty confident of FSS getting 20 knots. So we have really turned the curve. And the production engineering, we are collaborating with SEDS, openly I can say that. And they're helping us in the detail engineering. And I must say it is coming out very well. They are staying with us, using our systems, working hand in glove with us. And we are trying to work as an actual true partner in a long-term relationship.
Excellent, excellent. I think we can leave the floor open to the audience. It's been a good discussion, positive but measured. And I think that is the way it should be because these are all long-term journeys. So, Mr. Dasgupta.
Yeah. Thank you for a very, very nice session, excellent session actually, something that is close to our heart. I have got two issues. Number one is, in case of offshore industry where I worked with Larsen & Toubro for many years, there is a complete cycle, just like Navy. So essentially, it so happens that the owners, they take part in the entire design, construction, production, and commissioning part of it, along with this. Unfortunately, in the shipbuilding sector, in our country, shipbuilding, I'm sorry to say if there are others who want to disagree, commercial shipbuilding is not a part of maritime industry as it is perceived today. So there is a need to bring in the ship owners' perspective and ship owners into the entire shipbuilding process. Maybe the ship owners, an opportunity can exist that the ship owners, they make the concept design using design houses, give it out to the shipbuilders, and own the ship. And then thereafter, with the shipyards, they go out and continue their entire life cycle. So that opportunity that happens in other countries does not happen here. It happens in China, it doesn't happen here. It happens in Japan, it doesn't happen here. This is one area which we have to take up with the higher authorities. This is one issue. With regard to the, the supply chain part of it, supply chain, I fully agree with all of you that yes, it is possible and standardization is required. But the designers and the builders and the manufacturers need to be taken into the entire fold for this, so that the designs, especially with the new areas coming in, there's a new fuel, future fuels, they have to evolve within us. Otherwise, we'll keep on being dependent on overseas because the future fuels are coming.
Yep.
So that is one of the issues. So
I think
have.
it's a very important point. See, that works for the ship owner is an Indian owner willing to invest. We have seen some facets of this on smaller vessels happening, defense vessel, naturally Indian Navy, Coast Guard happening. So I think it's a very important point.
Sir. So thank you very much for an engaging discussion. Sir, for skill retention.
Can you just introduce yourself and for the benefit of the audience?
Check. Sir, I am Commodore Goel from the Navy. I have engaged in shipbuilding for many years. This skill development, I have a wild suggestion, sir, that we need to do something about the workers' retention, like developing of housing complexes, hospitals, schools inside the shipyards. What was done by our steel industry or coal mining industry and all that. Otherwise, just by training these people will get trained and go to, in my opinion, China, Korea and Japan, where the ships are actually getting built. What happened with our IT industry? We created IITs, but the top people went out and the products were made in USA. So and obviously there is an issue of capex for these kind of projects. The shipbuilding development scheme, which allows you to buy a Goliath crane or develop a dry dock, probably can be tweaked to consider this kind of infrastructure, which will give the retention of manpower and allow a worker from, say, West Bengal to work in Gujarat. That's all.
Noted. Yep.
Excuse me, sir. Alex Jacob from the second batch of Naval Architects. Since I am one of the organizers, I was handed over this clarification sought by one of the delegates here. Maybe from the PSUs, somebody can answer this. Rather than explaining the whole thing, Mr. Madhu, it's here. Could you? It's for you. And yeah, you. Rest, that includes a press release also. Then, sir, yep. You can have this. Maybe collectively, you can answer this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
And this is concerning all the naval arcs here who are in the design field. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madhu.
Thank you. We can take one more question, probably. We're just running out of time, so. Okay, no problem. Yeah, two more questions, yeah.
Just one, on behalf of the designers, I just wanted to say 2 points. First one was that somebody mentioned that steel is not, it's possible to source from India, but I just want to give the example of air defense ship. Before that, even the warship grade steel was never produced. Aircraft carrier provided an opportunity to produce 20,000 tons of steel. So SAIL was told by the government to say that this is a strategic, material. So because SAIL said this is a very minuscule amount. In railways, we produce so much and this I can't do it. But government was so, it can be done, provided there is a lot of push from the government. You mentioned that.
Probably, see, the thing is, steel is available in India, but to my understanding,
very expensive.
It's the pricing. So
Yeah,
again,
I agree with you. I agree with
and
you.
there's a little bit of fineness.
Yeah, okay. So the other thing was about the designers. How do designers gain production experience? And if you don't have production experience, how do you trust the designer? So the only thing I can say is that unless he becomes the head of production, he cannot really gain that kind of experience or work in it. So it's not so easy. But what can happen is that if you take a design purely at a functional level and stop it, and then after that pass that design to somebody else to productionize it, then there could be a problem. But if the same designer who has given you the basic design is asked to produce the production design, and he interacts with the production, and finally he learns through the process. That means obviously it may not be right at the same time. That is the only way you can do. Otherwise, designers really cannot do cutting and welding or something. You will not learn that. Just one point I just wanted to make. Thank you.
So, I just want to take one lead from what Sir has brought out with regard to the design and engineering. So, so there is a proven concept already, which means I am a ex-Navy. I was commander in Navy for almost 22 years there. So there is a proven concept over there, which I can bring it out in the forum here. It is a naval architect who is in Navy. So he doesn't choose exactly where he has to go, whether it's the production or the shipbuilding or the design. It's a already preset thing exactly, it happens over there. But the beauty of the system is that a chap who starts his job in a dockyard and subsequently lands up in a design, or subsequently again he goes back. There is a cycle happens over there. By virtue of that, this particular naval architect, he gets exposed to both the segments over there. When I'm saying about the shipbuilding and as well as thing. There is another thing also which happens over there is that we have WDB and SDG, where there are two verticals, the ship design and the submarine design. Initially, around 2 decades back, they doesn't cross each other. But last, around 15 years or so, a officer who is working in a ship design, he gets exposed to the submarine design also. So now why I'm bringing this particular point is that even in the shipyards also, I'm from Gardner Shipyard, in the shipyards also, there is a mechanism where a designer, he goes to the particular duration of around 2 to 3 years, he goes to some of the production end, and he comes back and plows back the entire his experience to the board, when I'm saying to the detailed design wise. As Sir has brought out that the concept design, it's absolutely fine. It is required to be as part of the core, it's absolutely fine. Whereas the production design, we have to nurture the skill set within the shipyards.
I think it's a very valid point, and probably we can discuss this as we
are doing it.
Maybe last question, please.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. This is Amit Joshi. I am from Cadmatic. Madhu sir, I heard you a couple of years back. I heard from L&T also in past. We are talking about shipbuilding processes, supply chain we discussed. We are having such a great legacy. We developed design IAC also. But I am missing out one point, that we don't invest in R&D for design. We are still dependent on design coming from outside of India. So this is the best forum, I guess, that PSUs are there, private parties, large conglomerates are there. Do we have any plans to have a R&D fund, to have our own design for commercial ships, which we have a dependency on foreign countries? That's the question.
So I think that's a tough question, but I'm sure like all the organizations are looking at it at the national level. The India Ship Technology Center has been created specifically to look into these aspects, because at a point of time, unless design and engineering can be sovereign, because see, we touched upon, I think we need to close this session, but we touched upon supply chain, we touched upon skilling, we touched upon design and engineering, a little bit of R&D. Only when we have these building blocks correct, then only each organization may want its own processes and systems. But to have the process and systems, you must have the basic building blocks. So I think work in progress as far as Indian shipbuilding is concerned. I think we need to leave it at that. Generally, positive views, caution in the air, which is actually good, because it's not just that the government of India is putting money on the table and we can have a bash at it. No, I think it's not yet time for the bash. The bash will come in a little bit later. I had a great friend, Mr. Bjornar, in the Ward shipyard in Acker Yards, and he always tells me, Madhu, shipbuilders will go to heaven because they are good guys, because our payments will come in heavens, So this is a tough industry, but we will all go to heaven because we are all good guys. So I think
Just
Indian shipbuilding, let's
one
wish
sector.
Indian shipbuilding good.
So one sector which we should get into is the classification society's role in this entire thing. And particularly, we have to pull along all the classification societies, especially IRS, who are doing a stupendous job, and they are a very important player to sort out many other issues.
I fully agree, and with respect to IRS, I need to, my personal view, last 20 years, what IRS has done for the country and the transformation it has done, I think we need to applaud that. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Madhu, this is regarding the question which Cadmatic asked. I'm here. I think my clarification sort is also in relation to that. At least Biju, Madhu, or any of the directors from the public sector undertaking could give a short answer to it.
I am not from the public sector undertaking.
I know, that's why I left you out.
If you don't mind, can I answer this
Oh,
question?
sure, absolutely, sir.
So, essentially what this note has said, because many people in the audience has not said, this is the mystery note, essentially says there's an SBFA policy, and can it not apply only to vessels that have been designed in India? Essentially, that's what it is give the maximum SBFA to ships that have been 100% designed in India.
I think this point, Sai and IMDA has very clearly raised it. And to my understanding, while it's not yet been formalized, there is going to be a differential or between, or there's going to be an incentive if the design is fully homegrown in India.
So it's already there.
It's already moving in that direction, and I think at the highest levels in the country, it's very clear that it must be that way.
Thank you, Madhu.
I also, one thing that I would suggest within the industry also, the SBFA policy is there, scheme is there to improve India's competitiveness in the world. That's what it's there for. If you start putting too many conditions on shipyards to be able to get this, the entire industry will suffer. You will not have any shipbuilding, in which case you will not have any ship design, and you will have no ancillary equipments being built in India. Take, for example, steel. We buy steel today at $800 per ton. Chinese shipyards buy it at $440 per ton. Every country gives a version of their SBFA to the shipyards. It's just we put it out very openly and transparently.
We put it out very openly. Every country has done this, not just for a few years, for decades together. So there's nothing to be ashamed about it. We call this shipbuilding financial assistance policy. We don't use the word subsidy. But at the end of the day, unless we all pack up together and we actually, what Mr. Christie mentioned right at the start, there needs to be deep-rooted collaboration amongst, there could be multiple forms of collaboration. I think, thank you. We need to close it at that. Thank you. Thanks, audience.
Thank you to our chair and distinguished panelists for an engaging and insightful discussion. With distinguished panelists representing shipyards across 6 states, we gained valuable perspective on critical issues. Discussions like these serve as powerful reminder that future of Indian shipbuilding will be built on collaboration and shared vision. We will now proceed with the presentation of mementos. May I invite Mr. Madhu S. Nair, former CMD CSL, to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists. I shall now invite each of our distinguished panelists to receive the memento as I announce their name. Shri Biju George, Director Operations, MDL. Commander Shantanu Bose, IN retired, Director Shipbuilding, GRC. Captain Gandhi Venkadeshwarlu, IN retired, Director Shipbuilding, HSL. Mr. Arjun Chowgle, Managing Director, Chowgle Group. Mr. Pankaj Chadda, Executive VP and Head Marine Business L&T. Thank you. May I now request Mr. Chris Lee, Senior Vice President, Asia Pacific, Aviva, to kindly present a memento to Mr. Madhu S. Nair as a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please. To commemorate this special session, I invite our panel chair and all our panelists to come forward for a group photograph. Once again, thank you all. We now proceed to our Platinum Sponsor session. Our Platinum sponsor, Aviva, is at the forefront of digital transformation in the maritime industry, delivering innovative engineering and shipbuilding solutions that drive greater efficiency and collaboration across the vessel life cycle. I would also like to inform you that Aviva has set up an experience center in the foyer to our right. I'd encourage all delegates to take this opportunity to visit the experience center and explore Aviva's latest technologies and solutions. It is my honor to invite Ms. Valentina Flutorianova, Strategic Business Manager, Aviva, who brings over 15 years of global engineering experience and now leads strategic initiatives focused on the marine industry and asset life cycle management at Aviva, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really good to see you all here, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. Thank you. So as we've just heard from the panelists, there's some really good challenges in the Indian shipbuilding, and today I will talk a little bit about how at Aviva we support this development and also look forward to be involved in this major transformation. So there'll be about 5 different areas I'll cover today. Talk a little bit about shipbuilding in India, which was already covered extensively today. Talk a bit about how performance can break in the process. Talk a little bit about digital shipyards and what we mean by that at Aviva, and then offer you the operating model that we see as the effective way of designing and operating ships and shipyards, and also talk a little about the impact of having a good digital solution in place. So as already covered by the distinguished guests and panelists and speakers today, shipbuilding in India is going through a massive transformation. There's a lot of funding, as we've seen today. There's a lot of development going on in the shipyards. And so it's a major opportunity for us to be involved in this collaboration, co-development, and as our CEO likes to name it, a radical collaboration. So we are very much excited about being here present in the country supporting this. But we see it as an opportunity to use our digital threads and digital solutions to scale. We see that as a necessity. You know, without that, we can't see how shipbuilding can scale. And that's why I'll talk a little bit about how we see this working together. So we just heard actually all these challenges already expressed in this, actually perfectly in this panel discussion, so I'm not going to dwell too much on this. But ultimately, you know, it's a multifaceted business shipbuilding is into. You know, you have suppliers, owners, class societies, designers, operators, repairs, and so it needs a holistic approach to bringing all these players together, to connecting them, to allowing them to collaborate. And as we have a lot of students present here from the local universities, you know, it's visible that there's actually a lot of research as well going on in all these areas, in digital twins, digital shipyards, operating twins, logistics, scheduling, process fabrication, robotics. So there's a lot of research also supporting a lot of the development going forward. So where can it all go wrong and how digital solutions can help? So you can see on the left-hand side, if information flow stops and breaks, the shipyard effectively stops working effectively, and the major issue is really the delays that make everything really, really expensive. And if you have an effective flow of information, of the data not breaking along the process, you can save a lot of time and effort with smaller workforce. You know, you can actually have a more effective operation going on. And I like to compare it to like a missed train, you know. You miss one train, the next train is cancelled, and you end up on a slower train, and so your time very quickly builds up. And I think that's really the major effectiveness of having a really good digital thread and digital solutions in place where they all work in tandem, they're integrated well, and they work to the same data model where the data coming in actually makes sense, that you don't need to translate it. So what is a digital shipyard? How do we describe it? How do we understand it? And there's many definitions. I'm sure all of you from the shipyards today presenting would say you already have a digital shipyard, and I'm sure you do to one degree or another, on one scale or another, and to some level of effectiveness. And ultimately, it's not just having your 3D data, it's not just having robotics and automation, and it's not just having some really nice dashboards. It's about having one governed set of data thread that goes all the way from the design, from the concept design, all the way to your production, operation, and recycling of ships even. You know, you need that data to understand how best to recycle the ship. So that's where, you know, we see that as the foundation, really, the governed digital thread being the real data foundation that can connect the full shipyard and provide that effective operation, and being able to trace the impact, requirements, your design elements, bills of materials, work packages, etc. So all these applications working on a governed digital thread is what effectively gives you real good outcomes where you can save costs, be on time, deliver high quality and low risk product. And this just shows kind of a picture of it, the definition of all the way from the requirements stage where the owners, operators define what kind of vessel they like, through engineering definition, from material supplies, all the way through production, and having capability to govern and make changes. As we all know, in shipbuilding, everything happens in parallel. There's thousands of changes happening all at the same time, and being able to trace it all is very important. And that's why we feel that having that in place will allow you to eliminate those silos, ensure full traceability, and accelerate delivery. So in Aviva, we have a really good set of software capabilities all the way from design to ship operations. And in our booth, you'll actually see a really nice big screen set up with a big control monitor for all the different parameters you can trace. And asset lifecycle management is a layer that we're developing to control this full cycle. So all the change management, collaboration can happen on what people typically call a PLM system. We're developing a more data-centric base system for shipbuilding specifically. We also have a Connect platform. I'm sure you've been to some of our Aviva events and seen it in action. But ultimately, it allows all of our partners to collaborate on this platform and connect all the different applications. And at the core of it is our information standard modeling. So that allows us to have the same data definition, same class libraries across the full life cycle between design tools, between life cycle management tools, and operational tools. So this year we're introducing, in November actually, we're launching what we will call Design to Build. It's a bit of a platform where our design tools are integrated with asset lifecycle management tools, and we're also integrating to our project execution tools and other third-party tools. So we're effectively making our systems communicate a lot more effectively and adding collaboration capabilities. So this just explains a little bit about the 3Ds. Was it the dirty, difficult, dangerous, and difficult? So what we have in our design tools is already heavily integrated capabilities between 1D, 2D data, 3D data, and what we're adding on top with asset lifecycle management is a cross-functional collaboration. So where design engineers and production engineers can see the same data, they can feedback, leave comments, they can learn from each other, and they can access the latest and greatest versions. They can also compare different revisions and see what changed. But at the core of it, what's really, really important for us, and talking of future and AI capabilities, we pay a lot of attention to the data model that is embedded within our tools. And so we work on all the standards, the ontology standards, data standards, and we have Information Standard Manager that allows you to apply those standards to your data. And so that's fundamental, because any AI tool you want to train in the future, it needs to train on good data, and having data with a data model embedded in it is what we pay a lot of attention and time to. I don't know if you've been to some of our latest seminars. We've talked about the Digital Twin Builder, which is a new capability that's also being rolled out on Connect platform. And again, that's based on the industrial ontology standards. Talking of changes, the bottom graph just shows how expensive it is to make a change late in the game, or to make a change that's not well communicated. And the system that we're introducing is effectively going to streamline that, allow you to make changes in a connected way, run the impact analysis, and use the workflows to communicate between collaborators. And what's nice about that system is we're applying it to not just the 3D data, but 1D, 2D, 3D data, to all the different item types and elements like tags, documents, data sets, your 3D models, check packs. So it's a very sort of holistic, flexible system that allows you to run changes in all your types and attributes. And it should really enable a really strong change management capability. This is just an example of how that would flow from initiating a change to validating different readiness and constraints levels. For example, if the panel has already been ordered and the supplier has already delivered it and it's already in production, then you can assess how expensive it will be to make a change and then decide if you're going to do it or not, and then implement changes on approved systems only, and capturing all the evidence along with it. So when you then check the change later on, you can see all the people involved in that and all the comments that have been captured and all the dates along the way. And that's really what we think, allows us to then have this real digital continuity. So having the data that's structured all the way from engineering to operations, the same tag that you can identify from your concept to the operational ship, and find that same tag, make the changes to it, implement everything that you want on that particular tag. And that just helps with the handover as well. Because when you have data that backs up your documents, the data will survive the handover later on. You're not going to lose information as you transition from the data format to a document format. And effectively, that's the strength of our system. It's very much centered around data that's built on a strong data model. This is just an example of our Connect sort of logging screen. And in the video, you can see different panels, and they show different views of the port. So this particular video is about one of the ports in Rotterdam. But in our booth, you will see some good examples of a digital shipyard as well. So it's quite easy to imagine, if you can track all these different views, it's quite easy to imagine then what a digital shipyard may look like. So, for example, you can have a view of your overall shipyard with KPIs that you can set up dependent on what exactly you're interested in tracking. And then as you start to then expand on data, you can effectively, very quickly identify areas where you may have problems or areas where you need to make changes to. Here you just see the layout of a shipyard, and you can drill down into different areas. Another way to look at it would be to look at the supply chain capabilities, try and map them all out and see where things are getting delayed, what materials are running on time, etc. So connecting all that data becomes really easy when it's all built out on the same data model. Here is another example of other price. So this is health and safety related. Trying to audit, what's happening in the shipyard. And there's some good examples, again, you'll be able to see in our booth on the monitor there, where you can actually go and drill down into some of these numbers. Now, this is a bit of a visionary slide, sort of talking of a time lapse. If you could sort of have a vision of your shipyard on a timeline, and you could say, I want to roll it back to 2 days ago and see what's changed in the last 2 days, I'm sure some of you will find that quite a useful sort of way of running your shipyard. we get a lot of feedback from the customers that they would absolutely love to analyze the full time lapse from start to finish and try and identify those areas where they see problems. Of course, today it's quite hard because nobody has a full set of data of what happens in a shipyard. It's all in various bits of software. So the welding robots may be operating with their software, some of the other robots running on another software, people logging in and out on another software, and they're not always well integrated, these systems. And then you've got AI insights. You know, we talked about AI quite a lot today already, and I think there's another panel discussion coming up. So, you know, this is one of our partners, TwinThread. They run AI on effectively predicted analytics. And so just an idea that in a shipyard, you know, you could then use your data to predict where things are about to go wrong. So that's another powerful tool that will enable effective operations, so you don't experience the downtime in any docks. And this is an example of our Pi vision. So we have a Pi system similar to a historian where you effectively log all the operational data of all your machinery. And so again, you can plug that view into Connect platform or just asset lifecycle management. And effectively, because our Pi system integrates with information standard management layer, the same tag that's operational can be traced to the design data. So if you've got issues with reliability or you find some problems, you can track them back to your design area, and then your design can evolve and progress. Next time you design something, you can take into account reliability issues that were seen in the previous design. And that's just another view that you could set it up for. So really, you know, one thing to say is it's all great to say in practice that you can set up this perfect digital shipyard with all this amazing data that flows from start to end, but that doesn't mean it's going to work perfectly. You know, having data and working with data doesn't make it automatically work. There's still risks that people start over-relying on dashboards, not really digging into it, understanding what's happening. There may still be errors in the data. You may still have duplication of data. You may have too much governance. You may have workflows that get stuck in the process. People don't pay attention to them because they're now getting too many notifications. You know, so there are definitely risks with digitizing everything and making it all automatic. And so you still need to put really good controls in place and even use technology to make digitalization not too burdensome and still involve people in a way that they can handle it. Still make it kind of human-centric in the way that the workers aren't overwhelmed with all this technology. And again, this is something that's evolving, and I think managing the introduction of all these technologies is very important. So getting feedback from the people, understanding how they're finding these new technologies, making sure they can operate it effectively is very important. And maybe not overloading digitalization all at once, introducing it on a nice step-by-step basis, having a real phasing plan to make sure that people can support this process. And what I wanted to kind of try and assess, so these are just some figures, estimated figures, but, and actually someone in the panel said that quite well as well, they focus on design because having good design is going to give you a really great foundation for later. And that's kind of the idea I wanted to show here, is if you spend a lot of time on producing good design with good data model at the core, it will save you a lot of cost down the line, and it will keep you on schedule down the line because you're not having to make corrections to early stages. There is, of course, stuff that happens in the shipyard that design isn't going to fix. For example, delays in delivering material to different parts of the shipyard. Having good design and a good digital thread isn't going to fix all of that. There's still big savings to be made in the shipyard with other capabilities, but having really, really strong data at the front of the project can give you massive savings. And really, sort of coming towards the end of this is, well, what will a good shipyard then look like if you implement all these digital technologies? And I think these four kind of areas summarize it well. So having your confidence that the data you're getting is good quality and you can trust it. Having traceability, so who's involved in the process, who are the people I need to talk to, who made the changes, when are the changes going to be made. Having all that is that thread that is real-time, trusted thread is key. And then having readiness control, effectively being ready that the new tasks can be completed, you have the resources to support that. And evidence is there. Obviously, you've got class societies involved, there's regulatory bodies, so having all that evidence on the system is really critical, especially in shipbuilding. And the three areas, of the highest impact is really the schedule and delivery, cost and productivity, and then the quality and all the auditory requirements that kind of ties in with the previous slide as well. So really, yes, to take away, from what a digital shipyard really means and how to implement it, I'd say there's three key sort of takeaways from having analyzed this topic a little bit. Is digitizing the asset life cycle for seamless collaboration is, number one priority, is giving the tool set to your people to work with. And then you need to connect the vessel data with yard operations, because when your ship design is ready, but your yard doesn't have any space to build it, it's no use. So having the two connected and integrated is important. And then obviously optimizing constraint streams with predictive insights is another area that's key to getting a successful digital shipyard set up. And so that's really all I was going to talk about today. But we have a really good booth set up with some great examples of some of our software that I mentioned today. So feel free to come and talk to us. We can give you some demos. And thank you again for having us here. It's been really fantastic so far to hear all the sort of discussion about transformations happening here in India. And it's really exciting times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentina Flotoyanova. And thank you, Aviva, our platinum sponsor. I now request our distinguished alumnus, Dr. Abdul Rahim, Commercial Director, Executive Ship Management, to present a memento. We will now break for lunch and networking. Lunch is being served at MFAR 2, located outside to your right. On your way, I encourage you to visit marine exhibition stalls and exhibition center set up by Aviva. We extend our sincere appreciation to our platinum sponsor Aviva, our gold sponsors Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems, and our silver sponsors Cadmatic and Chowgule Shipbuilding Division for their generous support in making DIMS 2026 possible. May I kindly request everyone to be back in the hall by 2:15 p.m. as we reconvene for our second panel discussion, Emerging Technologies in Marine and Offshore. Thank you.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy! Aviva will take you there.
Good day everyone. I am Sandeep Kumar from the 14th batch of Department of Ship Technology. The DIMS that is being conducted by the Department of Ship Technology alumni on the 5th and 6th of August. Look forward to seeing you all there and wishing the organizers and the entire Department of Ship Technology all the very best for today and for the future.
We'll look forward to meet you all during the program. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Ship Technology alumni for having this DIMS.
So I was a part of 2022 DIMS. So looking forward to see you all at DIMS and wishing you all the best.
I wish all of you all the very best for the forthcoming DIMS 2026.
All the very best to DIMS organizers, organized by the Department of Technology Alumni Network, Dostas.
I wish you a most inspiring and productive conference.
Wishing all the best for DIMS 2026 from Australia.
All the best to the DIMS 2026 and the organizers. All the best. I was the first convener for the DIMS and I'm so happy that DIMS is continuing. I wish all the very best to the organizers and the entire program. Thank you so much.
All our best wishes to DIMS 2026, organized by the Department of Ship Technology. See you all there. Thank you.
On behalf of MAST, the Middle East alumni of Ship Technology, it is our great pleasure to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and to everyone who have contributed to making this technical seminar a reality. May this seminar be a great success and a source of inspiration to everyone who are in attendance.
This seminar is more than just a gathering of experts. It is an opportunity to inspire new thinking, foster meaningful connections, and to create solutions that will shape the future of host industries and communities. The discussions, experiences, and insights shared today have the potential to become tomorrow's breakthroughs.
Events such as these are invaluable platforms for bringing together professionals, academics, industry leaders, and aspiring engineers to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore the latest technological advancements. In an era driven by innovation, digital transformation, and emerging technologies, collaboration and continuous learning are more important than ever.
To all speakers, delegates, students, sponsors, and organizers, thank you for being part of this remarkable event. We hope this event provides valuable knowledge, encourage productive discussions, and create lasting professional relationships.
From all of us at MAST, we wish DIMS 2026 every success. Have a wonderful seminar, enjoy the beautiful city of Kochi, and may you always have fair winds and falling seas.
Together we connect,
Together we innovate.
Together we shape the future.
We welcome you all to DIMS 2026.
Modern warships and submarines are engineering marvels. Shaping them demands mastery of engineering and a vision that goes beyond the horizon. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, a Navratna DPSU, and India's only shipyard to have built destroyers, submarines and frigates. Spread over 75 acres, our state-of-the-art infrastructure enables the concurrent construction of 10 warships and 11 submarines. It all began here, in the historic Mazagon Dry Dock. Indian craftsmen built ships of Malabar teak that sailed the oceans of the world. In 1960, Mazagon Docks became a public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Defence, charting a course that would make us shipbuilders to the nation. First of the blocks was Nilgiri, India's first indigenous capital warship. Since then, we have delivered over 808 vessels, including 33 men of war. From missile boats to 7,000-ton destroyers. Every platform begins its journey in our VR-enabled design center. Integrated construction at our dedicated module shop enhances efficiency, compressing timelines. Every build is validated through rigorous harbor and sea trials. Our flagship programs, the Project 15 Bravo destroyers, Project 75 submarines, and Project 17 Alpha stealth frigates, demonstrate our ability to integrate complex and diverse systems and reflect the skill, expertise, and commitment of our 6,000-strong workforce. Amongst the most advanced warships in the world, their integrated systems enable superior situational awareness. Networked architectures provide hot redundancy, enhancing operational availability. Advanced sensors deliver comprehensive battle space awareness, while next-generation weapons provide the decisive edge. MDL has built 8 submarines, including 6 state-of-the-art Kalvari-class boats. With 2 independent construction and launch lines, including a dedicated submarine assembly workshop, we stand ready to build at scale. We have also built expertise in submarine repairs, refits, and modernization. We are currently progressing the manufacture of an indigenously designed air-independent propulsion plug for the Kalvari class, significantly enhancing dived endurance. Our shipbuilding orders include 22 ships for the Indian Coast Guard and an export order for 6 multi-purpose vessels. We have also commenced production of 3 offshore platforms for the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Backed by consistent delivery and strong order book, MDL's financials reflect its robust growth story. With an eye on tomorrow, our expansion plans include asset acquisitions and a greenfield shipyard at Nhava Sheva. The strategic acquisition of Colombo Dockyard PLC marks MDL's first international foray, strengthening regional cooperation and growth in line with the Government of India's Mahasagar initiative. MDL has also expanded its R&D footprint, advancing projects such as AI-driven welding stations, fuel cell and solar-powered boats, underwater swarm drones, expendable underwater targets, lithium-ion batteries and mobile target emulators. Studies for the design of a new conventional submarine have also progressed. Furthering the vision of Skill India, MDL nurtures talent through its apprentice school and continuous training programs. We place equal emphasis on industrial safety and health, ensuring a secure and resilient work environment. Committed to give back, our CSR initiatives focus on meaningful and lasting impact. They include adopting tribal villages, empowering women, and supporting homes for children with special needs. Beyond platforms and projects, MDL invests in people. We believe steel forms the hull. People give it purpose. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, built for scale, engineered for excellence.
From food to trade and energy, vast and powerful seas have always been essential to our world's prosperity. But if we are to realize the full potential of the ocean economy, we need to rethink a more responsible and sustainable path. We need better, safer, greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry, innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity, by enhancing the real world with the virtual world. Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience Platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient. New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy! Aviva will take you there.
Good day everyone. I am Sandeep Kumar from the 14th batch of Department of Ship Technology. The DIMS that is being conducted by the Department of Ship Technology alumni on the 5th and 6th of August. Look forward to seeing you all there and wishing the organizers and the entire Department of Ship Technology all the very best for today and for the future.
We'll look forward to meet you all during the program. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Ship Technology alumni for having this DIMS.
So I was a part of 2022 DIMS. So looking forward to see you all at DIMS and wishing you all the best.
I wish all of you all the very best for the forthcoming DIMS 2026.
All the very best to DIMS organizers, organized by the Department of Technology Alumni Network, Dostas.
I wish you a most inspiring and productive conference.
Wishing all the best for DIMS 2026 from Australia.
All the best to the DIMS 2026 and the organizers. All the best. I was the first convener for the DIMS, and I'm so happy that DIMS is continuing. I wish all the very best to the organizers and the entire program. Thank you so much. All our best wishes to DIMS 2026, organized by the Department of Ship Technology. See you all there. Thank you.
On behalf of MAST, the Middle East alumni of Ship Technology, it is our great pleasure to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and to everyone who have contributed to making this technical seminar a reality. May this seminar be a great success and a source of inspiration to everyone who are in attendance.
This seminar is more than just a gathering of experts. It is an opportunity to inspire new thinking, foster meaningful connections, and to create solutions that will shape the future of host industries and communities. The discussions, experiences, and insights shared today have the potential to become tomorrow's breakthroughs.
Events such as these are invaluable platforms for bringing together professionals, academics, industry leaders, and aspiring engineers to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore the latest technological advancements. In an era driven by innovation, digital transformation, and emerging technologies, collaboration and continuous learning are more important than ever.
To our speakers, delegates, students, sponsors, and organizers, thank you for being part of this remarkable event. We hope this event provides valuable knowledge, encourage productive discussions, and create lasting professional relationships.
From all of us at MAST, we wish DIMS 2026 every success. Have a wonderful seminar, enjoy the beautiful city of Kochi, and may you always have fair winds and falling seas.
Together we connect, together we innovate,
Together we shape the future.
We welcome you all to DIMS 2026.
Modern warships and submarines are engineering marvels. Shaping them demands mastery of engineering and a vision that goes beyond the horizon. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, a Navratna DPSU, and India's only shipyard to have built destroyers, submarines and frigates. Spread over 75 acres, our state-of-the-art infrastructure enables the concurrent construction of 10 warships and 11 submarines. It all began here, in the historic Mazagon Dry Dock. Indian craftsmen built ships of Malabar teak that sailed the oceans of the world. In 1960, Mazagon Docks became a public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Defence, charting a course that would make us shipbuilders to the nation. First of the blocks was Nilgiri, India's first indigenous capital warship. Since then, we have delivered over 808 vessels, including 33 men of war. From missile boats to 7,000-ton destroyers. Every platform begins its journey in our VR-enabled design center. Integrated construction at our dedicated module shop enhances efficiency, compressing timelines. Every build is validated through rigorous harbor and sea trials. Our flagship programs, the Project 15 Bravo destroyers, Project 75 submarines, and Project 17 Alpha stealth frigates, demonstrate our ability to integrate complex and diverse systems and reflect the skill, expertise, and commitment of our 6,000-strong workforce. Amongst the most advanced warships in the world, their integrated systems enable superior situational awareness. Networked architectures provide hot redundancy, enhancing operational availability. Advanced sensors deliver comprehensive battle space awareness, while next-generation weapons provide the decisive edge. MDL has built 8 submarines, including 6 state-of-the-art Kalvari-class boats. With 2 independent construction and launch lines, including a dedicated submarine assembly workshop, we stand ready to build at scale. We have also built expertise in submarine repairs, refits, and modernization. We are currently progressing the manufacture of an indigenously designed air-independent propulsion plug for the Kalvari class, significantly enhancing dived endurance. Our shipbuilding orders include 22 ships for the Indian Coast Guard and an export order for 6 multi-purpose vessels. We have also commenced production of 3 offshore platforms for the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Backed by consistent delivery and strong order book, MDL's financials reflect its robust growth story. With an eye on tomorrow, Our expansion plans include asset acquisitions and a greenfield shipyard at Nhava Sheva. The strategic acquisition of Colombo Dockyard PLC marks MDL's first international foray, strengthening regional cooperation and growth in line with the Government of India's Mahasagar initiative. MDL has also expanded its R&D footprint, advancing projects such as AI-driven welding stations, fuel cell and solar-powered boats, underwater swarm drones, expendable underwater targets, lithium-ion batteries and mobile target emulators. Studies for the design of a new conventional submarine have also progressed. Furthering the vision of Skill India, MDL nurtures talent through its apprentice school and continuous training programs. We place equal emphasis on industrial safety and health, ensuring a secure and resilient work environment. Committed to give back, our CSR initiatives focus on meaningful and lasting impact. They include adopting tribal villages, empowering women, and supporting homes for children with special needs. Beyond platforms and projects, MDL invests in people. We believe steel forms the hull. People give it purpose. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, built for scale, engineered for excellence.
From food to trade and energy, vast and powerful seas have always been essential to our world's prosperity. But if we are to realize the full potential of the ocean economy, we need to rethink a more responsible and sustainable path. We need better, safer, greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry, innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity, by enhancing the real world with the virtual world. Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience Platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy. Aviva will take you there.
Good day, everyone. I'm Sandeep Kumar from the 14th batch of Department of Ship Technology. The DIMS that is being conducted by the Department of Ship Technology alumni on the 5th and 6th of August. Look forward to seeing you all there and wishing the organizers and the entire Department of Ship Technology all the very best for today and for the future.
We'll look forward to meet you all during the program. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Ship Technology alumni for having this DIMS.
So I was a part of 2022 DIMS. So looking forward to see you all at DIMS and wishing you all the best.
I wish all of you all the very best for the forthcoming DIMS 2026.
All the very best to DIMS organizers, organized by the Department of Technology Alumni Network, Dostas.
I wish you a most inspiring and productive conference.
Wishing all the best for DIMS 2026 from Australia.
All the best to the DIMS 2026 and the organizers. All the best. I was the first convener for the DIMS, and I'm so happy that DIMS is continuing. I wish all the very best to the organizers and the entire program. Thank you so much.
All our best wishes to DIMS 2026, organized by the Department of Ship Technology. See you all there. Thank you.
On behalf of MAST, the Middle East alumni of Ship Technology, it is our great pleasure to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and to everyone who have contributed to making this technical seminar a reality. May this seminar be a great success and a source of inspiration to everyone who are in attendance.
This seminar is more than just a gathering of experts. It is an opportunity to inspire new thinking, foster meaningful connections, and to create solutions that will shape the future of host industries and communities. The discussions, experiences, and insights shared today have the potential to become tomorrow's breakthroughs.
Events such as these are invaluable platforms for bringing together professionals, academics, industry leaders, and aspiring engineers to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore the latest technological advancements. In an era driven by innovation, digital transformation, and emerging technologies, collaboration and continuous learning are more important than ever.
To all speakers, delegates, students, sponsors, and organizers, thank you for being part of this remarkable event. We hope this event provides valuable knowledge, encourage productive discussions, and create lasting professional relationships.
From all of us at MAST, we wish DIMS 2026 every success. Have a wonderful seminar, enjoy the beautiful city of Kochi, and may you always have fair winds and falling seas.
Together we connect, Together we innovate.
Together we shape the future.
We welcome you all to DIMS 2026.
Modern warships and submarines are engineering marvels. Shaping them demands mastery of engineering and a vision that goes beyond the horizon. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, a Navratna DPSU, and India's only shipyard to have built destroyers, submarines and frigates. Spread over 75 acres, our state-of-the-art infrastructure enables the concurrent construction of 10 warships and 11 submarines. It all began here, in the historic Mazagon Dry Dock. Indian craftsmen built ships of Malabar teak that sailed the oceans of the world. In 1960, Mazagon Docks became a public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Defence, charting a course that would make us shipbuilders to the nation. First of the blocks was Nilgiri, India's first indigenous capital warship. Since then, we have delivered over 808 vessels, including 33 men of war. From missile boats to 7,000-ton destroyers. Every platform begins its journey in our VR-enabled design center. Integrated construction at our dedicated module shop enhances efficiency, compressing timelines. Every build is validated through rigorous harbor and sea trials. Our flagship programs, the Project 15 Bravo destroyers, Project 75 submarines, and Project 17 Alpha stealth frigates, demonstrate our ability to integrate complex and diverse systems and reflect the skill, expertise, and commitment of our 6,000-strong workforce. Amongst the most advanced warships in the world, their integrated systems enable superior situational awareness. Networked architectures provide hot redundancy, enhancing operational availability. Advanced sensors deliver comprehensive battle space awareness, while next-generation weapons provide the decisive edge. MDL has built 8 submarines, including 6 state-of-the-art Kalvari-class boats. With 2 independent construction and launch lines, including a dedicated submarine assembly workshop, we stand ready to build at scale. We have also built expertise in submarine repairs, refits, and modernization. We are currently progressing the manufacture of an indigenously designed air-independent propulsion plug for the Kalvari class, significantly enhancing dived endurance. Our shipbuilding orders include 22 ships for the Indian Coast Guard and an export order for 6 multi-purpose vessels. We have also commenced production of 3 offshore platforms for the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Backed by consistent delivery and strong order book, MDL's financials reflect its robust growth story. With an eye on tomorrow, Our expansion plans include asset acquisitions and a greenfield shipyard at Nhava Sheva. The strategic acquisition of Colombo Dockyard PLC marks MDL's first international foray, strengthening regional cooperation and growth in line with the Government of India's Mahasagar initiative. MDL has also expanded its R&D footprint, advancing projects such as AI-driven welding stations, fuel cell and solar-powered boats, underwater swarm drones, expendable underwater targets, lithium-ion batteries and mobile target emulators. Studies for the design of a new conventional submarine have also progressed. Furthering the vision of Skill India, MDL nurtures talent through its apprentice school and continuous training programs. We place equal emphasis on industrial safety and health, ensuring a secure and resilient work environment. Committed to give back, our CSR initiatives focus on meaningful and lasting impact. They include adopting tribal villages, empowering women, and supporting homes for children with special needs. Beyond platforms and projects, MDL invests in people. We believe steel forms the hull. People give it purpose. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited. Built for scale. Engineered for excellence.
From food to trade and energy, vast and powerful seas have always been essential to our world's prosperity. But if we are to realize the full potential of the ocean economy, we need to rethink a more responsible and sustainable path. We need better, safer, greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry, innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity, by enhancing the real world with the virtual world. Dassault Systèmes' 3D Experience platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy! Aviva will take you there.
Good day everyone. I am Sandeep Kumar from the 14th batch of Department of Ship Technology. The DIMS that is being conducted by the Department of Ship Technology alumni on the 5th and 6th of August. Look forward to seeing you all there and wishing the organizers and the entire Department of Ship Technology all the very best for today and for the future.
We'll look forward to meet you all during the program. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Ship Technology alumni for having this DIMS.
So I was a part of 2022 DIMS. So looking forward to see you all at DIMS and wishing you all the best.
I wish all of you all the very best for the forthcoming DIMS 2026.
All the very best to DIMS organizers, organized by the Department of Technology Alumni Network, Dostas.
I wish you a most inspiring and productive conference.
Wishing all the best for DIMS 2026 from Australia.
Okay, all the best to the DIMS 2026 and the organizers. All the best. I was the first convener for the DIMS, and I'm so happy that DIMS is continuing. I wish all the very best to the organizers and the entire program. Thank you so much.
All our best wishes to DIMS 2026, organized by the Department of Ship Technology. See you all there. Thank you.
On behalf of MAST, the Middle East alumni of Ship Technology, it is our great pleasure to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the organizers and to everyone who have contributed to making this technical seminar a reality. May this seminar be a great success and a source of inspiration to everyone who are in attendance.
This seminar is more than just a gathering of experts. It is an opportunity to inspire new thinking, foster meaningful connections, and to create solutions that will shape the future of host industries and communities. The discussions, experiences, and insights shared today have the potential to become tomorrow's breakthroughs.
Events such as these are invaluable platforms for bringing together professionals, academics, industry leaders, and aspiring engineers to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and explore the latest technological advancements. In an era driven by innovation, digital transformation, and emerging technologies, collaboration and continuous learning are more important than ever.
To all speakers, delegates, students, sponsors, and organizers, thank you for being part of this remarkable event. We hope this event provides valuable knowledge, encourage productive discussions, and create lasting professional relationships.
From all of us at MAST, we wish DIMS 2026 every success. Have a wonderful seminar, enjoy the beautiful city of Kochi, and may you always have fair winds and falling seas.
Together we connect, Together we innovate.
Together we shape the future.
We welcome you all to DIMS 2026.
Modern warships and submarines are engineering marvels. Shaping them demands mastery of engineering and a vision that goes beyond the horizon. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, a Navratna DPSU, and India's only shipyard to have built destroyers, submarines and frigates. Spread over 75 acres, our state-of-the-art infrastructure enables the concurrent construction of 10 warships and 11 submarines. It all began here, in the historic Mazagon Dry Dock. Indian craftsmen built ships of Malabar teak that sailed the oceans of the world. In 1960, Mazagon Docks became a public sector undertaking under the Ministry of Defence, charting a course that would make us shipbuilders to the nation. First of the blocks was Nilgiri, India's first indigenous capital warship. Since then, we have delivered over 808 vessels, including 33 men of war. From missile boats to 7,000-ton destroyers. Every platform begins its journey in our VR-enabled design center. Integrated construction at our dedicated module shop enhances efficiency, compressing timelines. Every build is validated through rigorous harbor and sea trials. Our flagship programs, the Project 15 Bravo destroyers, Project 75 submarines, and Project 17 Alpha stealth frigates, demonstrate our ability to integrate complex and diverse systems and reflect the skill, expertise, and commitment of our 6,000-strong workforce. Amongst the most advanced warships in the world, their integrated systems enable superior situational awareness. Networked architectures provide hot redundancy, enhancing operational availability. Advanced sensors deliver comprehensive battle space awareness, while next-generation weapons provide the decisive edge. MDL has built 8 submarines, including 6 state-of-the-art Kalvari-class boats. With 2 independent construction and launch lines, including a dedicated submarine assembly workshop, we stand ready to build at scale. We have also built expertise in submarine repairs, refits, and modernization. We are currently progressing the manufacture of an indigenously designed air-independent propulsion plug for the Kalvari class, significantly enhancing dived endurance. Our shipbuilding orders include 22 ships for the Indian Coast Guard and an export order for 6 multi-purpose vessels. We have also commenced production of 3 offshore platforms for the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation. Backed by consistent delivery and strong order book, MDL's financials reflect its robust growth story. With an eye on tomorrow, Our expansion plans include asset acquisitions and a greenfield shipyard at Nhava Sheva. The strategic acquisition of Colombo Dockyard PLC marks MDL's first international foray, strengthening regional cooperation and growth in line with the Government of India's Mahasagar initiative. MDL has also expanded its R&D footprint, advancing projects such as AI-driven welding stations, fuel cell and solar-powered boats, underwater swarm drones, expendable underwater targets, lithium-ion batteries and mobile target emulators. Studies for the design of a new conventional submarine have also progressed. Furthering the vision of Skill India, MDL nurtures talent through its apprentice school and continuous training programs. We place equal emphasis on industrial safety and health, ensuring a secure and resilient work environment. Committed to give back, our CSR initiatives focus on meaningful and lasting impact. They include adopting tribal villages, empowering women, and supporting homes for children with special needs. Beyond platforms and projects, MDL invests in people. We believe steel forms the hull. People give it purpose. Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, built for scale, engineered for excellence.
From food to trade and energy, vast and powerful seas have always been essential to our world's prosperity. But if we are to realize the full potential of the ocean economy, we need to rethink a more responsible and sustainable path. We need better, safer, greener assets. From smarter ships designed with high-performance hulls, new materials, and alternative propulsion systems, to offshore assets capable of harnessing new energy and natural resources. It is time to transform the marine and offshore industry, innovating new business models and processes, leveraging advanced simulation, analytics, smart automated manufacturing, standardization and modularity, bringing operational excellence throughout an asset's entire life cycle with digital continuity, by enhancing the real world with the virtual world. Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience Platform unleashes a new wave of innovation, empowering the next generation workforce with deep knowledge. From ideation and engineering to manufacturing and asset in operation, the entire value network is connected into a single collaborative environment, unlocking the true value of our oceans by harmonizing product, nature, and life. In a future made possible by virtual universes, experience the future today.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy. Aviva will take you there.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? We will be resuming the program in 5 minutes. May I kindly request everyone to make their way back to hall and take their seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? As we prepare to resume the proceedings, we would like to once again acknowledge the generous support of our sponsors whose valuable contributions have made DIMS 2026 possible. Our platinum sponsor, Aviva, our gold sponsors, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems, our silver sponsor, Catmatic and Chowgle Shipbuilding Division. We sincerely thank all our sponsors for their
Yeah, I think that summarizes what we are doing as L&T.
Thank you, Jolie. That's good point you highlighted. Coming back to Wärtsilä, right? So again, in line with the same segment, in fact, because we were discussing the cleaner energy shift, right? So Wärtsilä is a leader in developing fuel flexible engines and sustainable marine technologies, right? So which alternative fuel pathway do you believe has the greatest potential to support the future of deep sea shipping, and what factors will determine its adoption?
Thank you for the questions, and thank you Dostas team for having me over here. This is the 5th edition, and I'm happy to appear in all 5 actually so far. So that's really incredible experience. Yeah, coming to the question, Ashik, now the technical applicability and commercial viability of the alternative fuel actually varies depending on the type of the vessel and the trade, vessel trade as such. When we look at deep sea shipping, since you specifically asked about it, it has relatively lesser decarbonization options compared to short sea shipping, where you have multiple alternative energy sources as a flexible options. Nevertheless, when it comes to deep sea shipping, we clearly see there is not going to be one fuel scenario. So we are heading towards the multi-fuel situation here. And the decarbonization roadmap will basically get determined for a specific ship owner or specific vessel, depending on the vessel type, vessel route, fuel availability, emissions, and then how fast the emissions are implied, and so on and so forth. Now that means...
Mr. Sachin, just we have some slides also along with that, like along with this panel, some slides. So I'm showing the slides also for your information.
Fine. So what does it mean? It means for deep sea shipping, the fuel flexibility is the key. I think that's something which is very important to really factor, because the vessel which is being built today, the lifetime of that vessel will be another 25 to 30 years. That means the fuel canvas is going to get evolved in that period. So that means for ship owner, they need to have a solution which probably would have a bit lesser emissions today, but they should be able to switch on to the low carbon fuel and eventually zero carbon fuel as the fuel development gets matured. What are our 3 pathways which we typically suggest? So one is, in a first instance, itself burn less fuel. I think that's something which is the most basic pathway we look at. And there we are looking at more efficient operation. Having said that, the next step comes from the perspective of cleanup emissions. So emission in certain circumstances is inevitable, but then how do we clean it up? And that's where the carbon capture technology which would help. We have recently done the pilot case where we have already installed the carbon capture and able to collect the 70% or store 70% on board as such. And as we mature into the decarbonization process, then we talk about use alternative energy sources. And that means it is not only about alternative fuels, but also we talk about electrification. I think electrification and hybridization come as an additional fuel. People talk about ammonia, people talk about methanol, LNG, but then electrification is also should be considered as another fuel. So when we look at this aspect, I think there are 3-4 factors which one has to adopt, especially when we talk about deep sea shipping. The availability of sustainable fuel at the speed in which it is required, at the same time the cost which could be absorbed by the ship owner as well as the charterer. The ability to safely store the fuel on board, that's something which is extremely important. The regulatory incentives and penalties, both together, that's very important to kind of motivate the ship owners to actually go for adoption of the alternative fuel. And last one, that's technology maturity when it comes to engine. typically it is looked at as the only engine per se, but then there is also something called fuel gas handling system and the whole ecosystem in around alternate fuel, which also needs to be factored very well when it comes to designing the new ships. So in nutshell, when all these aspects are being integrated well together, we would move in that direction to be able to use a zero carbon fuel. We are not there yet, but there is a certainly clear path which is available for the ship owners to take step by step.
Absolutely, it's a very good point. In fact, when we speak about Wärtsilä has done a lot of dual fuel conversion on many engines, right? So in line with, my question is in line with that, which are the factors to evaluate in case of a dual fuel conversion on the existing engine?
Okay, again here, a very strong kind of experience or observation which we get. The focus gets solely on the engine, either engine conversion or replacement. And it's, as I said earlier, it's much more than that. So here we're talking about your entire fuel gas handling system, the storage tank, the entire control system, the piping on board. So all these aspects are equally important, and that's where the business case is very critically to be considered. Now, when we talk about business case of any conversion, we talk about what's the remaining lifetime of the vessel. Is it really worth to look at that particular vessel for a conversion? What's the fuel consumption at that point of time? What's the charter requirement? What are the regulatory compliances need of that particular vessel? And importantly, what are the financial benefits? That means, does ship owner or operator has an access to the green finance? These are all very important dimensions to be considered when it comes to the business case evaluation. While this is being done to begin with, moving to the more of technicalities of the conversion, which is to be seen is what's the fuel tank size, depending on the fuel which one is contemplating, methanol, ammonia, or even for that matter, transition fuel as LNG. The fuel tank, the storage tank will change, and then that has to be kept in mind when one is looking at the conversion aspect. Then again, as I said, it's not only about that, and it's also about piping, the control system, the electrical integration which is required, and also the integration along with the after treatment which will be required for depending on the fuel which one is contemplating. So this comes as a part of the technicalities. Coming to the very, very important, the trade aspect. So when you are kind of utilizing this additional space, how much it's impacting your vessel stability, how much it is impacting your cargo space, because that is directly going to link your trade. One has to keep it in mind, end of the day, vessel is for trading. And that's where in Wärtsilä we kind of focus how we balance the decarbonization, keeping the trading requirement of the operator in mind. So when the convergent discussions come, and if we are talking about dual fuel, there is also opportunity to kind of integrate certain energy saving devices at that time itself, so that you can actually get better return on investment on that particular project. Importantly, what's particular decarbonization pathway for that ship owner, that has to be very well spoken. This is not a subject in isolation. This is directly linked with the ship owner's decarbonization strategy for the organization, and then one can map the every vessel depending on all the factors which I talked about. So again, this needs a very thorough feasibility, absolutely open and transparent discussions, and the thorough collaboration, which ultimately will make it possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sachin. Yeah. Now I'll go to Siemens. Now, Pushpak, yeah, Mr. Pushpak Roy. See, when you speak about Siemens, you are more on the integrated power system. That's if you speak about Siemens, that's what comes to our mind, right? So how integrated power system supporting decarbonization by enabling better power distribution, hybrid operations, and efficient utilization on board energy resources? That's my question. It's in line with that.
Thank you very much. First of all, I thank you, DIMS, for having me here. I was part of the first edition. Now it is good to be back on the fifth edition, and I can see the way it has developed. Really encouraging. So next one.
Right.
No. The next slide. Yeah. So actually, there was a slide on Siemens Energy introduction, so I will skip that. So what we believe is decarbonization cannot be only achieved by changing fuel. Okay. It is a matter of how intelligently we are using the energy. And the heart of this is a very strong energy management system and power management system, which considers the whole ship as one integrated electrical platform, then considering it as collective of equipment, right? And when that happens, the different factors, which is ultimately affecting the fuel consumption and efficiency, those falls in place. So you have energy storage, you have generators, you have batteries. At the other side, you have different loads, propulsion. All these things are efficiently controlled to give the most optimistic and efficient outcome. So this is done by a strong power management system, right? And when that happens, we will see the generators are used optimally, right? We will see peak shaving, we will see spinning reserve where needed, we will see integration of battery, we will realize integration of fuel cell where it's needed, and all those things will automatically, increase the efficiency and bring down consumption of fuel. So as the industry is moving towards alternate fuel, LNG, methanol, and so on and so forth, one thing remains constant and which is most important is a very efficient energy management system and very efficient power management system, which is treating this whole platform as an integrated platform. So that's where we are, and that's how we believe that efficiency can be achieved, right?
Absolutely good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a very good point, in fact. When we spoke about Siemens Energy, you have highlighted that you're doing quite a lot on the submarine technology side also, right? So on the emerging technology aspects, can you elaborate the integration, the integration technology adopted in the submarine side?
Okay, so submarine, I will just, it's always confidential hush-hush kind of a topic, so I will not get into too much of details of references and all. But I'll give a more of a, I would say, a high-level view of what we are doing for submarines. And if any one of you is interested in digging deep in any product or technology, please, we can always connect offline. So I'm here available today, tomorrow, right? So for submarine, we are mainly into the complete power and propulsion package, and heart of our solution is our Permission Evo permanent magnet motor, right? It is compact, and it is really silent, I would say, right? And this is where we are working in different sector, different kind of marine platform. The most challenging platform is submarine, because there you have to balance between operational readiness, you have to balance between cram space, and your product sizing and everything has to be optimized, and also you have to work on the minimum acoustic signature. So if you see the offerings we have for submarine, we have the complete power, the switchboards, the power packages, the propulsion motors, fuel cell technology, and I can proudly say that Siemens Energy is probably has the biggest reference of submarine globally, right? So if you see from last 50, 60 years, today we have almost 176 platform where we have, which is there with Siemens technology. Almost 45, 47, 50 platform where they are with independent air propulsion, AIP. So this is in a nutshell what we are doing for submarine.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's quite good, actually. It's something quite new to a lot of people, actually, a lot of attendees here, in fact. Now, I'm coming back to Mr. Mahesh, ABB. Mahesh, ABB, you are quite strong in the fuel cells, right? Fuel cell side. Like my first question is in line with the fuel cell side. How ship owners evaluate the role of fuel cells alongside battery technology when future propulsion solutions, including alternative fuels? We can consider hydrogen fuel, LNG, methanol, ammonia. So can you explain this point?
Okay, first of all, it's a privilege to be in the DIMS. This is my 4th participation and also as a speaker. And thank you for the DIMS team for excellent arrangements. So coming to your question, Sheikh, we need to now think as what does a ship owner look at when he is deciding. So we strongly believe there is no one size fit for any vessel. There is again, when an owner, when he's deciding, he'll look at many parameters, looking at what is the vessel type, its operation profile, what is the route it has to take, what is the infrastructure that is supporting, and definitely capital, what is to be put in. And then another key element what is coming up is also in terms of the maturity of the technology. What is the risk he has to face? Yeah. And one more element important also is looking at what is the total cost of ownership. Right. How much has to he for operating for next 20 years? And typically, for the industry, we benchmark against, diesel or HFO engine vessels. So then you started as hydrogen fuel cell, but hydrogen fuel cell, ABB has been a pioneer in that. We don't have our own fuel cells, but we integrate with them in part of our systems, right? So if you look at, you're comparing that with battery. So battery, if you look at that, you mentioned of alternative fuels also. So let us take a case of battery. A battery has its own, if you take in isolation, it is the most efficient in terms of power conversion. It almost goes up to 90%. And, but it has a limitation. It cannot operate, maybe if you take a vessel, maximum 300 kilometers. Yeah. And if you look at, one I think very attractive part of a battery operated vessel is also in terms of total cost of ownership. It is 18 to 20% lower than a diesel operated vessel for 20 years. Yeah. So then comes alternative fuels, but then again, if you look at in terms of achieving green or, meeting the net zero, battery is the best, but battery has its own limitation. Then if you look at alternative fuels, if you look at, hydrogen is the best in terms of fuel. It has a high energy density, but at the same time, there's a complex system. The cost of green hydrogen is still not attractive, and the infrastructure required, like storage, you need a cryogenic systems. So it is still not attractive. And as a technology, it is still at an early stage, you can say. There are some early adapters. Mostly you are seeing it in Northern Europe. As ABB, we are part of this Samscripts feeder vessel, which is being built in Cochin. We are also operating a vessel called Zulu in Paris, which is also on the River Rhine. It is also based on hydrogen fuel cell. But hydrogen fuel cell, if you look compared to battery, it isn't at the best, okay? It cannot handle peak loads, dynamic requirements. So it is more like a transitional, energy source. So that is a limitation on that. And it has an efficiency also better than the IC engines, but still lower than battery, if you take as a power conversion. So owners, when they're looking at, for short distance shipping, battery is the best. But then, they look at a mix using hydrogen fuel cell for maybe a little longer range of operation and a battery combination. So then when I look at, your engines, whether it's ammonia or LNG or methanol. LNG is well proven. The technology is already matured. You have quite a number of vessels already operating. It has become one of the preferred for ocean-going vessels. But it is still not efficient in terms of power conversion. And even though, and also it is LNG is slightly expensive in total cost of ownership compared to a diesel operated vessel. And another important thing is LNG is still preferred, but we believe it is a transition fuel. Right, yeah. And the next comes methanol. Methanol is good, but then if you look at the energy density, it is almost 50-55% of diesel. So it is still not the best. Then you need a large storage space for that. But it is also coming in as one of the fuels. At least we see some development even in India on that. Then you look at ammonia. Ammonia, if you're looking at a green mission or going for a green vessel, it's the best. Okay, but then the other challenges in terms of handling it, toxic, it's very toxic. And then it also requires a complex handling system, storage, infrastructure. So again, it is still at an early stage, but we see it picking up. We see it picking up. So if you put it in overall, so when an owner looks at, he looks at all these points. I mean, I'm just putting myself in the shoes of an owner, and maybe owner has other priorities also, but you look at it, if you look at a green as a mission, battery is, for a short distance, battery is the best. But long distance, you can look at a hybrid using LNG or ammonia with battery or fuel cell combination. So owner is not fixed to one, fuel cell. And as ABB, we are fuel agnostic. We are not married to one type of fuel. So you can use these mix of technologies and sort of insulate yourself, from the risks of the changing technologies also.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a very, very good answer, very informative. In line with the same, the integrated power system, improving vessel efficiency, optimizing energy storage, and enabling more sustainable operations. How this is getting achieved? Can you explain that one also?
Yeah, this question is more related, my colleague on this dais, it's similar to that. But maybe we do it differently. That's why we have more, maybe we are there in this business for the last 70 years with more than 1,300 vessels which are electrified. So, but what we are trying to say here is integrated power system is not only about automation, okay? It's about how you're going to have the different energy sources and loads all unified and coordinated in one system. Instead of managing energy sources differently. So here, there's a slide here which just shows a symbolic representation of the power flow, right from power generation till the propulsion. It's just a symbolic, just because I see a very young crowd behind. So I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. So then comes, your question is, how is it going to overall improve the vessel efficiency? So if you look at it, then if you look at a conventional vessel, what are the current inefficiencies? So you have the engine running at a single shaft speed, and it has got very low efficiency when it is at low loads. Then you have the auxiliary systems like pumps, fans, HVACs. They're all designed, for fixed speeds and sometimes oversized also. Then there is also for vessels, where you have waste energy, which is, going to the environment, it's lost. So these are certain inefficiencies which are already there. Yeah. So what we do is, how do we address this by a technology, by an integrated system? Getting in, say, variable frequency converters, where you can get almost like 15%, increased efficiency for pumps or HVAC systems. Then there is also this technology of shaft generator, where we have more than 400 vessels now operating with shaft generator solution. You put a shaft generator on the shaft, you further improve the efficiency by 5%. Then comes, where you can have this, the waste heat which is generated. You can overall having a waste heat recovery system, by using the heat to power up, either warm up the LNG, you can again further increase by 8%. Then comes, what is shown here is a symbolic where we have our ABB onboard DC grid, where what we are doing is we are integrating the different power sources and controlling the distribution in a very intelligent manner. And with that, you'll be surprised, we can go up to increasing overall efficiency by 20%. So we work closely with the owners and work with the operating profile and see that the best optimum efficiency is increased. And last but not least is definitely with batteries. You can further overall improve the efficiency of the vessel. So now coming to sum it up, now if you look at, you are asking how does it impact the sustainability footprint on the maritime domain. So if you take this IME EEDI 2025, that is Energy Efficiency Design Index, it asks for improvement almost like 30% compared to 2012. So whatever the technology I mentioned about, that already meets that requirement. And second, if you look at even the CIA requirements also gradually, the expectation is that you reduce something like 3.5% annually from 26 to 2030. So with what I mentioned, you achieve it. So with this integrated power and automation system, you can completely meet these requirements, and get a better, performance in terms of meeting the green ambition of net zero by 2050.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mahesh. Good answer. Very good. Very good explanation. Back to Anil, Oceanopt. Anil, when we spoke, you said technology should be result-oriented because a lot of softwares, AI technologies which people are using, right? In line with emerging technologies and AI, how are digital platforms helping companies move beyond compliance proactively? That's my first point.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting us to the panel and also giving us an opportunity. I think what we discussed till now is technology in general and the emerging technologies in maritime. So how does, my point is also that how does technology emerge? Technology emerges if it is able to give you decision-making capability. And that's where digitalization comes in. That's where software solutions, services which can augment that technology, give you the before and after analysis of that technology, is going to give you decision-making capability. And that's where we are concentrating. Because there are a lot of technologies in the market. Obviously, these technologies need to be validated. And what we've seen in the past is that you have digitalization at the core. Still, you have a lot of ships out there which is not digitalized, still on record books and basic systems. So that's a good amount of effort that we need to do in case companies are looking at 20, 30, 50 years of sustainable operations. Their decisions should be in line with what their data is speaking.
Absolutely.
So that's where we come in. We believe that all decisions are made on data, clean data, validated data. And our decision-making process is a combination of a service and a solution, which is a state-of-the-art model that we are already having. And most of our clients are taking. We are close to 600 ships that we are offering this technology. So my point is that technology, or let's say digitalization in general, was connecting ships before. Later, it connected people, but I believe it has to connect decision-making process. Means sequentializing your decision-making process, prioritizing which is the project that I need to take first, second, third, and that is also based on data. So we are in that space, and that's basically for us. So we are a performance and emissions and compliance platform. Presently, when I speak, we are not in a very, let's say, encouraging times of decarbonization. Last year, when I was sitting here in the panel, we were expecting that in MEPC 83, the global taxation regime would happen, and then came Trump, and not to sound political, but the point being that that has taken a step back in this whole process. But are we ready when these regulations come back globally? That's the point. If we want to get ready when the regulations come back globally in the next 3-4 years, we have to be digitally ready. You can't really look at one technology and say, this is going to save the life for the company. No, you have to evaluate a lot of technologies. You have to compare, you have to correlate the parameters, and that's where digitalization is going to help you. So I think software in general is not going to help. You have AI, which is also coming in, but it also has its problems. So why we place a lot of onus on marine expertise is because if you have a great platform which is able to give you a great decision, but that decision is taken by marine expertise. People have been there operating vessels, understand the positives and negatives of operating that vessels. You are sure that you are taking 100% very validated decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's our point.
Yeah, good answer. Very good. Excellent. Right. Again, we were discussing about the energy transition, right? LNG, methanol, ammonia, hydrogen, biofuel, all those things, right? Again, in line with that, how digital tools and data analytics support decision making during this energy transition? Because
so energy transition, obviously, as you know, needs to happen. We are not an alternative fuel expert, but what we can tell, and I fully agree to what Sachin said, that it is not which fuel I should use, it is basically which fuel is the most apt for my fleet is what is the question. So it is based on the area that you are operating. Because if you are operating in EU, you need to look at EU ETS exposure, fuel EU exposure. And when you're looking even at costs, you're looking at three major costs, which is your shipbuilding capex cost. You're looking at the fuel that you're operating, the fuel cost. Now, when you say alternative fuels, that's also coming with a cost, which might be much higher than what the present fuels you're using.
Yeah.
Then you're also looking at compliance cost, because EU ETS is there, fuel EU is there. So it's a combination of these three that you have to break even to really start operating your vessels. So I believe moving to the alternative space was obviously a solution. If we need to go by what IMO says, we are already late, we need to go fast. But it also depends upon, I'm saying again, back to digital solutions. So we have solutions which look at LNG vessels. What is the technology that is installed on the LNG vessel before and after? How much savings we have?
Yeah.
All ESD, ET solutions. You have more than 250 energy saving devices and energy efficiency technologies available in the market. You decide to do 3-4 solutions on a dry dock. Cumulative saving is, let's say, 16%. What is the saving in isolation of each technology? Only a digital solution can tell you that.
Absolutely.
So, point being is that if you want to strategize for the next 20, 30 years, moving into the alternative space, it has to be backed by data. And then every year you need to look at that data very closely. And just answering to your question on digitalization, obviously on decarbonization, the greenhouse gas effect, where you have the 3 important GHGs. So you must have technologies in which you should be able to measure this data. So if you're able to measure the data, then you are able to manage it. If you are able to manage it, you will be able to optimize it. If you are able to optimize it, you will be able to decarbonize it. So okay. That's all.
Thank you so much. Now let us move on to digitalization and autonomy. That's the next session. But please, we don't have much time. Please answer in 90 seconds. It's a little bit challenging, but back to you, Jolie, again. Right, digital engineering, BIM, digital twin technologies, right, across the offshore industries, right? So how these technologies transforming project planning, execution, and collaboration and lifecycle management of offshore assets?
In 90 seconds?
Simple answer.
These are game changers. These are game changers. We are
Right.
so blessed, compared to what we used to do 10 years back, and then what we are doing now in terms of technology. Amazing. Look at engineering, 3D BIM to 4D BIM, which is giving the schedules and the sequences. 5D BIM gives you the cost. So amazing technology for us to make. And also digital twins, I'm sure Aviva will speak more about it, but these are all allowing us to build these structures. I'm talking about offshore EPCI, 30,000, 40,000 ton topsides, virtually. And then looking at the constructability, spatial reviews, model reviews ahead of time, in 4Ds. That's amazing. That's really cutting short of errors, detecting clash checks and all kinds of complex issues, engineering issues getting resolved earlier in the game, in the ENP phase as well. And then again, I can talk, but I don't have time, but amazing technology from that perspective.
What's the key point from your
The
views?
other couple of key points are, if you look at L&T, and also what we're doing, I was in Lakshya dialogue, this is our Vision 31 dialogue, where humanoids have been, tested for some of the fabrication work. A lot of componentization is going to happen. I can give you another example where the recent Qatar project, we used China facilities to have something like 6,000 tons of plate girders and all, highly robotics, come way faster than what we could do in our yards.
Yeah.
So componentization, another one we are kind of adopting now as we transform our yards slowly into robotics. So that's happening. Then another one is AI led quality control systems. You're detecting weld issues before, during execution, than post monitoring. So these are the really high things. But the only other point I would add to it is the upskilling of labor. Demystifying AI. So that's also happening in L&T at various levels. So that's another key aspect. The resistance to change from our normal Excel sheets to AWP, for example, is massive. So that is another major aspect we should.
Thank you, Julie. That's good. I know that L&T is utilizing all this digital engineering, digital twin and all. You're applying it very effectively, which I'm well aware of it.
Thanks.
Back to Sachin again, right? What's your experience in digital solution? That's my key wording here. Vessel optimization, asset performance management, how these solutions transforming predictive maintenance strategies enable real decision-making aspects actually. Quickly, don't have much time, please. Yeah.
Okay, first of all, thank you for asking this question. Generally, typically, people talk about fuels and technology and other things, and mostly life cycle is forgotten. So thanks for bringing this. The digital solutions actually has really changed the way marine assets are managed. Earlier, even now also, most of the cases, the maintenance philosophy is coming from how many running hours of the engine, or there is a failure, or there is some nagging issue on the equipment, and then it's getting attended. So there's a philosophy of time-based maintenance. Thanks to digital solutions, we are moving towards now predictive and performance-driven management of the assets. And that's where, with this philosophy, the whole idea is that if you see over here, we are talking about a data collection, the expert insight, which we call it in Wärtsilä. And this is not only about data. What you do with data is extremely important. And that's from that point of view, ship owners today has moved from asking what has failed to what's happening, what is my risk, and what I need to do. So in short, these data points are actually creating the various action points for the ship owner. And for that, the entire gamut of, let's say, digitalization, then we talk about cloud analytics, we talk about digital twin, and of course AI. And while this entire technology is helping, there is a very expert team which is processing that information. Yeah. And that's something which happens on a real-time scenario. So today, ship owners are getting flexibility in terms of how they plan their downtime, how they can they combine their maintenance when they go for dry dock, can they combine when they have extra time in hand, rather than really doing it only when as per the your running hours pushes you to do. And that's a huge benefit for them. Number two, application, if we see, just to extend what Anil was talking about. So today, it's all about how efficiently you manage the existing vessels. And that's where we talked about so many different energy-saving devices. I won't get into that detailed discussion, but the importance of technology or this AI as well as digital twin, what it brings is this converts the situation as it is to a multi-solution on that particular vessels and helps customer to take an informed decision. So this is digital-driven roadmap for a ship owner. So technology is one, but importantly, how this data helps them to take the informed decisions. And the last point is, apart from the maintenance aspect, apart from making sure that we choose the right energy saving device for the compliance perspective, the third is that how do we make sure that the fuel consumption is well monitored? How do we make the route analysis? How do we ensure that the weather pattern is predicted or taken into the consideration? This basically gives a huge benefit for the ship owner, and that's why initially I said that first and foremost, burn less or make it more efficient operation. And from that point of view, digitalization really is a big boon at this point of time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Back to you, Pushpak. Siemens. When Siemens EAD, one of your key segment, right? Electrification, automation, and digitalization. My question is, what are the challenges on implementing that?
So, the good one, good question. So, implementing EAD is the technology is not a challenge. Here, the biggest challenge is the integration of the platform. So, marine assets normally it comes with loads and equipment of different OEMs, right? It comes with legacy control system. It comes with ever evolving energy sources, right? So, bringing all this together and developing a reliable, secure, and optimized platform, it needs deep engineering knowledge. Okay. Now, at the same time, we have to worry about cybersecurity. We have to worry about life cycle support, and with the new technology, there is a need of upskill of the resource, upskill of the crew. So, if I put it all together, the biggest challenge one we face when we are converting, say, a conventional platform or a legacy platform into a EAD-enabled, that means electrically automated and digitized platform, a lot of things has to fall together. So we need to have a strong system integration knowledge, right? We need to develop the integrated platform on base of that. We need the right people to do that, right training, and the cybersecurity needs and everything. So when all those things falls together, then only this transformation, the conversion makes sense. A lot of conversions, it starts with an intention of, start with a different intention, but maybe by the end of the conversion, we don't get the result because these recipes, they don't fall together. So it's a complicated process because we are talking about dealing with legacy systems and dealing with platform with different equipment and all. So that's the challenge we face, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Back to Mahesh again, right? How is ABB enabling the technology required for autonomous operations? When these autonomous operations widely operated in the maritime industry? Can you highlight these 2 points, in fact?
Yeah, it's a complex question.
Complex with 90 seconds only.
Yeah, so I'll negotiate for 2 minutes then. Okay, let me try to pick it as short as possible. So first, when you say autonomous solutions in context to vessels, we need to understand what is the framework which supports that. So IMO has come up, as a in a certain guidelines. We call it MAS. It is Maritime Autonomous Surface Ships, where they have given different, depending on the degree of autonomy, there are different levels. It starts with degree 1, which is sort of a decision support making, which already is very pleased to share that, in May 2026, IMO has adopted this and already it is in action. There's almost around 35 plus ships using AI advisory to the operators on the vessel. The second degree is remote operation, but with crew on board. The third level of autonomy is remote operation without crew on board. And then the fourth operation is, fourth degree is fully autonomous. Now, all this is based on AI-based technology. Now, what ABB is doing is, I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. We have almost like 7 different blocks to achieve this. because we also know this requirement is progressive. It is not going to happen overnight. So we have the basic block, which is the eyes and ears of the vessel. We call it ABB Ability Marine Pilot Vision, which basically is a sensory fusion of different data on board a vessel, like LIDAR, radars, AI system, all fused into one. So overall, helping the operator to increase the situational awareness. Then you have the second block, which we call as ABB Ability Marine Pilot Control, which is sort of the brain, where we use it to maneuver, we do the docking, undocking, and also collision avoidance. So this is the second part. And also it is used for DP control. So then coming to the, I'll jump a little forward. When you say autonomous solution, we don't look at only at the digital part of it. We look at a vessel in totality. Other things which contribute, but I'm not going to do is a digital twin. And then we look at a very core part for autonomous vessel to really be in operation is the power system. You need a solid power system. So we use the onboard DC grid platform supported by a complete integrated automation system where you need to know the senses of what is happening at every point in the vessel. So maybe around 2,000 plus sensors are there. So overall, then the other items, I'm not going in detail, information is available online. But important of all this is the cybersecurity. I mean, you're going for an autonomous vessel, you should protect yourself from digital attack. So that is, in totality, these blocks help in reaching the automation, the autonomous vessel. But then coming to the last question, okay, it is not ABB statement, but as per, there's a report by Roland Roger, who did a study in 25. So as per him, it was supposed to be ready by 2030, but it is supposed to, I think now it is shifted to 2040.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Anil, again, like fleet optimization, like voyage optimization, these kind of areas, aspects, which is quite popular in the vessel. How is this AI technology getting utilized in that? Like, what are the features in that?
So we are already AI enabling our platform, but in terms of digitalizing and automation, we would say we are specifically not restricting ourselves to these two topics. For us, digitalization is at the middle between digitization on one side and digital transformation on the other side. And you have, for a company, if you want to really optimize your operations, you need to really be in the digital transformation stage. And automation obviously is what we want. It is mandatory. Automation basically saves the time for you, but necessarily does it save money? I'm not sure. What really saves money is what we call intelligence. That's what we are really focused in. How can we help our customers, our clients to make a decision very fast? So decision velocity is another word that we use. So I think these are the core things that we need to really concentrate now. I also have my version of how AI is contributing and not contributing. AI is contributing obviously because it's going to save time. It's going to make the process efficient. Anything and everything that is possible on ChatGPT and Claude today is what you want from a software solution which is looking at maritime expertise. But let's understand that we are comparing a deterministic model to a probabilistic model. And when I say probabilistic model, AI is a probabilistic model. It is 80% accurate, 20% it hallucinates. And what can solve that hallucination is service, maritime expertise, the talent that we have acquired over years of experience and exposure at sea and at shore is what is going to help you. So in our, in our language or in our parlance, we always say that we are also a bit skeptical about AI. We use AI in the right way, but similarly, we were talking about digital twins also. So digital twin is obviously there. But the earlier digital twins we were developing were based on sea trial data, shop test data of engines, and that's where the delta comes from. But now we are operationally modeling those vessels. We are running the AI to operationally model and create a new delta which is based on the actual specificity of the vessel. This gives a little more advantage in terms of decision-making process. So I think for AI, this is our take. Models needs to be really, really iterated. I am sure that most of the young generation is already working on co-work and Claude. And the point is, are we at a stage where our solutions can provide that? We are obviously in that direction.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let us move on to next segment, which is next generation sensing innovation. We are speaking about innovation only, but it's a little bit different aspects which the panelists wanted to discuss. That's how it's putting forward. I'm speaking to Sachin, Wärtsilä first, Sachin. Right, I know your expertise in the propulsion system. It is in line with that. Propulsion system, energy management system, and integrated marine solutions. How do hybrid technologies fit in the future commercial shipping, and what role it will play in supporting the transition towards zero and low emission vessels or low emission achievement?
Yeah,
90 seconds only again.
Very pertinent point. In fact, again, Mahesh has made it easy to talk more about batteries, so I'll just extend more on what he said. So it's very simple. I mean, when we are looking at this hybridization, we are talking about basically connecting balancing the three performance: technical performance, commercial performance, and the environmental performance. I think this balance is extremely critical. When it comes to hybrid, we talk about how, okay, first when battery is said, typically people think of battery alone. And it's not only about battery. I mean, it's about integration of the engines, control system, the propulsion control system, the energy management system, PMS, all sorts of things. And that's extremely complex aspect as such. Having said that, why hybridization? At this point of time, when we're looking at the alternate fuel, it's going to take its own time. Hybridization is offering the immediate solution on certain decarbonization level. Plus, it is giving a flexibility to be able to incorporate different energy sources at some point of time. So you have the vessels with the hybrid solutions, and then you have the flexibility of availability of putting the fuel later on, or putting the fuel cell, or different kind of energy sources, which makes a very confident decision-making tool for the ship owner. Now, when it comes to short sea shipping, it's predominantly most used because the loading profile is variable. And at that point of time, again, Pushpak has already talked about how does it help, so I won't repeat that. But importantly, that has been the feature primarily. But again, in the deep sea shipping as well, we see a good application of that, especially when you have the need of management of power, the carbon footprint on board, and thereby using something like sharp generator as such, which is again a big energy saving device possibility for a ship owner. So in nutshell, I think hybridization with the evolution of battery technology is really a way to go for. And it gives you tremendous flexibility for the owner for making the changes later on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a very great answer, in fact. Jolie, back to you. Carbon capture, and there are a lot of projects on carbon storage, CO2 storage aspects. So over the coming decade, what role the EPC offshore companies will have on this? That's my question.
Okay.
90 seconds.
All right, it's a good question.
Sorry to say that. Yeah.
It's a good question. It's evolving. Yeah. But I can see, I can say that EPCI companies will play a crucial. There'll be a crucial bridge between carbon capture and the whole storage sequestration or offshore sequestration expertise. And see, I can see probably three things. One is delivering those small CCUs and processing modules where, which can be deployed in the offshore injection platforms. I can see that the pipeline expertise can be useful for the entire transportation network for the carbon dioxide to wherever we want to store. And particular relevance to L&T, I just want to highlight that we did the first decommissioning for India, Tapti, recently last year. So I'm again thinking that we can use that expertise on decommissioning to probably use those decommission platform as injection and and use to inject that back to the depleted carbon dioxide back to the reservoirs. So that's another way of looking at it. So these are kind of three things, very wide thoughts on how EPCI companies will actively involve and emerge.
You feel they will involve in it? That's what it's definitely. There is great opportunity.
There is an opportunity, which is evolving, yes.
Thank you so much. Back to Siemens again, Mr. Roy, right? Smart ports, like it's one of the, when we look at innovation side, smart port is one of the highly discussed topic. So it's in line with that. Smart ports and cold ironing, Siemens technology developments in this regard. Can you please highlight that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So the ports, how we are seeing it is, the ports are slowly becoming energy hub from a logistic hub, okay? And one of the way of doing this is, we call it shore to ship or cold ironing, okay? You can, some you may call it cold ironing, where when the ship is coming alongside, it is switching off the auxiliary engines, taking clean power from shore. It reduces noise, reduces pollution, save fuel, right? Moving forward, we also see that in port side, the smart ports, it will have green energy, it will have microgrids integrated. So we are going towards more and more integrated, intelligent port operation, right? And this is not on paper, this is not in theory. We are seeing, we are doing multiple projects globally where we are installing shore-to-ship solutions, like in Oslo port, we have done it. We have done installation in Kiel, Germany, Hamburg, Germany. As we speak, we are doing a mega project in Bahamas, where we are setting up a shore-to-ship supply. It's like, just to give you an idea about the magnitude of it, it's like 16 megawatt into six terminals. That is the size of the shore-to-ship installation we are doing. So this is how and especially we are seeing this kind of solution in cruise terminals, right, obviously. Now this is not only happening globally. This phenomenon, we have started seeing interest coming from Indian customers. As we speak, we are discussing with multiple port customers in India for shore-to-ship supplies. We are seeing, and it's not on paper. It's not only on theory. We are seeing tenders, government tenders coming in this way. So if you look at, I won't say, I don't know how to say about the smart port part, but port as an energy hub, as a smart energy hub which is giving optimized efficiency and which is working towards decarbonization, it is there, it is happening globally, and it is in India. And we have the technology to support that transition.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Back to ABB. Mahesh, again, it's in line with the same question. ABB involvement in smart ports, how they will shape the future of maritime logistics, emission reduction, and shore port integration to cleaner port operations.
Okay, so maybe the next slide. This doesn't go with me.
That's
yeah,
fine.
so at least this gives a good representation. You know what, when we say smart, we are really there in the ports. So we are not only giving the electrification, but we do the total port smartness, you know. So when you say ports, smart ports, we need to understand why we say that. And you know, currently, you know, the sports are under you can say tremendous pressure to handle the, you know, the growing cargo. Plus, you know, there are fewer workers, and then the tighter regulation which is coming in. Plus, they need to operate in a green manner. So if you look at, you'll be surprised, the smart port requirement, you know, for a total port, it is growing at almost at 18% CAGR. This is tremendous. It is also opening huge opportunity for companies like us. So we have a stack of solutions, you know, right from the port electrification to the port automation and also digitalization. Maybe this, considering the time, I'll not go in depth of all that, but I'll touch upon that. So if you look at on the shore you know, power system, or OPS, they call it as there. So why do we need it? So we should understand that suppose a cruise ship comes on a port and it runs on its own engine, the NOx emission will be equivalent almost to 1,000 trucks per day. And that's huge. So what we do, in simple, we just connect to the, take the power from the grid, step it down, convert into another frequency, and power the ship's auxiliary loads. We switch off the engines, and the vessel will be powered by that. So we are very strong in that, and we have at least more than 400 plus installations globally. But then, if you look at something we have done recently, we are right now executing is the Port of Rotterdam, where we are now in doing a power system almost 100 MVA, 3 terminals, and 32 ships can come together and get charged or connected to the shore supply, from the system. So that is the massive, project we have done. So I switched from the electrification side to the automation side. What do we do there? So we have do the complete automation right from the gate of the, the port container terminal, from where the truck comes in till the container is loaded onto the ship or unloaded. So we do the total automation of a port. So we have more than 1,000 plus automated stacking cranes globally done. When you say stacking cranes, the power system on that, the converters on that, the automation system, along with the, we call it the TOS, the terminal operating system, the laser sensors, the optical character recognition systems, the whole system comes as part of the automation system. But then that is what we do in totality. But then here may be related to what is the impact it has on the logistics side. So if you look at, for example, just to get to a feel, India's logistic cost is almost like 13-14% of the GDP few years back. And today, we are sitting at something like 8%, nearly 8%. So this, I'm not saying that this happened due to the smart port, but this also, ports are also to contribute to that. And the other infrastructure, rail, road connectivity to the cities is all contributed to that. But ports are the gateway. So they may make a major contribution here. So we come in and play a role. How are we doing it? We ensure the cranes are faster. They can handle it high speed. They're less human to handle it. It is more automated. You no need a driver's cabin on a crane when you're unloading or loading. And then you need to have less emissions. So you can reduce the total OPEX cost of running operations. So then we have smart power systems, which manage the port grid. And also you need a system which is less human error prone. So you need highly reliable and automated systems. So this is what we do. And with this, you can get, for example, just speed of a crane, high speed of crane, just to get a feel. We can reduce the, port time of, almost by 30-50%. So the vessel's turnaround time will be faster in turn. So this has an impact on overall logistics cost. But there is also other impact in terms of into the society, I can say. So we don't have to go abroad for what has been done. ABB, we have completed the Vizhingham phase 1 terminal, which belongs to Adani. We did the complete automation of the port. So where we have done the key cranes, the stacking cranes, and all the controls of the cranes. These are high-speed cranes, faster cranes with lower operational cost. What has opened up is this sector or this industry has opened up to women. So conventionally, the crane operator was a man sitting on the crane, and you can imagine the picture, a heavy guy sitting there operating the crane in a very tough environment. Now with our automation system, the crane operation is shifted to a central control room. So we'll be very proud to say this has opened up employment for women, and they can remotely operate these cranes from a central control room.
Even in Vizhingham also.
Vizhingham, yes.
Oh,
it's a beautiful location. So the customer is so much happy with us. So we are now executing their project for Colombo, for Adani. We got the second phase of Vizhingham container terminal also. We're doing the complete automation. But important here is it's not only about a society opening up, the technology opening up to the weaker sex, but also there is also in terms of efficiency of goods handled. Yeah. This terminal, as in just 18 months of operation of Vizhingham, they have handled almost 2 million TUs. Right. And you can say they are one of the world's best because as the data I have, they've already achieved the global benchmark of 50 moves per hour, which is the benchmark in the highest operating port.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's well explained. Anil, back to you again. That's regarding a lot of professional engineers are here actually, because in line with AI analytics and automation, which is become more integral part of the vessel operation, how do you see the role of marine professionals evolving, and what skills should future engineers and operators should develop? If you could answer very, very short.
Yeah, I'll keep it within 90 seconds. My job is optimization. So for future engineers, obviously, I was a chief engineer. I sailed for 17 years, then took a path to shore life and then into digitalization. So I think, obviously, as any book or jargons that we have, we obviously say continuous learning is needed. So you need to look at shipping from a very broader perspective is what I would always recommend. Because when you're looking at it from a broader perspective, you will know what is the, let's say, the consequence of your action on the company. Because you start as an employee, then at some point of time you have to lead a company. So the point being that if that longer vision is there, it happens. And that's where we have touched upon that this digitalization and AI is actually really connecting all these dots. Because the chief engineer of today is able to really see the consequence of his action in front of him. That if I do this, what will happen is maybe a result that the AI or the digital tool is going to tell him. But finally, it is his decision-making ability. But my point is also that that it should not be just an engineering or a naval architecture perspective that the future should be having. They should be having an outlook towards business in general. Shipping is a business. And ships run because of this business. And if you can fit in somewhere where you are really valuable in that value chain of providing, let's say, service, product, your expertise to the most economical business in the whole world, then that's the answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very good. We have one more session. We'll try to conclude it very, very fast. In fact, Emerging India. Back to you, Sachin, again. Again, India target in 2035 or the zero emission shipping, all these aspects is well under discussion. So in your Wärtsilä perspective, what are the key challenges which are not addressed for the zero emission aspects which the government or the Indian segment or global segment is targeting?
I think when I see a journey of last 3-4 years, there are so many forums in which decarbonization is spoken. So I think the gaps and challenges are pretty much on the table. So there is nothing that which is probably not looked at. What is important is that how do we address them? The biggest challenge for the zero emission shipping is that the transition is not only about technology. Okay, I think that's something which has to be well understood. It is about a systematic level of transformation, which involves the fuel production, which involves the bunkering platform, which involves the regulations, the vessel design, the financing. So it's a gamut of all these aspects which will come together to be able to really achieve zero emission shipping. Now, when we say this, engine technology is progressing, whether you talk about methanol, ammonia, or even hydrogen. We recently tested hydrogen of 100% burning. So the technology is available. What important is on a global scale, and again, India is part of that, is how industry would have the sustainable fuels available at their voyage routes. I think that's something which is important thing to look at. I'm glad that government is already planning to look at the green hydrogen and thereby the derivatives of hydrogen like green methanol and ammonia in India, which would help the marine industry as well. Second challenge is infrastructure and the safety. I think each fuel, we know that, I won't get into details of it, that each one has its own need of infrastructure and the safety requirements. And that's something, as a country, we will have to see that do we really spread ourselves with respect to all the fuels, or we see the application of specific one or two fuels and then prepare ourselves accordingly, like Singapore, for an example, really focus hard on LNG as such. So as a country, we'll have to do that. And most important challenge which I see, a commercial alignment. In the entire picture, the ship owner should not be left struggling that how does he balance the act of the compliance versus the his trade. And that's where all the stakeholders needs to really collaborating. I think probably we do keep talking about collaboration, but this is the phase or this is the point wherein it's absolutely important to demonstrate that collaboration. A very, very prompt example I can give. For example, the Anil and his team, the work what they are doing, that's overlapping with what we do. But then when we see a possibility of collaboration is that, I mean, they can do the data mining or they can do the data processing and we can support on the equipments. So I think it's important that we all put together, see this collaboration opportunity to be able to help the ship owner ultimately, that how does he balance his compliance need versus the his trade. So that's a few from my side.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Jolie. Again, on the emerging India aspects, like, because my point is like a lot of foreign orders, like on the shipbuilding is not coming. In fact, Mr. Madhusnar, we had a great session chaired by them. They had some good discussion, in fact, but a lot of the foreign orders, it's comparatively less coming to India compared to China or any other places. And example, your Kattupalli area, like that base, I feel it's quite underutilized. That is my point. Why it's happening? Like, what's your views on that?
I thought Pankaj answered this in the first panel. I can tell you briefly, our yard capacity is, intentionally curated for strategic plans, like, for defense, aligning with the nation's policies. So I totally agree. We have a very state-of-the-art facilities in Kattupalli. Hey, by the way, as Cochin University alumni, we should be proud. Where is Rajendran sitting here? He was one of the long-standing UB, we call him fondly. He was one of the long-standing architect of the Kattupalli yard. So big shout out for UB. Oh, we do have a state-of-the-art facilities, but again, most of the time the capacity is very, very precisely allocated for one strategic defense purposes. Number two is, as I answered in the first question, Kattupalli is becoming the offshore wind hub. So, a lot of that real estate is now we are transforming. So if you look at that, that's the priority. And then again, in the first session, Pankaj and boss Shantanu also touched upon the ROI part, right? So we are very business-oriented people, right?
Absolutely,
so we look at all of this together and then decide
Thank you, Julie. Still, it's a question why more foreign orders are not coming. That we'll discuss later. I know, yeah.
But Ashik, I'll take 10 seconds. You talk about foreign orders not coming here. Yeah. Mr. Madhu Nair is here. Mr. Captain Jagmohan is here. Is anybody questioning why Indian owners are not coming here?
That's also the point. Both
I think
the points
that's something which is
not happening, right? Yeah. That was my point, in fact. Back to you, Anil, again, right? Anil, we were discussing, you discussed about MEPZ 83, green gas emission, carbon taxation policies implemented by European Union. A lot of it's implemented, but not in India. What's your views on that? Will the government going to implement this aspect very quickly? We don't have much time, in fact.
Yeah, I hope Trump hears this. But point being that in EU ETS, we have full expertise in our solutions. Obviously, that's penalty of emissions that they have, that model. And here we are more of carbon credit system that we work on. But I think the challenge in India is that we are not making carbon visibility. Means carbon needs to be visible. And for carbon to be visible means whatever carbon I'm producing, if it needs to be visible, you must have transparent systems to make it visible. So how many shipping companies, how many shore companies are actually making their carbon visible is the first question.
Yeah.
If we are making that visible, as Sachin said, are we collaborating? So everybody has a solution, but most of the solutions are, okay, take my solution, but you have to take my software. So collaboration also means that your solutions should be software agnostic, platform agnostic, so that it can integrate with other. So intention for collaboration on practicality should be there. And if that is achieved, then you obviously carbon tax, I wouldn't say we should follow the Europe model, but we should follow some model.
Okay.
Some model in the sense that if it's carbon credits, fine. But then let's see how much of carbon are we producing as a country, as shipping companies, as shore companies. And that should be the first step. I think that's where the challenge is. I mean, with my knowledge, that's what I know.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Back to Siemens again. The government, yeah, Pushpak, right, it's here. The India government support on the technology integration. Like we spoke a lot of technology integration, how the government is supporting on this. It's a very simple question, in fact. But no, you don't have much time to answer that.
I'm not taking much time anyways. So I think a lot has been done already, right? So we have Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Amrit Kal, and Indian Maritime Vision and all. And in the first session, Honorable DGMA, he rolled out the plan for, maritime plan for India. So all in all, things are very optimistic, right? We are getting support and all. But what we feel is the next logical transition is from Make in India to develop technology in India, right? Yeah. And the fastest and the least risky way of doing that is encouraging global OEMs like ours to localize technology through our Indian arms, like Siemens Energy India Limited is a listed company in India, right? Or by partnering with local industries, academia. But to do that, for us to confidently invest, to prepare that business case, there are certain things we need from government. Like we need from, I would say government, I would say from the industry, we need a clear visibility on procurement, right? And the biggest challenge is that we need a clear visibility of the business potential to confidently decide what kind of investment we need to do to localize, right? And then we would like government to push more on pushing R&D collaboration of global OEMs with Indian companies, maybe with joint ventures and all. And when all those things happens, there are companies available. There are global companies available who have offices in India, who are present in India for hundreds of years. We have the technology globally available. And as I said, the fastest and the least risky way to have this transition from Make in India to develop technology in India is that collaboration.
Thank you.
Rather than starting something from scratch, right? So that's what we feel. And there are sectors where we have this examples. They're doing pretty well, like aerospace, like aviation industries, transportation. The transportation industry, they have transitioned, and now maritime industry has to follow the path, right?
Thank you so much. Back to you, Mahesh. It's the same question, like in line with the same, like government support on technology integration. What's ABB views?
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at your question as India definitely is on the right track, but I would say it's still in the early to middle stage, of execution. We're still not there. But with the very clear vision statement of, MIV 2030 or MAKV 2047, we are still there. Coming from Singapore, operating, I had the opportunity to work with the government of Singapore for for their vision statement and for the maritime policies. I see India is taking a quite big leaps in some of the key initiatives. Like if you take the Harit Sagar, the green port transition. If you look at almost 60% of the ports of India are powered by renewable power. That's a big leap. And then government is looking at almost adding 500 gigawatt of renewable power by 2030 in the whole country. It's a massive thing. So when you have green power available, the other part of electrification becomes simpler. Then comes in terms of alternate fuel, there's a big step taken. At least 3 key ports are looking at, being from port, they're shifting towards being energy hubs. They're going to be hydrogen hubs.
Yeah.
And then who are the consumers? Consumers, Singapore is one of the country which is looking at buying hydrogen from here. Paradip Port and then Dindal. And also, in this Tuticorin port, they're looking at that. So that's a big leap. And then in Singapore itself, there is only one electric tug which has been contracted. But in India, there's almost now 8 electric tugs, under the GTTP program, where ABB is, proud to be associated with Cochin for 2 of the electric tugs. So this so India is taking a big leap. So even, some of the ship owners are taking in Singapore, they say, oh, India is going forward in terms of electrification. So definitely it is there. India is moving forward, but then it's own some challenges in terms of infrastructure, like Sachin mentioned on the LNG bunkering infrastructure. Singapore is quite ahead. I have seen them maybe 6 years back. They put the bunkering facility there, bunkering vessels were installed. So this is already in place there. And the best part now is this NGSP is coming, National Green Shipping Policy, which will act like an umbrella covering all the different initiatives. Otherwise, the initiatives are isolated, but they're very clear, focused. Even today the DGMA shared about that. Looking at the 7 key pillars, and even green financing, which was missing earlier, is coming in place.
Thank you so much. So that's the end of the discussions, because unfortunately we are running out of time. We have only 1 minute left, so there is no chance for any questions to take. So in summary, we had excellent questions, and it's emerging technology. This is very vast, but we tried to put forward some aspects for you all to understand what's happening on some segments. So these are all the key takeaways from the discussion we had. Decarbonization, it's driving innovation, it's driving the complete innovation. Digitalization, safety, efficiency, and cost saving. With the digitalization, this is well getting achieved. Execution and integration are very real challenges. Ports are becoming smarter. The ocean itself is becoming smarter. Workforce and regulation must catch up. India is well focused on the emerging technologies. This is how we like to conclude this panel on emerging technology. Thank you so much, and give a big hand to all the panelists. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you to our chair and distinguished panelists for an engaging and insightful discussion. We will now proceed with the presentation of mementos. May I request our session chair, Mr. Ashik Subhani, MD, C Delta, to kindly present mementos to our distinguished panelists as a token of our appreciation. I shall now invite each of our distinguished panelists to receive the memento as I announce their names. Mr. Jolie Kurian, VP and Country Head, Qatar L&T. Mr. Mahesh Krishnappa, Senior Vice President, ABB. Mr. Sachin Kulkarni, Marine Business Sales Head, South Asia, Wärtsilä. Mr. Pushpak Roy, Head of Sales and Business Development, Siemens Energy. Mr. Anil Jacob, MD, Oceanopt. Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Amit Joshi, Regional Sales Director, India and Southeast Asia, Catmatic, to kindly present a memento to our session chair, Mr. Ashik Subhani, as a token of our appreciation for his valuable contribution in chairing this session. To commemorate this special session, I invite our panel chair and all our panelists to come forward for a group photograph.
Good evening, everybody. Before we go in for the tie break, I was talking about Captain Jagmohan, our Dostas alumni who is in charge of, who is the current CMD of Mazagon. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here in the morning. Now he's here. So we invite him to come on stage and take a moment. No talk, no speech, nothing. Just a moment.
We will now take a short break for tea and networking. Refreshments are being served at Marine Exhibition area. I request all delegates to be back by 4:30 as we are running out of time. I would also like to remind you what we have today is networking and cocktail. Alumni get together is scheduled for tomorrow. I think there is some confusion regarding networking and cocktail dinner as well as alumni get-together. Alumni get-together is scheduled for tomorrow. What we have today is networking dinner, which is for delegates.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation ahoy. Aviva will take you there.
Good day, everyone. I'm Sandeep Kumar from the 14th batch of Department of Ship Technology. The DIMS that is being conducted by the Department of Ship Technology alumni on the 5th and 6th of August. Look forward to seeing you all there and wishing the organizers and the entire Department of Ship Technology all the very best for today and for the future.
We'll look forward to meet you all during the program. Thank you.
I would like to congratulate the Department of Ship Technology alumni for having this DIMS.
So I was a part of 2022 DIMS. So looking forward to see you all at DIMS and wishing you all the best.
I wish all of you all the very best for the forthcoming DIMS 2026.
All the very best to DIMS organizers, organized by the Department of Technology Alumni Network, Dostas.
I wish you a most inspiring and productive conference.
Wishing all the best for DIMS 2026 from Australia.
All the best to the DIMS 2026 and the organizers. All the best. I was the first convener for the DIMS, and I'm so happy that DIMS is continuing. I wish all the very best to the organizers and the entire program. Thank you so much.
All our best wishes to DIMS 2026, organized by the Department of Ship Technology. See you all there. Thank you.
Namaskaram from Singapore. On behalf of SAFE Shiptech Alumni Far East, I sincerely express my wishes to Dostas for conducting this event. I hope this event will help the industry professionals, leaders, and alumni across the world.
Greetings to everyone attending DIMS 2026. SAFE has a strong connection between Shiptech alumni across a region and generation. And DIMS provide an excellent platform for sharing knowledge, strengthening the friendship, and building new opportunities for collaboration.
Hello all. From the build-up, the program, and the enthusiasm, DIMS 2026 promises to be the best of its versions yet. We are all waiting for a slam dunk.
No matter where our career takes us across the world, we will always remain connected through our shared Shiptech roots, friendship, and values. From Singapore, we are proud to be part of this global alumni family and wish every participant an inspiring, rewarding, and memorable DIMS 2026.
Innovation is changing how we design, build, and operate ships. DIMS is where we come together to explore the ideas shaping the future of the maritime and offshore industry.
Congratulations, Dostas,
for engaging discussions,
inspiring innovations,
and lasting partnerships.
Best wishes to DIMS 2026. Polikita.
Hello, this is Naufal here from the 20th batch of QSAT, belonging to the UK arm of Dostas. And I want to wish all the organizers and the participants a fantastic event with DIMS 2026. I think this will go a long way in promoting our community, our experiences, and our journey in shared knowledge across. So, wish you all the best and all support from the UK. Thank you.
I wish all the delegates, the speakers, and the organizers all the very best for DIMS 2026.
To all the delegates and speakers for sharing your knowledge and experiences, and wishing everyone a very successful, exciting, and insightful event ahead.
It's wonderful to see experts from all over the globe coming together to navigate the challenges and opportunities in naval architecture and ocean engineering. May the sessions lead to valuable insights, strong international partnerships, and pioneering innovations. Hats off to the organizers.
I wish all the very best to DIMS and look forward to the innovative ideas that will come out.
Hello everyone. Warm greetings from MAST, the Middle East Alumni of Ship Technology. On behalf of the entire MAST family, it's a real pleasure to congratulate the organizers and everyone behind the 5th edition of Dostas International Maritime Seminar.
The maritime industry has always been about connecting people, ideas, and possibilities. Today, as artificial intelligence, automation, and digital technologies reshape the way we design, build, and operate ships, that spirit of collaboration is more important than ever.
DIMS is more than just a seminar. It's a place where curiosity meets experience, where today's conversation becomes tomorrow's innovation, and where the next big idea might just begin over a cup of coffee.
To all the speakers, delegates, students, and organizers, thank you for being part of this wonderful journey. We hope you all leave DIMS 2026 with fresh ideas, new friendships, and renewed inspiration to shape the future of maritime together.
From all of us at MAST, we wish DIMS 2026 every success. Have a wonderful seminar, enjoy the beautiful city of Cochin, and may you always have fair winds and following seas.
Together we connect, together we innovate, together we shape the future. We welcome you all to DIMS 2026.
Hello everyone. Warm greetings from the Middle East Alumni of Ship Technology, MAST. On behalf of the entire MAST family, it's a pleasure to congratulate the organizers and everyone behind the 5th edition of Dostas International Maritime Seminar DIMS 2026.
The maritime industry has been about connecting people, ideas, and possibilities. Today, AI and automation, digitalization are reshaping the way we design, build, and operate ships. The spirit of collaboration is more important than ever in our industry.
DIMS is more than just a seminar. It's a place where curiosity meets experience, where today's conversation may become tomorrow's innovation, and where the next big idea might just begin over a cup of coffee.
To all the speakers, delegates, students, and organizers, thank you for being the part of this journey. We hope you leave DIMS 2026 with fresh ideas, new friendships, and renewed inspiration to share the future of maritime together.
From all of us at MAST, we wish DIMS 2026 every success. Have a wonderful seminar, enjoy the beautiful city of Kochi, and may you always have a fair wings and a flowing sea.
Together we connect. Together we innovate. Together we shape the future.
Welcome to DIMS 2026.
New sustainability regulations from the International Maritime Organization signal massive changes ahead for shipbuilders. Whether you're designing new ships or retrofitting an existing fleet, your next voyage is digital. Digital transformation means you can navigate IMO 2050 regulations while improving your engineering efficiency by up to 30%. You can cut the time it takes to model a retrofit by as much as 20%. And design digital twins to guide you in building safer, more efficient, more sustainable operations at sea. Digital transformation.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We will be resuming the program in a couple of minutes. May I kindly request everyone to make their way back to Oman Hall and take your seats as we prepare to commence the Emerging Trends Showcase. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again request all of you to please come back and take your seats as we prepare to commence next session in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming our proceedings now. I kindly request everyone to be seated back. We now move to the final session of the day, Spotlight on Innovation, Emerging Maritime Technologies. This showcase brings together industry leaders and innovators who are driving technological advancements and shaping the future of maritime sector. May I now invite all our distinguished speakers to kindly come forward and take their seats on the stage. Mr. Nigel Matthew, Chairman and Co-founder, Admirant Tech Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Dr. Jeevan S., Managing Director, Samudra Shipyard Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Dr. V.S. Ramamurthy, Director, Wind Constructions. Welcome, sir. Our first speaker is Mr. Nigel Matthew, Chairman and Co-founder of Admirant Tech Private Limited, a maritime technology entrepreneur who works is advancing digital engineering, engineering visualization, and innovative software solutions for the global maritime industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Nigel Matthew.
Hi. Hi, good evening all. Myself Nikhil. I'm one of the co-founders of Maritime Tech Private Limited. So first of all, thank you for the DIMS team to give this opportunity because this is a good sport to just showcase what we are doing. And giving a brief about myself, I'm a mechanical engineer who turned to be a naval architect. I did my master's in Indian Maritime University, and then I went abroad to do my hires. And that's when I met my co-founder, Binoy. So we both did our masters there. And then after our graduation, we decided, okay, we'll still keep in contact. During our master's period, we used to code. So we decided, okay, we'll always have a conversation regarding all this. And when we came across cloud technology and high-performance computing, we decided, okay, that's a good opportunity. Let's do something there. And in 2018, we started our journey. And as of right now, we have 3 software platforms which is being developed, and we have delivered close to 800 plus projects around the world. And we are a 100 plus team, and we have a 600 plus experienced team, basically to show that, okay, we primarily have experienced team rather than freshers. Okay, so these are the clients who we normally cater to. Yeah, good stat, but what are we doing? So, talking about at Marin, we started our journey with providing animation services, okay? So this is kind of our bread and butter in the initial stage when we had to bootstrap ourselves. So we started providing maritime animations, engineering animations, product, and HSE for, with character animation, where even our team was acting in front of cameras to create that motions and everything. And then slowly into video production. And finally, right now, we also got into AI filmmaking because we do close to 150 animations every year. That means 3 animations every week. So we have to deliver that fast. So we had to get into AI as well. And then we have the ecosystem which we are building. So when we took our initial journey, we wanted to do something relevant. But we didn't want to do anything in shipbuilding because back then shipbuilding was not doing that good. It was in 2016-17. So we decided, okay, we want to get into something cargo related. Cargo is far better because there is always cargo transportation. So we decided, okay, we get into that, and then we started developing COIMS. COIMS is basically a chartering or commercial management software for breakbulk industry, where you can do the chartering, operations, engineering, and also all kind of managements there. And then came Secure Load, which is more related to us. It's a loading computer. We started off as a loading computer, where you can do the cargo planning and everything. And then we started to see small problems in the industry, and we started developing those solutions and put it into a platform known as Cargo Central. So now, when we go in detail, so at Maritime Studio, as of now, we have done several animations, but due to NDAs and things like that, there are few animations which we can put together and show you what type of animations we do. And over here, whatever you see is not real. Everything is an animation. That's a small sample. So mostly what we do is in the maritime industry, but more towards transportation, where when someone wants to do a tender, most of the time when tenders are submitted with technical documents, it doesn't get through. So when you have an animation with it, you get through. So that's what we do. So you just send us all the technical ones, and we develop an animation. This is what we do. And then we started our whole ecosystem development, and the whole point was that it should be one ecosystem which will make cargo operations smarter. And then we went into the whole process. Okay, so what does these guys do? So everything starts off with a simple cargo inquiry with a packing list, and you have a fleet list or a vessel list, and then there are some operational constraints, port limitations or other limitations are there. And then it starts with the commercial department, where they do the voyage estimate, do the sequencing and everything. And then the technical department take over, where they do storage planning, ballast optimization, stability, strength, and also ballast sequencing. Until then, it's like the standard process. After that, it becomes advanced engineering, where you do motion analysis and then lashing calculations, and also local strength analysis. So when you do all that, then you are almost catering to all the requirements in the industry. And then the outputs are normally deck markings and also storage plans, how the ballast plan is done, all lashing calculations, all that has to be submitted. So this is a typical thing which mostly in breakbulk you have to submit for every transportation. So we decided we need to get into it. So we started thinking about the models behind it, okay? So there should be 5 models which will almost give them the complete idea how a transportation has to be done when a cargo comes in. So everything starts with commercial model, where you get a target time charter equivalent, that is TCE, or what is the running cost, what is the consumption, the whole metrics with the draft, with the velocity, all that is there. And this becomes a standard for a given vessel, okay, so you keep it that. And then comes the 3D model, which will help you say whether this given set of cargo can be really put into a ship. And then comes the hydrostatics, where you do the complete modeling of the ship, the hull form mainly, and also the tanks. After that, you can also do the hydrodynamics. So we have a collaboration with ANSYS right now, where using their solutions, we can create a small AI model, or a small model. It's an ML model, not an AI, but you have a small model which will kind of depict what the motion will, how the motion will be done. Similarly, they have another solution where ANSYS mechanical can be used, and your whole vessel structure can be put in. The good thing is that you can really see in live how the stresses will be and how the accelerations will be when they do the storage plan. So basically, right now, just imagine a day when AI is given such kind of capabilities, what all kind of probabilities they can come up with. So that's what we were thinking about. And these 5 models will kind of give the complete scenario of a ship. So on top of that, we started developing systems. So we started with COIMS, where chartering is done, where you get an email, you put it there, it automatically understands. AI has made the whole process really easy. So it just comes in, you grab the important information there, and then put it, you do the port rotations, cost, everything comes in. And then once the charter is good, you're happy enough, he will tell the operations department, yeah, you go, right now the best thing will be to have a proper comparison. So then they do the actual comparison on actual cost, and then they have the comparison whether they have actually achieved the TCE which they wanted. And then in break bulk, engineering is kind of a big deal. So every cargo will have a lot of engineering need to be done. So the engineering department also comes in. So this is how COIMS work. So it's a big platform. I don't want to elaborate too much, but yeah, we have developed it for the past 6 years. So yeah, this is a big platform. And then on the same time, we started developing a loading computer. Because we are a naval architect, we need to do something with stability at least. So we started developing loading computer, but we want to stand out. We wanted to be something different. So what we did was that we brought the whole platform into the web browser. So the main key thing was that we had to develop a visualization in the web browser where we can see the whole ship, the tanks, everything live. And then when you move around, the experience has to be smooth. That was a hell of a job. And we did it. And then also, people wanted to do simulation. Okay? They want to simulate a process. So we brought in the step-based workflows. And on top of that, since we brought in this web technology, you still need to have 2 deployments, one for the shore, one for the ship. And now this has to be integrated. So these 2 is also done. That is using our Fleet Connect. So now you have a loading computer, which is completely connected, and it can be used on your web browser, no installation needed. You go on board, you connect to the local network, and then you start experiencing your vessel. There is no installation. That's a big deal. And then the problem with such kind of an infrastructure is that it's impossible to get a class approval as per anyone who were listening to all this. It's like, okay, you won't get a class approval. Yeah, initial days it was tough, but now we got all 5 right now. Still, we are looking for another 2. So we have the class approval for such kind of an architecture. And right now, even class is ready to approve our cloud solution. So after that, what we understood is that ballasting has to be done in a different way because we want to do everything automated. So we developed an optimization algorithm which will understand your ship. So just like an expert in a vessel. So he first understands what the current state. So this is my loading condition. Okay, now if I change the tanks on the forward, aft, in the middle, how does it behave? So first it understands that and it starts optimizing. And how does it do? So you can give different optimization objectives. So most of the time they use tank filling changes, minimum number of tank filling changes. And then you have operational constraints of SFBM limits, all that limits you put in, and even sometimes tanks can't be filled completely, so you need to do all that limitations on the tanks as well. And then it starts providing the complete results. The best part is that by doing that, this whole simulations can be done within a click of a button. Because right now, for a lifting simulation, it just takes minutes. For a load and load out, which takes 1 week time, it takes a click of a button again. So it used to be a 1 week calculation, and now you can put in a tight data. You just put where you want the whole step has to be, and then that's it. Blasting is done automatically. And also the docking as well. So all this with a click of a button. So we built a good commercial tool and also a loading computer, but then there still was a big gap, which we found. Because the commercial department just have a packing list, nothing more. The input for a loading computer is a proper storage plan. So now we want to develop something for that. So the first thing what we developed was Cargo Parse AI. It's an AI who understands the whole cargo properly, how cargo transportation is done. So what type of cargoes are there? What are the minimum data required? So it understands quite well. You upload your packing list there. It makes it into a structured data. And then it starts giving you information that how the vessel capacity has to be, and also how much cargo will be there for each particular port. So from here, this can be ready, not still ready for loading computer, can be ready for storage planning. So then we developed the storage planner, where you come in, you put in your upload. So you get the output from there, you upload it over here, and then you just drag and drop. It's done. From there, we also developed another solution for bulk. Bulk is easier because it's just filling tanks. So what we did was that the complete automation were there, where you just upload your cargo list there, okay? So the input which a typical charterer will have, and then you select which all vessels you want, click a button. It will do several iterations and get you the best optimum result, so that a non-technical person can have a technical decision being done. And that too, after ballast calculation, that too on a loading computer which is approved by the class. Yeah. And last year we got our Excellence Award for innovation because, yeah, in stability, no one does much stuff. So yeah, we got the innovation award for that as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now come to a special highlight of this session, the release of Samudra Saga, a memoir of dreams, design, and the courage to build, Lessons Below Waterline, authored by Dr. Jeevan S., Managing Director of Samudra Shipyard Private Limited, who has been at the forefront of composite boat building and sustainable maritime innovation, leading one of India's pioneering FRP boat yards over 3 decades. May I respectfully invite Mr. Pradeep Sudhakaran to kindly join us on stage and officially release the book. I would also request Ms. Sapna Deebu, AGM, Production, MDL, to receive the first copy. I request all of you to come forward for a photograph. Now, I would kindly request Dr. Jeevan S. to kindly come forward and present.
Thank you very much. I thought I will talk about the industry I am in. My book essentially is about what we have been doing as a boat builder all these years. It has got about 13 chapters. Since our attention span has decreased, I've kept it small. 2 more volumes would come. This is from 1990 to 2006. Honorable guests, distinguished delegates from around the world, respected members of the Maritime fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Standing before all of you today at the release of my first book is both a profound and a humbling moment. I began writing this book. I thought I was writing about boats. As I continued writing, I realized I was actually writing about people. People who believed in us when we had very little. People who stood beside us during difficult times. People who taught us lessons that no university could ever teach. The book, though titled Samudra Saga, is all about life lessons below the waterline. As boat builders, we know that most important part of a boat is the part nobody sees. The hull below the waterline determines whether a vessel survives in a storm. Life is no different. Our values, our integrity, our perseverance, our character are all built below the waterline. That is where the real strength lies. 36 years ago, Samudra began as a small family enterprise. Our beginnings were humble. We had dreams that were much larger than our resources. Like many entrepreneurs, we faced setbacks, disappointments, and moments when giving up seemed easier than moving forward. My father taught us something that has remained with me all my life. He lost almost everything during the 1980s. Yet, he never lost the ability to dream. His body was physically here, but his mind was always sailing beyond horizons. My mother taught us another lesson. Whenever life threw a stone at us, she simply said, duck, not the Donald we hear today. When a cyclone builds up, be the eye of the cyclone, remain calm, stand firm at the helm. That simple advice has guided our family through every storm. This is my tribute to them. This book is my tribute to them. To my father, who gave me the vision, to my mother, who gave me the faith to endure, to my late brother, Arun, who passed away 3 years ago, who was, as one senior scientist beautifully wrote, a born engineer. He held from the front every mold, every innovation, every launch still carries a part of him. To my wife, Bindu, my companion and my source, I often tell her that life stems from you. Behind every voyage, there must be a harbor. She has always been mine, and to my children, who accepted that Samudra often demanded more of my time than they did, yet never stopped encouraging me. And finally, to every employee of Samudra Shipyard, this is as much your book as it is mine. People often ask me, what is the secret of building successful boats? There is no secret. You simply keep learning from customers, from failures, from nature, from mentors, from your own mistakes, and above all, from the sea. Sea is the greatest teacher I have ever known. She is the greatest teacher I have ever known. She is fair. She has no favorites. She rewards preparation. She punishes arrogance. She teaches humility every single day. Over these years, I have realized something else. We do not merely build boats, we build livelihoods. We build tourism. We build confidence. We build dreams. Sometimes one small boat can transform an entire community. One tourist boat can create hundreds of livelihoods. One fishing boat can change the economics of a family. One innovation can change an industry. That is the power of our profession. Today, India stands at an exciting moment in its maritime history. Our nation is rediscovering its rivers, backwaters, lakes, and coastline. Green propulsion and sustainable technologies are opening up new possibilities. If there is one message I wish every young entrepreneur to take home today, it is this: never be afraid to start all over again. Your greatest setback may become the foundation of your greatest achievement in life, is often hidden below the waterline. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Our final speaker is Dr. V.S. Ramamurthy, Director, Wind Constructions, a defense engineering strategist with over 2 decades of experience in developing innovative and indigenous engineering solutions for the Indian Navy and the maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. V.S. Ramamurthy.
Forward, this is backward, and this is for laser.
Not required.
Not required.
Can I see it screen? Where is my presentation? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. V.S. Ramamurthy, Managing Partner of Wind Constructions. And before I start my presentation or my part of the speech, I would like to thank the entire team of Dostas for inviting us to be a part of this global fraternity and be a part of this innovative seminar. Thank you all. And to start with, we are talking about, in the morning session onwards, I have been listening to every speaker talking about how you can build ships, how better you can make the systems work, how best you can train the people. Now I come into the last part of it. The entire ecosystem of shipbuilding starts from designing a ship to building a system, building a ship, and delivering it to the customer, and finally people using it. Now the one very major part which actually stands for the whole idea of SOLAS, safety of life at sea. Now the challenge always comes when there are adverse conditions, when people are at sea. If there is an incident in a ship, if there is an incident elsewhere, how do you try to tackle it? So my presentation will be concentrating on that aspect of it, which makes the complete shipbuilding ecosystem into the last dot, which many of us do not actually realize. I'm sure many of us know that once a system is developed, once a ship is built, it is always the priority of people to train how to maintain it well. But very little emphasis is made on to train people who would come back if there is an issue or if there is an incident. For example, we have lost almost 187, if my statistics is right, lives because of incidents which have happened on board vessels in India in the last 5 years. But they could have been avoided if the people who were there on board would have been trained better to handle such a situation. I know I have been associated with Indian Navy for more than 2 decades now, and we have a QRT teams everywhere, rapid response system, you have a firefighting system in the shipyards, etc., etc. But every individual who is the first person standing there identifying that incident, if that individual is having a minimum training to contain the damage before the QRT or before the first responder comes, it saves a lot of lives. And that's where Win Constructions comes in. We are trying to building maritime survivability and operational readiness beyond ship delivery. We train the defenders by manufacturing platforms which are called the simulators. Now, this is the journey from the start to end of a ship. First it is designed, then it is constructed, then it is digitally engineered. There is automation which is there. There is a life cycle support, training infrastructure which is there, operational sustainment is required. Now here we will have to focus on training people who are operating the systems before an incident occurs. This particular aspect, I'm sure I have been to many of the training facilities of Indian Navy, whether it is Satwana, whether it is our Lonavala, Shivaji, and other places, where all our sailors are trained to handle different situations which arise on a ship. Whereas we had an incident in one of the shipyards, I will not like to name it, a couple of years ago in the East Coast, where during the trials there was a fire incident within the ship which was under construction. When that incident happened, almost 8 to 9 compartments were affected because the people who were actually using those compartments or were in charges of the compartments were not equipped or they were not trained to contain the damage, and by the time the firefighting teams could come and exhaust the fire on that, the damage was phenomenal. And the shipyards had to lose a lot of money because until and unless they deliver a proper functioning ship, they will not be paid by their customers, and whatever is that loss, they had to put it into their pocket. So this training system has to become a part of our shipbuilding ecosystem. Earlier, say about 20-25 years ago, where there was not much of digitalization, there was not much of advanced AI and technologies and all that, the way ships were built, the way ships were maintained, the way crew were trained was all more of a standard traditional methodology. But nowadays, the entire shipbuilding system is going towards a transformation of having a more advanced systems, integrated systems, common control centers, like literally from the bridge you can operate the entire systems, right from the bottommost deck of the ship to the topmost deck. Every single equipment, every single instrument can be operated with just a matter of couple of commands or keys. This is the advanced technologies which are coming in. Now, the latest set of simulators which are coming up for training such people are integrating these type of systems into the simulations itself, where we have automated valves, shutdown valves, etc. And generally, when these are being taught at their training schools, when those engineers or when those seamen were being trained before their inception into the job, they were not given these advanced technologies in the training. So the training of the crew, training of the people who operate, the training of the people who maintain becomes a very, very important and integral part of learning. And as we grow in the shipbuilding industry within India, it also becomes important to have this constant upgradation of their skills as a program, which I'm sure some of the shipyards are doing, and I hope the others will come in line and they will be able to provide such type of integrated training scenarios explained to all the users, not just the QRT teams, not just the people who are responsible for the ship's maintenance. How we prepare crews for increasingly complex maritime platforms becomes a very important part of the entire shipbuilding ecosystem. Now, the future of maritime training, just like how our DG sir has mentioned in the morning session, training is a very important part of the total shipbuilding ecosystem. Physical training is required, ship compartments, machinery spaces, fire, flooding, CBRN, etc. There is a simulation layer where some of my friends who are also the speakers here, they have their own systems. One of them is sitting in front of me. So they create the virtual reality simulators where people are able to visually feel it. We come into the hard part of it, they come into the soft part of it. We actually make the person stand in that fire to fight that fire, or in that deluge to shut down the deluge. These simulators are designed by us. How do we do it? We have a different scenarios, whether there is a small punch in a hole, whether it is an engine room fire, whether it is a bridge fire, whether it is an accommodation space fire, so on and so forth. There are multiple scenarios which are simulated, and each of these simulators are catering to a specific training program. They come with a set of training systems which are already there, which with our experience in 2 years, 2 decades plus with Navy, whatever we have learned, we have tried to incorporate all those scenarios and bring it into as an integrated solution for all the shipbuilders who would like to train their teams. Team coordination is very important during these training sessions, where it's not just 1 or 2 people knowing the things how to do, but it is about 5-10 people together working to damage it. I'll give you an example. If below the waterline, if there is a puncture due to some missile hit or some shrapnel hit or something, the time available for the water to flow into the upper decks is less than 25 minutes. And if the compartments are not sealed properly, and if the people are not trained properly to identify it immediately and react quickly, the damage could be far beyond what we can contemplate. So having a team coordination of people who are responsible for it, every individual who is a part of that team, part of that system, must be trained how it should be maintained or how it should be contained. In our systems, we give the command and control centers where the integrator, who is the key instructor, actually tells the teams for what they are supposed to do, and he even gives them a surprise. For example, we had one incident in the Western Naval Command once where they started by controlling the flood in one compartment. And when they tried to do it, it was actually because of a valve which got jammed, and it burst the pipeline in another compartment. So by the time they could contain the flood here, the flood was already passed to 2-3 more compartments. So these type of scenarios are sudden. That's where the command and control center comes into play to make the teams be prepared for multiple scenarios in the same instance. They start the training program to control one type of fire, and immediately the trainer triggers another fire in some other place, another fire in some other place. So these guys distribute themselves to effectively control and contain the fire. These type of training scenarios are very essential, because inshore we can still try and cry out for somebody and call 5-10 people or 50 people together. But when you are at sea, it's just that you 5 or 6 or 10 people there who have to do the job. Otherwise, not only yours, your colleagues' lives are also in danger. So being trained about it, being ready for all types of scenarios is very essential for every seafarer who goes onto the sea. Now, what are our simulators going to do? They give you a clear metric of performance, because we do not want anybody who is going into the field of a battle. It's just like I would consider that every seafarer who is going on to the water is as good as a warrior going into a war, because he would be fighting for his life till he comes back safely. If he has to come back safely, he should be trained for any scenario who he will be subjected to or he may have to face, and giving training for all of them, for all types of scenarios on the ground before they actually go into the field. Extempore always is there in life. We cannot expect everything to be trained, but if a person is trained for more than 5 to 10 different scenarios, if there is an 11th scenario, I am sure with that experience of that 10, he will be able to come up with a solution to tackle the 11th. But if the person is not trained with the minimum number of metrics, minimum number of scenarios, it becomes difficult, it becomes challenging for him to survive at sea and come back. So future lies not in individual simulators, but an integrated training ecosystem that replicate the complexity of the modern maritime operations. We standardly propose to all the people who ever come and approach us for a simulation system is that we would like to have a checklist of what are the different types of scenarios they would come across. Just like the image which shows, this is an indigenous integrated maritime training system. This is one we designed for one of our South Asian countries' clients. So I'm just giving you a picture, not the details of it. There are firefighting training cabins, there is a command and control center, there is a mixed reality training center, there is a storage house, there is a helicopter training center, there is multiple things which can accommodate into one integrated training facility. What this helps us is to give you a all-round training on the scenarios which can come up in any kind of situation within this. This helicopter training simulator is being now advanced into a little more than that. We have been asked to transform it into a seawater survival training system where the helicopter is crashed into the sea, and we are creating a wave generating pool with the scenario, replicating the scenarios for a heavy storm, lightning and thunders, and the people inside the helicopter are dropped down into the swimming pool where they have to break open the doors of the helicopter and come out. That's the survival training. So these are the scenarios which we are trying to replicate and we are trying to propose, and we are here. We have the engineering. We are in technical collaboration with Seasist Engineering Systems, one of the senior most persons who are into the simulator business, who have designed the contemporary simulators which are available in Shivaji, in Satwana and other places. And we are the manufacturers integrating their knowledge and experience into our manufacturing experience and together providing it as a complete comprehensive ecosystem. These are some of the images of our previous experiences. Flood control system, the center one is the instructor console, where they are all constantly monitored. They're being given metrics. Every individual who is participant to the training system is being given a ranking for his own system. We simulated including the hydraulic systems, where the actual scenarios of roll, pitch are also simulated when the exercises are happening, so that the people are aware of the real-time scenarios. It's like basically training them whatever they are going to face on sea in actual reality in a simulator. Our capability is building on decades of engineering experience across naval training facilities. Just like how I mentioned, we are in collaboration with CSIS Systems, and I consider myself as one of the prominent ambassadors of collaborations, because we have collaborated with almost 8 to 9 different companies for various other integrations. And moving forward, the best bet for all members of this fraternity is that I cannot know A to Z of everything. If I am able to identify 26 different people who know the alphabets, I am fine to have my best vocabulary, and together we stand as a very remarkable force in India for the world. Design the future of maritime training. These are the metrics which we use. They are realistic, they are safe because they are controlled, modular, which are the current shipbuilding standards which are there, and every individual training session is measured with the metrics of the people participating, and once the best of the best are always selected, and then they get a certificate and then move on. That system and curriculums are always in coordination with the clients. The objective is no longer to build individual systems, but resilient training ecosystems that evolve with future maritime platforms is what is our motto. And where do we serve? We are here in India making it, and we are there into the Southeast Asia, Europe, Middle East, and United States. These are the places where we are working on the simulators with our partners. And indigenous engineering, it is built in India. It is ready for India. Maritime innovation, it is like both physical, digital, and mixed reality. Global partnership, we are in tie-up with a couple of navies otherwise, whose names, unfortunately, because of the NDAs, I cannot disclose to you. But still, we are in touch with other navies where we are able to provide them these training solutions as an integrated system. And the export potential of the Indian industry, especially in the training segment of training the facilities, creating the training facilities and others, is phenomenal. The knowledge is available in India, and all the global partners who are here, we look forward to having your interactions with us, or an opportunity to interact with you, so that we will be able to showcase our excellence in the training systems to the world as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Engineering the future of maritime training is the part of my system, and I thank you all for having a patient hearing to me. I hope I tried to sow a seed into the minds of the great leaders of various shipyards and various institutions here, that saving life is worth more than anything else in this world. So training the people who are going to the sea is the best thing how we can save their lives. Thank you one and all. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. We will now proceed with the presentation of mementos. May I request Mr. Navdeep Singh Arshi, Industry Leader, Aerospace and Defense, Marine and Offshore, Dassault Systems, to kindly present mementos to our distinguished speakers as a token of our appreciation. I shall now invite each of our distinguished speakers to receive the memento as I announce their names. Mr. Nikhil Matthew, Chairman and Co-founder, Admiral Tech Private Limited. Dr. Jeevan S., Managing Director, Samudra Shipyard Private Limited. Dr. V.S. Ramamurthy, Director, Wind Constructions. To commemorate this special occasion, I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for a group photograph. Thank you all once again. That brings us to the close of a truly enriching first day of DIMS 2026. From the inspiring inaugural session and insightful panel discussions to the emerging technologies and innovations showcased throughout the day, today's program has set the stage for what promises to be an engaging and impactful seminar. My sincere appreciation goes once again to our sponsors and partners for the invaluable support in making this event possible. We extend our special gratitude to our platinum sponsor Aviva, our gold sponsors Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and Dassault Systems, and our silver sponsors Cadmatic and Chowgle Shipbuilding Division for their continued support. Before you leave, I encourage you to take some time to visit Aviva Experience Center in the foyer to our right and explore their latest technologies and solutions. The day does not end here. We warmly invite all of you to join us for the DIMS 2026 networking evening, cocktails and dinner beginning at 7 p.m. here in Oman Hall. It will be a wonderful opportunity to continue today's conversations, strengthen professional connections, and network with fellow delegates in a relaxed setting. I once again remind today what we have is networking dinner for delegates. Alumni get-together is scheduled for tomorrow. On behalf of Dostas and the DIMS 2026 Organizing Committee, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making the first day of this seminar such a memorable success. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning for day 2 of DIMS 2026. Have a pleasant evening, and we look forward to seeing you at the networking evening. Thank you.